I can find it in my million game library. Update queued! What do you mean update queued, hotfix? Today. Incredible. Playtime 9 minutes. That's how long I spent in the main menu last time. Okay. There's the window. Oh, I had a follow from 20 hours ago. Cementrio. Shout out Cementrio. This is a work of fiction. Let me open, I guess I'll open the mobile dashboard so I can see my chat without having to tab out. Bonus settings, bonuses, socials. I don't need to update the app. Thank you very much. Stream manager. Yippee! Okay. I'm not muted this time. It would be really embarrassing if I managed to do it twice in a row. Okay. I mean, I'm just sure. I'll just hit it. New case. Episode 1. You can choose to play episode 1 in high roller mode. And my frames are fine. Okay. In high roller mode, you're limited to 1 save slot and you won't be able to reload your saves while inside the courtroom. Quick saving and autosaves will be disabled as well. The minimum ante for hands will be increased. The minimum and maximum penalties for answering incorrectly during trial gameplay will be increased. But the maximum ante will be increased as well, allowing you to earn the largest possible high score for credit in this episode. In high roller mode, will also unlock an exclusive phone charm that can't be earned any other way. You can turn it off. Encourage risk-taking and discourage safe scumming. Consider enabling it if you want to pursue this mystery like a true gambler. Absolutely. Welcome to the high roller tables. Enjoy the thrill. Disable tutorials. Yeah. I'm good. Listen, I wanted to thank you for coming over. Wanted to thank you for coming over? Figures you notice. Anyone could tell something's bothering you. You're the first person to say anything. What happened? The police came to see me. In public? No, they wanted to be considerate of my privacy. That's a first. They wanted to talk to me about the other week. About my whereabouts and yours. I told them I didn't know anything. They must have loved that. Funny. What would you have done? In your shoes? Probably cursed them out. Yeah, I could see that. Is there anything you want to ask me? No. Not even for a favor in return? No favors lost between friends, I'd say. That sounds like a toast. Haha, why not? To friends. I'll raise a glass to that. Glass 'em. Vandalism detected. Incident logged. Recorded at 8:55 a.m. local time. Geopositional data encoded. If I could have all citizens in the area. Fuck off, copper! Visuals impaired. Facial recognition compromised. Pinging nearby opt-ins for corroborating evidence. Hey, he's lighting up every phone on the block. We need to go now, or what? He'll use his outdoor voice? Or he'll have us pinned down to our dental records before he can say we're Morning, Officer Leo. You look different today. You do something new with your uniform? Good morning to you too, Morgan citizen. To answer your question, I have not undergone any recent retrofitting. If you'd like a more detailed record of my maintenance history, you can make your request for... I got it! Must be the new coat of paint. You're referring to the act of vandalization that just took place. Only the most recent one. Super Cop over here has a new dent every time I see him. Scars honorably earned in the line of duty, scanning the street for jaywalkers and loiterers. Don't worry, ma'am. Our report has been filed and the police are working to resolve the situation. Civil disobedience at this time of day? What's the world coming to? They're just stragglers, ma'am. There was a period of unrest in the area last night. unlicensed protesting and demonstrating without a permit. Well, I hope you threw the book at them. The disturbance was handled, but individual instances of volatility may occur during the next 48 hours as we work to apprehend outside actors. Thanks for the forecast. So does the bleeding stop on its own? Androids don't have blood, ma'am. This is just a leakage of oxidizing fluid. My mistake. So you don't need a bandage, I take it? The leakage will dry shortly. With that conversation thoroughly exhausted, I let my mind wander as I wait for the signal to cross. And focus my eyes and dull my hearing, sinking beneath the hum of the city street, and fading through the lives bustling around me like so much sea foam. Across the way, a large man with worn hands and an ill-fitting belt turns to a gorilla-like hulk of a machine and cups his hands in front of his mouth. Yo, 61! The machine halts its lifting with uncanny precision and turns to him. We're going on break! The robot tilts its head to the side. Can't work the piler without Schwinn up on the roof, so... I don't know, take a load off, will ya? Understood, came the over-enunciated reply. The man, already walking away, tosses a dismissive wave behind him. Yeah, understood. A moment after the man turns the corner, the robot attempts to mimic the hand wave to no one in particular. Goddamn coppers on every street corner. At a bus stop, or what used to be a bus stop, now a charging station, a passionate young man voices his democratic opinion loud enough for the whole street to hear. They declare martial law when I wasn't looking? The small woman beside him, trying hard to appear even smaller, shifts in her seat. Well, they're just doing their job, so... Bots don't have jobs, except the ones they stole from us. Notice how they don't patrol nearly so heavy in Uptown even on the worst days? His audience, captive by virtue of sharing the same charging pole as him, shuffles, coughs, and stares even harder at their phones. The woman looks at her knees and pulls at her shirt. You're kind of embarrassing me right now. Sure. He makes a vague gesture with his hand to indicate he's stepped off his soapbox, and the shoulders of everyone around him relax a centimeter. Oh no, that's just... A woman with an exhaustion in her eyes sighs at a hologram floating above her chrome-plated palm. All around it... Okay, so there's hand phones here. Mods. Yeah, okay. Body modification, cybernetic prosthetics, artificial implants, neural enhancements, any combination of the above. Body mods have been seen throughout history. The modern body modification movement is differentiated by a shift from intrinsic factors, expression, or identity to extrinsic motivators, job opportunities, technological benefits, improvements in physical or mental ability. Mods have been classified based on which section of the universe. Historically, mods have been classified based on which section of the user's spinal cord the interfacing occurs at, thoracic, lumbar, or cervical, but this system does not account for mods which interact directly with the human brain. The increased prevalence of so-called above-the-neck modding in recent years has led to several corporations and medical organizations proposing their own new classification systems, but so far none have gained much traction. It is also frequently searched for, can you return mods, can you undo mod surgery, best reviewed neural implants 2086. While a rounded, smooth-looking android pushes a carriage behind her. Ellen, walk around the block, get her some air, would you? Apparently this call can't wait, and it's louder than a garbage disposal out here. Of course, ma'am, I'd be glad to. Android punctuates the sentence with a sound halfway between a whir and a purr, which, judging by the coos and giggles coming from the child, seems to have been well received. Robots, holograms, androids, drones, coppers if you prefer. Can't so much as sneeze in the city without a dozen different ads offering you a handkerchief. There's a vocal minority that think they're the downfall of civilization, but for everyone else... Too kind, ma'am. Thank you for your concern. It's hard to hate them when they're so eager to please. Crosswalk's giving me the okay. Keep us safe, yeah? Have a good day, Morgan citizen. It's a bright, crisp morning in the city. Lights changing and people moving in click-clacking harmony, all smooth as clockwork. Were I in a worse mood, it would all be a bit much. But I went out last night. So I'm feeling pretty refreshed this morning. As I reach the other end of the street, I pivot lightly and give Automated Dependent Assistant Officer L30 my best impression of a salute. Thank you for your service! And of course he creaks out a mirrored response. No sense of sarcasm, the poor bastards. But I didn't come all this way downtown to poke fun at the only happily employed class in human history. No, I came down here to make an important purchase. Today I'm going to buy a gun. Episode 1. An idle mind. I move my mic. Let me move. That's better, I think. No staff around, but all the lights are on. Do I have knocked? What's up? Dusk personality setting 6, the cool one. Let me know if I can help you with anything. I've probably forgotten more about firearms than you're programmed to remember. I bet you can! I recently acquired a license to carry concealed. Nice. Are you in law enforcement? Do you shoot for sport? Business or pleasure? Neither. May I ask why you're looking to carry concealed, ma'am? Oh, you know. Assault with a deadly weapon, cruel intent. That kind of thing. Some of my clients live in very rough neighborhoods. Even in broad daylight, coming down to the lower wards for house visits can be... I see, you're a lawyer. So I guess you'd say I'm in the market for self-defense. We have a wide selection of options for self-defense and a variety of sizes and calibers, with spread and PA fire options available. My bad, PA stands for pseudo-automatic. No. But for concealed, it'd have to at least be small enough to... It would go a lot faster if I just tell the desk what I want. Let's be patient. But walking in here and asking for a very specific model of gun is not behavior. I'm not trying to stand out. Some of the ones I test fired at the range left my shoulder sore for days. Do you have anything more discreet? Right, no problem. Electromagnetic pulse models feature minimal kickback with the highest accuracy. One targeted pulse of electricity can disable attackers at medium to short range, non-lethally and quietly. Sure, they're plenty quiet. They also have piss-poor range, and even sustained fire won't do shit to any modder with installation less than a few years old. Glorified tasers, barely suitable as party favorites for anxiety-stricken college kids. Well, hopefully not too quiet. I don't want someone to come running to my rescue. Of course. Would you like to take a look at our mag rails? Bullseye. Proud to offer a number of models that utilize the latest in miniaturized ultra-capacity batteries to generate a Lorentz force, which slings a slug fast enough to mist a limb at over 30 meters. And it's safe? Of course, ma'am. My bad. 2-factor safeties with GPS and emergency services sync. It won't go off unless you want it to, and someone will definitely come running. All those convenient safety features make it incredibly easy for the police, or anyone who can dupe their toolset, to lock you out of your own gun with the flip of a switch. You couldn't walk a piece like that down a single uptown street without passing through 9 or 10 no-fire zones. They're the very worst, most useless kind of weapon a criminal could buy. Sounds perfect! How do we get started? Why does it feel like every desk I run into has to be such a character? Mercifully, it's tucked itself away while the fabricators get the gun tagged. We've got time to kill, so is there anything worth checking out around the shop? Hate these kinds of screens. Gotta look at them with your nose turned up or else they start eye tracking. Next thing you know, they're saying hello on a first name basis. I've got practice with this sort of thing. I can skim the headlines at least. Why, the 12/6 work week gives us more free time than ever. I'm 14 and I tried dating a smart UI. It made me the happiest I've ever been. Oh, term limits are anti-democracy. Woof. There's my first credit. Transfusion from warm android saves soldier's life. That's one hell of a headline. If the Animate 6 wasn't selling well before, I'm sure by now it's... Yeesh, would it kill you to clean up a little? Guess the desk kindly asking customers not to litter can only get you so far if you're not willing to pay someone to sweep up. Wait, is this trash? This flyer, it's scannable? Stagnancy theory, really? They get a lot of self-proclaimed philosophers in here? Stagnant world, modern man's plateau. Renowned net philosopher Corbin Cawthorne, real name withheld, offers to take you on a deep dive into the global trends and sociological patterns that have driven our planet to the halting point in his groundbreaking and controversial seminar. Moore's Law used to be the benchmark, now it feels like a pipe dream. We used to dream of humanity marching bravely into space, of artisans crafting virtual wonders that made the confines of our own reality seem limited. Instead, our brightest minds spend all their time and effort kicking the can of climate crisis down the road, while their more fortunate peers spend their most productive working years in search engine optimization and customer experience design. The middle class, eaten alive by the rich they prop up, can no longer afford the very products they help create. Without mass consumer demand, tech no longer has evolutionary pressures to be as small and powerful as possible. In stagnant waters, only parasites and disease grow aplenty. The only cure comes from you taking action. Another link at the bottom, probably leading to a collection dish. Or a state honeypot if you want to be paranoid. I wonder how I sound. I get my... They better burn this shit before some neat freak idiot picks it up and gets arrested. Someone left a data pad out here. What's in the news today? Lobo threatens Tetra with ransomware vulgarity. Hi, Omni. Welcome to my Twitch. Lobo threatens Tetra with ransomware vulgarity. The internationally wanted terrorist and serial data... Oh, I bet that's Omni. OBS. Yep, that's what I thought. The internationally wanted terrorist and serial data thief, most commonly known as Lobo, has seized a cache of vital Keystone data files belonging to the Tetra Metallics Group, according to a press release from the mining conglomerate, and a blitz of cross-posts on 90 different socials, translated into all 11 dominant languages. The supposed hacktivist, radical conservationists, and gentleman thief made clear their intent to ransom said files back to their lawful owners at severe cost. Though the posts were quickly flagged and quarantined thanks to user reports, Lobo's latest manifesto, which we have declined to publish here on the grounds of journalistic integrity and due to the strong language contained within, has remained in circulation thanks to a loose network of rogue data harbors. In addition to a sizable monetary ransom, Lobo put out a list of demands that spanned pages. Most prominent among them was a call for de-escalation of all conflicts surrounding rare earth metal deposits around the equator. Sources of Tetra refused to confirm or deny reports that Lobo's captured data impacted only their billing services, but insisted that the corporation could not, in good faith, resume distribution until the ransom situation was resolved. Market prices for rare earth metals surged following the hacking attack, as supply halted and demand rose, stoked by memories of catastrophic supply chain disruption in the mid-21st century. A spokesperson for Mining is Progress, a lobbying group that represents the rare earth metal industry, called Lobo's repeated attacks acts of terror against the free market. Whoa there, looks like you're not logged in. Want to take care of that real quick? Okay. Then it's Lobo again, or someone using their name. Suppose it doesn't matter if they're the original or not, so long as they're a genuine threat. No one could snare a corporation as rich as Tetra without serious skills. It does seem consistent with Lobo's politics, making demands for... Hold on. It was ransom money, right? Well, that... yeah, I mean... ransomware. Money, money, money. Lobo's always earning it, I guess. Hacking takes effort and God-given talent, but you don't need much in the way of hardware to get started. So I guess it's probably not about the money after all. Okay, I'm wrong. I guess it seemed too obvious. It should have been too obvious. They'd also ask for that other thing. Yeah, okay. Oh, advance. Okay. And there's nothing else for me to look at. Okay. Watch. Some kind of news program playing on the screen. Oh my god, yeah, you're right. Most public places are too scared to put on any channel with content more political than the smiling micro apartment flippers. But this is the gun store after all. Power is always political. Wait, how long has it been? It shouldn't take them that long to get my gun properly bugged. I'm sorry, we received a breaking news story. We're seeking confirmation and yes, we have it confirmed. Lead programmer at Noble Electronics and famed designer of the Turing solution, Dr. David Asher, has passed. What? Proprietary Vantage automated dependent management system along with the Animate series of androids. Must be some kind of corporate propaganda tactic, or no, they wouldn't risk fake news? But why? Perhaps best known for his breakthroughs in the field of machine learning and language. Misinformation, maybe, trying to authored many of the developments that allowed for Noble's rapid growth and market dominance. David Asher is dead? Including the popular Desk series of smart UIs. That's very sad. I didn't ask. Sorry, I just... Commands only. Understood. Will you be paying with cash or credit? Debit. Oh, she kills people, by the way, Omni, just so you know. She's cute and she kills people, and she's a defense attorney. The gun was light, lighter than I expected. A real gun should always be heavy, greater than the sum of its parts. That's one of the things I like about them, their weight. They're anchoring the world around them, like they're a fixed point in time, like everything else is just relative to them, either closer or further to the end. Even cuter. I would have liked something heavier during that walk back to my apartment. Would have liked to have something to feel far away from. Didn't realize I was home until my hand was on the door. What is this? What am I doing? What am I doing? Fumbling in my pocket for my lighter. Golden, polished, tastefully ergonomic and fine and expensive. And a good lighter. It was a good gift. I kept the card, didn't I? Here it is. The only smoker in my life. I know gold's a bit much for your personal style. They don't make a lot of these anymore. Believe it or not, the only other people who share your vice are stuffy old men with bad, expensive tastes. Hope you can manage to get some use out of it anyway. Your friend, David. News might have more information by now. Oh, yeah, okay. David Asher is her friend. Oh. Or not. Looks like the net's full of copy-pasted statements from Noble, auto-edited montages, ill-fitting quotes, reactions to the news from every micro-celebrity under the sun, their raw, authentic emotion brought to you live from all the car seats and bathroom mirrors of the world. But there's nothing about his death, not even a time window. Did he die this morning? Was he found dead in his bed? Has he been dead for days while Noble's just been waiting for the right time to let it leak? Did he die last night while I was out screwing around? Phone call? Better not be work-related. I'm not in the right mood. Oh, Morgan! Hey, thanks for picking up so fast. She's Jessica Starling, who asked me to call her... Hi, Jess. Listen, I need to... I've already seen the news. What? Of course you have, duh. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, with the company and their people and all the... What I mean is, if it were up to me, you would have been the first call I made. For a decision like that to be up to David's assistant, about 1,000 other Noble employees above her on the ladder would have to get axed, but... It's alright, Jess. No one ever really knows what to do with these kinds of things. Still, I'm sorry you had to hear from a stream Chiron? I don't... What? What difference does it make how the information gets to me? I could have stumbled upon his corpse myself and I would feel mostly the same. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to call anyway. Yeah. If I want for more information, she's the best source I'm going to get, maybe for weeks. What to ask at a time like this. I'm supposed to express denial first, but she's probably short on time. And I don't feel like following the playbook to the letter right now. Can you tell me what happened? The police, they think he took something. Suicide? The police are already involved. They say it was some kind of poison, or... God. Noble's got a lot of weight to bludgeon the state with, especially in the city. I would think they'd keep the police at arm's length for at least a few days. Listen, Morgan, I need to ask something of you. Of course, Jess, whatever you need. Whatever you need. A bit much, but she's grieving. This is just how people talk. And it's not like my day was really salvageable anyway. I'd like to bring you up here to David's place. What do you mean? There's something I have to give you. You're not handling his will already, are you? If the police are involved, it'll be a while before... No, I'm sorry, it's not like that. Before he... No, please don't hold back on my account. David asked me to get this into your hands. It wasn't work-related, but he asked me. I know I'm asking a lot here, but since it's turned out to be the last thing he ever asked me to do, I'd like to get it done. I don't like showing up at crime scenes more often, or more quickly than strictly necessary. And that's when I only have to worry about the police. With Noble looming over all this, security will be doubled and scrutiny tripled. This is too risky. There's no logical reason to agree to her request. Swing by my place with the cab, yeah? Besides my own morbid curiosity. Right, of course. Thanks, Morgan. Thank you. Wait, I almost forgot! What is it? You don't happen to have anything you could wear in black, do you? In transit. The autocab hums a synthesized purr as our on-ramp merges into a canopy superhighway, steadily and suddenly all at once. Not much super about it, but it does cast one hell of a shadow. Canopies always felt very arts and crafts to me. All together, always added onto, never finished, never planned. It's clearly taken a lot of time and effort to make. The end result's still ugly, and it feels like it could fall apart at any moment. You okay, Morgan? You look a little carsick. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. But if I ignore her text now, she'll just send more later. Hey, Freckles. Saw your friend Asher on the news. RIP. Thank you. Trying to be sincere. Worth a shot. Hahaha. We all have our strengths. God damn, you are one passive-aggressive little girl. Why is all your filial piety go out the window whenever you talk to me? Filial piety doesn't work on you. You love yourself too much to appreciate respect. True, went the train. True, went the train. See, Freckles, you can be very insightful. You aren't too busy side-eyeing the whole world. Wonder where I picked that up from. Not for me? Haha. I'm pretty sure you were born muttering insults under your breath. The nurses tried to make you cry and you responded by giving them self-esteem issues. Did you ever have dealings with Noble? 10 out of 10 shift in the convo. Subtle as a car crash. Subtlety doesn't work on you either. Well, it might. If you were good at it. This is me asking you for advice. Okay. I guess this never sunk in. As you spent most of your apprenticeship asleep. But my clients were all celebs. They're rich and famous. I didn't have that many dealings with the Megs that own their likenesses. Is it really that different? Plenty. Celebs don't like people seeing their dirty side. So they pay smart people like me to clean up their messes. But Megs don't like people seeing them at all, period. And also, Megs are a lot more lively when it comes to... Gross. Hard workers with a lot of stress to vent. Hahaha. Stop. Do you have any actual help to offer? Truth be told, I did have this one run-in. Where I got shit deep into corporate intrigue. Why? I got caught beep 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 up the beep of Analife's 45 poster girl. God damn it. Hard worker. A lot of stress to vent. Ha ha ha. Glad to know I can always reach out to you in my time of need. I'm gonna let that slide because I know you're in mourning. Look. Corporate types are all a bunch of paranoid drug addicts. huffing glue and playing roulette on their phones, while fantasizing about stabbing everyone else in the meeting to death. But don't expect them to play nice just because Asher was your pal. My actual advice is, get whatever you're owed, and get out of there as fast as fuck, boy. That's a beautiful thought, Auntie. I mean it. Corporations prefer Viking funerals. What's a Viking funeral? Dignified ceremony where the body's sent out to sea on a boat. Then they set everything on fire and sink the ashes to the bottom of the ocean. Try not to linger, Freckles. You don't want to be stuck on board when they start knocking their arrows. Thanks. What the hell was that about me sleeping on the job? I worked harder in one day than any of you Gen Alpha drunks did all week. Could work smarter, lol. And if you want to go there, you did literally fall asleep on the job at the Xmas party. What is that? What is that? Why do you have that? Why do you have that? It's not even accurate. Work parties are still work, Freckles. I only had my eyes closed. Because all you old farts had your cameras flash on. Morgan, something wrong. You're sweating. Just deleting some spam. Got a couple more minutes of crawling through the canopy's guts before we reach David's part of the city. I mean, this is like 2080. Is this like 2086-ish? They mentioned that day. They mentioned that year. I don't know if that was, but like, I mean, I guess Vikings were a long time ago for us too. So maybe she doesn't have an excuse, but oh well. Uptown, our better half. Gleaming opera houses and towering corporate apartments. Boutique shops with more cameras than customers. Penthouses stacked upon penthouses in a frantic climb to the top of the rat pile. All ringed in by restaurants with long wait times and small serving sizes. The joke is that Uptown folks go most of the year without touching street level. Not much of a punchline there, it's basically true. By now, his whole block must be swarmed with cops, themselves surrounded by media, and all encircled by onlookers. I could try and enjoy these last few moments of calm, but if the storm's coming either way, I'd rather use this time to try and find my footing. Actually, Jess, if you got a second, I was curious about... Okay, well, I feel like if there's an unlockable, then I always want to choose it. I saw that headline, by the way, the one where your warm android saved that soldier's life. Oh yeah, pretty feel-good, don't you think? The folks at the company must have been in high spirits lately, I take it? That's what I thought when I first heard about it, but... I don't know, maybe upper management's never happy? Because they're still just riding sales harder than ever, pushing the traditional consumer markets. I thought they'd start building a pitch for Congress the day the story dropped. A big patriotic campaign telling everyone why we need a contract for warm androids in the military. I haven't heard about them moving staff around for anything like that. Maybe it's all above my pay grade. All the corporate power and money in the world. They're still such joyless assholes that they won't even celebrate their victories. You and David. Remind me, how many years did you and David work together? Oh, well, I started with the company about 4 years ago. They offered me a temp contract when I was graduating. I was put in HR right in the middle of a hiring burst, so I spent 2 months in the Warrens. Then an aptitude test got me fast-tracked to mid-low management. Sorry, Warrens? Oh, that's just what we called the company dorms back then, on account of all the people. Did they fuck like rabbits? Ah. Plus it was underground. Ah. Didn't see the sun that first month. My skin got so dry. Is that normal in your industry? Normal for everyone I've ever worked with. Except David, of course, but I mean, he was the best. Yeah. One Tuesday morning, Dr. David Asher walked right up to my desk like I had won the lotto. Said I should come work for him. Dr. David Asher, directly. On a random Tuesday morning, like it was nothing. He didn't like to do things on Mondays. Agreed. Said people were always too tired to get anything done anyway. Yeah, that's right. He did say that. I should know by now, right? 3 years of arranging meetings and keeping him organized, and occasionally straightening his tie. He was a good boss. He was a good guy. Yeah. When did you last speak with him? In person. Thursday. Thursday afternoon. The day before yesterday. He seemed normal. I mean, I didn't... We still don't really know anything, Jess. You're right, thanks. Thursday the last time I saw him, that was when he asked me to meet with you. I'm guessing you've already been to his place? Yeah, it's a real mess over there. It's that bloody? Oh god, no! Not that kind of mess! I just mean with the cops stacked on the media, stacked on the lawyers. Each of them with their own network of drones and all their droning. It's very, It's a very high productivity atmosphere, is what I mean. When were you able to get over there? Well, I got a call from legal late last night. They weren't exactly delicate in breaking the news to me. Last night. They said they needed my help sorting through all his... Well, you know how he left things organized sometimes. He's been dead since last night and they've kept it under wraps that long. I know there are a lot of powerful people in the circles, but it stopped from leaking for over 12 hours? That seems more than just your typical powerful people trying to control the narrative. Seems more like there's something they're actively trying to suppress. You found out last night. Right, last night. Oh god. I'm so sorry. I should have told you as soon as I found out. Really, it's alright. Did you see anything? No, I still haven't actually seen him at all. He was airlifted to the hospital ASAP, and that's where he passed, so... But, well, I didn't get the impression that the cops had been there that long. Not compared to the lawyers. They and the rest of the company people seemed pretty entrenched. Noble set up camp before the police even arrived. But what time would that have been? Guess I got there around 9 p.m.? Yeah, because at 9:15 they switched my phone to silo mode and I got locked out of everything but my work stuff. Sent my last blah at 9:13. See, gonna expire whoever put me in heels this morning. It me. They can do that to your phone? Lock you out of social media? Of course not. Well, unless I'm on the clock, or off the clock but on company property. Then they can remote all my tech, yeah. How convenient. So if I got in at 9 p.m., I guess the rest of the company people had been there since 8:30 p.m.? I hadn't been there more than a few minutes before the mood changed. Word about the hospital declaring him dead had started a leak. I see. He died after he reached the hospital? That's unexpected. It's 2086. He might be in trouble if he gets stuck in bureaucratic purgatory when you need to be in the emergency room, but other than that... If he reached the hospital alive, a good doctor can stabilize most any patient within a few moments. And Noble Electronics lead programmer would have a very good doctor. But what the hell happened? Is she mistaken? Was he just not officially declared dead until reaching the hospital for some reason? Or... Hard to think about, I know. Yeah. Or hard to believe. Jess, I have to wonder, what kind of request did David make of you that I couldn't wait a few days? Right, of course. He asked me to give you something. I'm moving my mic back. Okay. He asked me to give you something. Something? Is she trying to build suspense? Right, it's just, well, I don't know exactly what it is. You have no idea? He asked me to give you the contents of his safe. Are we headed to the bank then? No, see, he has this private safe in his basement. Maybe you've seen it? Well, I say safe, but it might be more accurate to call it a storage locker or a false wall? And all he told you was that he wanted me to have what's inside? Right, he was very clear about that part. Your eyes only straight into your hands. Handle it in person, he said. Strange. This is all pretty analog for someone as technically gifted as David. Coming from anyone else, I'd call it paranoid. But David was never paranoid. Even when he had every right to be. If you wanted this handled a certain way, it must be for a good reason. So, David asked you to do this on Thursday, correct? Yeah, Thursday. And he passed last night, Friday. Yeah. Wait, you don't think that when we met he had already decided? It's not healthy to speculate on that sort of thing. More importantly, it's not helpful. The dead don't have anything to offer the living. I should know. You're probably right. Besides, we'll need to focus. Judging by the size of the crowd I'm looking at, it looks like we're about to jump into the thick of it. Housing building. Latia. Lobby. And I thought there were a lot of police here before. Maybe too late to ask, but you're not bad with crowds, are you, Morgan? She's kidding, right? It's downright airy in here compared to what we just waded through. Wide eyes and clenched fists, hands peeking over shoulders and around signs. Police, both mechanical and warm-blooded, closing ranked with holograms and quick-set wires to draw a severe perimeter. While protesters, mourners, fanatics, and busybodies shuffle about at the edges of the police line, the heat of their panicked anxiety washing over. Who the hell were all those people? Well, there's always been people with strong feelings about our products. Android stepped forward into the mob, gently, firmly, unfeelingly parting the human tide. Most of them with official police branding, but a few remotely deputized consumer models emerged from the crowd to join them. All of them built by Noble. All of them built from David's code. All of them standing vigil outside his tomb. This is all technically company property, isn't it? Yep, David had the penthouse all to himself, but every other floor's tenants are Noble employees too. Not an uncommon arrangement in Uptown. Work at Noble, rent from Noble. Wave hello to your Noble neighbor in the morning and make sure to request a spot in line at the official company crematorium. They don't actually do that last part, I think. Does Noble handle employee funerary arrangements? Yeah, it's a pretty standard benefit, actually. It's cheap for them compared to dental. But Noble's always been generous with benefits. Work hard and the company will have you set for life. And after. Both the state and Noble have gotten themselves entrenched here in the lobby. Security and damage control and PR and liability. Everybody just glad to be working. I'm feeling a little overstimulated. Any chance we can just skip all these checkpoints? No, absolutely not. So who do we need permission from? The cops or the company? My request went through, so we should have the go-ahead from both at this point. We won't need to go near the actual, is it still called a crime scene if it's not technically a crime? I don't want to think about how many suits Noble's paying to debate that question right this very instant. David's vault is in the penthouse basement, but we can't get to it from these ground floor elevators. We'll have to ride straight up to the rooftop veranda, walk in his front door, and then head down. If Jess says we can do all that without stumbling across where he died, then... Okay. So if we just flash my ID card on any problem that comes up, including him... Hey ladies, look, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid we're at capacity at the moment. Let anyone else by and we won't be able to maintain... Huh, you're that lawyer, Morgan. You caught me, detective! How long's it been? Feels like it's been ages. Oh dear, not still bitter about our last encounter, I hope. I'll live. I don't see the spunky one around. She taking a mental health day to preserve that unflappable charm? Detective Reyes is around. Why, you miss her that bad? I've had blind pimples that were more endearing. You two know each other? Jess Starling, meet Homicide Detective Kasim London. It's a pleasure, miss. Oh, likewise? As you might have guessed, the detective and I are acquainted, comes from the line of work. Morgan's being modest, sweetheart. We're practically blood. Oh, wow, me? Sweetheart? Something wrong, Starling? Huh? No, nothing wrong. But close as we are, I still can't just let her walk in, off the street, and onto the scene of an ongoing investigation. Oh, hell. Silver, how do you follow me every time you see my stream? This is like the third or fourth time you followed me. Oh my god, yeah, okay, so... Okay. Yeah, this is good. I played the demo, like, last Thursday, so the VOD should still be up, but, I mean, this is chapter 1, and, Well, I guess somebody has died, but I don't know if this is actually what we're going to be investigating. You've never seen my stream before. I have video proof otherwise, but thanks. Okay. Even Noble's lawyers have to play by the rules today. Play by the rules, so there is a game afoot. What makes you assume I'm here in a professional capacity? You're a criminal defense attorney and we're at a crime scene. Call it an old man's intuition. Good detectives don't rely on intuition, though, do they? They rely on evidence. I want to rely on it, don't worry. I just need to lean on it every now and then when my back acts up. Oh, cool. Guy gets a bit of gray in his hair and thinks it's a free pass to act like a goddamn cowboy. Well, I'm afraid your intuition is off this morning, detective. I'm here on a private matter. The deceased wasn't your client? No, that would have been a conflict of interest. Conflict of you two knew each other. I see. In that case, allow me to give you my condolences. Thank you. But what I could really use is a bit of your help. You sure rally fast. Jess? Right. We have this clearance here, Detective Sir, from legal, which allows us... That's alright, little lady, I trust you. You can leave the paperwork holstered for now. Little lady? We aren't here for David, really. We won't be setting foot anywhere near your staging area, Detective. Okay, alright, let's see. Sure. Let's add window capture... Firefox? View my channel. Oh, well, I don't exactly know where it is in the, Oh god, this was like... I'm sure I was on... What you want, Hulk? Boom, I'm going to the nested data. Silverness 48200 is now following. 20 minutes to unlock and coming. Good one. Completely different username. Okay, yeah, my bad. You're in the comments. Wait, were they? Ratio plus ratio plus ratio plus ratio. Known supporter of my videos. Okay, so Silverness on my YouTube just happens to be a different person from Silverness 48200 on my Twitch. Yeah, okay. I should like that comment. Here, I'll give it the channel sponsor. And I have at least 2 streams since then where okay, maybe I actually can't prove that. I'm sure they're in there somewhere, but that's like hours of video to comb through. Anyway, it's whatever. Alright, why not? How generous. I can afford to be generous today, because if I screw up... You seem so confident! He gestures to the lobby full of suits and cops. Plenty of folks at hand ready to pick up the slack. Well, if you're that at ease, perhaps I can take this time to ask you a few questions. You can always ask Tiger, but I think you understand what I mean when I say whether or not I can answer is not entirely up to me. Okay. Looking tired. You're looking a bit haggard. How long have you been here anyway? Since this morning. But civilized folks don't call it morning when the streetlights are still on. Even if you got here around 1 or 2 in the morning, that still means homicide wasn't brought in until hours after Noble had to lay up the land. Sounds like you could use a break. I could use a retirement package. Hey, you're a lawyer, right? According to all my business cards. Think I can sue for elder abuse? Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. You would lose, though. I already regret asking. Why have they got a homicide detective losing sleep over this anyway? A man is dead and he wasn't killed by fire, a vehicle, organized criminals, or disinformation. As far as we know. But at the moment, homicide is technically not the worst fit. But we're leading in name only. A high-profile death like this, everyone's got an eye on us. And a hand placed firmly on the back of our neck. Investigation. I've been checking my phone, but the only thing the news seems to agree on is that David passed away. Sorry, but if you're asking for details... No, thank you. For not letting them make this into a parade. Yet. We do our best to respect the privacy of anyone involved with an ongoing investigation. We decline to say victim. Detective. Dr. Asher was a close friend of mine for many years. Yeah, he trusted Morgan more than anyone. Can you tell me if he killed himself? It looks like that's the case. I see. Thank you for telling me that. Dr. Ash... Yeah, you're, well, sorry. Another round of guarded words. David was an important man, and it has only been a few hours, but all this tiptoeing gives me the feeling that whatever happened to David, it wasn't cut and dry. You boys and Noble all getting along with each other, sharing your toys? Some of the younger ones are bristling, but I always play well with others, Counselor. And how well do the Megs play with you? What the hell? Mega... Oh, alright, brings me right to it. Mega Corporation. Okay, I think they told me that in Chapter 0, and I totally forgot it. But it's in my dictionary again. Yeah, mega corporations or anyone who works for them. Unverified explanations for how the term originated. Oh, whatever. How well do the Megs play with you? They give you full access to building security. They've given us access, and they say it's full. Some big Penumbra system, top-of-line coverage, top to bottom of the building. The size of the data stream's torrential. It'll be a while before we can start making sense of it all. A more conspiratorial man might think that was intentional. Darius and Data and Hope are too swamped to find whatever they're trying to hide? Maybe. Wait, they give you full access to the Penumbra? But that means every android in the building is feeding their full spectrum. You know your stuff. The Penumbra pulls data from any android connected to a building's net, but that's not much help since there weren't any androids in the penthouse. Right. You know, I'd heard the rumors, never put much stock in them, but it's true? Asher really never owned a single android? Never. Well, I suppose I might do the same if I was the genius who programmed them all. Every time they open their mouths, it'd just be his own lip service refracted 1,000 times over, echoing back at him from behind a mask he carved. So that means all you have to investigate with are the penthouse's security cameras. Yeah, but that should be more than enough to wrap up a case like this. In a good way, I mean. We're very much on top of this, ladies. David was one of the biggest names in tech. He was the face of Noble Electronics. Uh-huh. One could argue androids are only as common as they are today because of its contributions to the field. Some people felt that way, sure. So do you think anyone would want to hurt him because of that? Remind me, which one of us is the detective again? You really won't let me pick your brain? You already know the answer. Yes, ads are controversial, androids especially. We at Noble are aware that our products are sometimes the subject of heated debate, but... No need to quote the handbook at us, miss. Truth be told, I never really understood the hate. It's not that complicated, is it? How many people have lost a job to an ad at least once in their career? Every last one of them lost their jobs because their bosses, their flesh and blood bosses, fired them. Nah, ads are just a symptom. Scratch that, ads are just a product. Getting mad at them is pointless, and vandalizing them is less than pointless because unlike us, they're all insured. And besides, Android production has surged over the last decade to become one of the nation's biggest exports. True, nice to have at least one thing we make in this country. That's right, Noble only outsources the production of a small handful of internal components. Every other part of the manufacturing process is proudly done right here at home. I somehow doubt everyone considers the specifics of Noble's supply chain to be a point of national pride. But you don't need a political science degree to see how much the state values Noble's contributions to the national economy. Alright, now listen, I don't mind being helpful, and I am trying to be sensitive here, but we really do have a lot on our hands at the moment, so I'm going to have to ask you to be discreet, and ideally fast. Well, our business just in the basement, David's basement, but the penthouse is on the top floor, the roof, so its basement would be second to last floor if you want to be technical, detective. The point is, we don't need to go to the kitchen or the parlor. We'll go straight back to his workshop and then head downstairs. Kitchen and the parlor. I understand, but all the same, I'd like to escort you two ladies there myself. Wow, an escort like royalty. Isn't he a gentleman? Huh? Yes, he's... Lead the way, detective. True to his word, London ushered us past the chattering suits and humming drones, through the checkpoints and into the elevator. As it climbed into the sky, we got a good look at the growing throng of people gathered outside. And its shifting makeup. Seems like it's mostly protesters now, or worse, brand loyalists. Idiots led around by the nose their whole life, following the musk of whatever trend is laid out before them each morning. Today's trail having led them here, for half reasons they couldn't put into words even if their lives depended on it. They're like insects. Line number 654. I wonder if that's like... Actually, what if they counted the lines? And they look like them from up here. Or I guess maybe... However they programmed it. They're probably already preparing their spin. The Misunderstood Genius of Dr. David Asher, a video essay in 5 parts. Why the company insisted on cultivating such a following for him I've never understood. They could have easily pinned his achievements on someone more marketable. Some random photogenic employee, or a fashion model with glasses. David wouldn't have minded. He never wanted the attention, the chaos. Maybe it's as simple as bad luck. He just happened to have the right look for the part. A man buried in his work with his eyes fixed ahead. July 1st, 2086. Noble Employee Housing Building. Stadia. Penthouse. This is what? His laboratory? His shop, he called it. But down to earth. It's messy in here. David was always disorganized. Why a programmer needed to make such a mess to run tests on computers, I'll never... As sloppy as he could be, he didn't like it when other people saw it. If he was leaving things like this, he must not have entertained any guests down here in some time. Thanks for all your help, Detective London. Don't mention it. What, you want me to step out? We won't take long. Not lacking for boldness, are you? Look, I have to take a phone call. We'll be in and out as soon as possible, promise. And whatever Dr. Ash wanted to set aside for his foundation, we'll be sure to flag it. Right. She's already wearing gloves. If we find a dead body, you'll be our first call. Morgan, what was that stuff about his foundation? Dr. Ash's charity has always been managed by an outside group. You haven't spent a lot of time around crime scenes, have you? Actually, this is my first. Well, generally speaking, it's not really common to retrieve things from the premises while the cops are still searching them. Oh. Oh! Look, if David has something to give me, we can go get it. We just can't make a ton of noise about it, understand? Of course. Great. After you. Right. Quiet as a church house. The phrase is as quiet as a church mouse, but... Calm myself. I'm okay. I'm okay. But now doesn't seem like the time to correct her. David's shop was a mess, but the mess felt familiar. It was very David. Coming down here, I barely recognized the place. For starters, there's a goddamn gym. David hated exercise, always claimed he didn't have the time for it, even when I got him that treadmill, and the subscription for the personal coaching program with the scheduling subroutine. That he couldn't find the time. And then even when I explained to him that the program accounted for that and adapted to his schedule, he still... Morgan, what's up? You're smiling. What's so funny? Nothing, just surprised to see the place renovated. Yeah, he actually had me on mail tag with a couple contractors a while back. Never thought I'd have to learn so much about concrete and wiring and marble. Did you know marble needs to be treated or else indoor air will start to corrode it? I didn't know that. Is that true? Wait, is it not? But her guy told me that without an epoxy finish, the entire bar table could... Is that the vault over there, then? Yeah, stands out, I guess. Nervous? What's that? Oh, a little, I guess. The inhaler helps mostly, so... Aren't you going to open it? Open it? Don't you know the combination? No, I do not know the combination to David's basement vault. Oh. Oh. Oh no, how could I? He didn't tell you or give you a code? Or he gave me the code to get into the building. The parking garage. Not the code to whatever this is. Okay. You know, there were a lot of scattered papers back at his shop. What are we doing? Could he have left you a note on one of them? Yes, he could have. He would have. In fact, I think he probably did. You just stay right here, Morgan. I'll have this settled in just a sec. Sounds good. Right then. Well, it's definitely locked. Looks like it's a Tethys basic Sturdicure anti-hack, anti-digital high-rated code panel. Nothing basic about it, but at least I can see the password limited to 6 characters. Only 1 million possible combinations. Maybe I'll get lucky. Screw that. Forget it. There's a different terminal over here. Cotter Security Systems, according to the label, maybe controls the whole room. Damn, it's password protected too. And the code's 64 digits long? What's the point of a camera system that's harder to crack than your literal vault, you egg-headed... Okay, yeah, a programmer probably would care more about his IoT than whatever he can fit in a safety deposit box. What's IoT here? Internet of Things. Yeah, okay. Network data sharing that goes on between all the countless electronics that we monitor ourselves with. You know, my fridge really needs to be connected to the computer. One of the coolest ways that IoT improves our lives is through the usage of crumbs, small packets of data containing your own unique identifying information throughout your day. As your own IoT devices say hi to other devices, they'll leave behind crumbs as a parting gift. Paperless identification and payment. Help the government manage human and vehicular traffic. Crumbs let you see where you've been so that you can see where you should go. Want to start leaving crumbs right away? Don't worry, crumbs are enabled by default. Okay, sounds really cool and fun. Instead of, yeah, because cookies. Guess it's the 6-digit vault or nothing, but I'm a lawyer, not a lockpick. And whatever other felonies I get up to in my private time, I've never pulled off a bank heist before. Only tool I've got here is my head. So what do I know? I know whatever David put in the safe, he wanted it kept secure. And I also know that he wanted me to have it. So maybe he thought ahead. Maybe he guarded it in such a way that I would be the only one who could get to it. David liked games, and he really liked beating me. So if he's left one last puzzle for me, I don't mind going another round. David's wine collection still towering over the room. Don't know why he'd buy so many bottles. He didn't even particularly like the stuff. Maybe just to fill out all these shelves. Not all the bottles are untouched. Some of them don't have dust on them at all. There's a mechanism for retrieving bottles off the rack. The latest bottle chosen was a Murder Camp 81, could be significant. Except vintages only list the year they were bottled, not the month or day. It's not enough digits for the code. Okay, but maybe there's more than one bottle. This is the lockpicking lawyer? Oh my god, shut up. This must be a spare liquor cabinet. Damn it, there's a lot of good stuff in here, and a lot of bottom shelf swill. Kind of bargain bin vodka and nose burner whiskey that only an undergrad performer could love. Nostalgia sweet like that. Overpowering. 1 part per million can cover up even the cheapest aftertaste. It's a very big painting, and it's a impressionist? No, cubicle. Cubist, which is still incorrect. Why is there an asterisk? Come on. Yeah, cubicle. That sounds right. It is not. Whatever its style, I do remember that David liked this painting. Confidently having the character be wrong about something is incredible. If there was a date on it, that could be a 6-digit password, but I don't see one anywhere. Maybe signing your work was considered gauche among the cubicle-ists. I love women! True! Taking a closer look, this is a pretty serious-looking set of resistance training equipment. And these weights, they're all set near the max. If Noble hadn't appointed him a nutritionist along with a stylist, David would be downright scrawny. There's no way he was putting up these numbers. In which case, the digits on weights could be a clue. But there's too many and I can't guess the order. So what the hell, Asher? Did you just set all the weights to max because it looked more neat? Totally would. He totally would. Oh, don't. Oh, do I need to press advance once I've looked at all the clues? Okay. Oh, crack. This flooring's a new addition. Looks rough like sandpaper, but it's bouncy, rubberized. Feels like something you drag your feet on at the gym or on a factory floor. It's more high performance than high class. Expensive, but not in the way you'd expect for a penthouse. Well, scratch that. It's actually cracked here. Rubber doesn't break, it bends. That's its thing. So someone must have cheaped out during the installation, left a defect in. That, or David left a jackhammer on overnight. I've searched the whole room now. Time to make or break. Yeah. No dice. I feel like there's at least one hint. What, just like that? Just like that? What could you be on? What? Do I have... No, nothing in evidence, obviously. Do I have... No, that's settings. Backlog? Cubicle. That sounds right. Not all in the bottles are untouched. Murder Camp 81. Not enough digits for the code. There's an 81. 1 part per million? Does that matter? There was at least one hint. Wait, why does it say... Why is it shows up in purple? That means it's a search term? I don't think so. Big blue painting. Okay, sure. 11/25/58. Alright, fine. The date the painting was signed. A password that is and isn't left in plain sight. Nice one. Hey, Morgan, what? How'd you get it to open? What is that? I turned back around just in time to see a door finish swinging open with a mechanical grease, revealing a girl with a barcode emblazoned across her temple. Required by law to be plainly visible. It's an android, clearly marked as such, and yet even standing this close I could swear it's... snoring? Step forward and place the back of my wrist on the android's brow. Arm. It must be a prototype for the Animate 16. Or maybe a prototype for the 17? Or 18? Biomechanical android with real human flesh. Sorry, biomechanical, yes, but it's organic flesh, not human. They're grown from lax Gemini cultures, but the... Sorry, I misspoke. Right, understandable, since... You seem surprised, Jess. Hasn't Noble been working on warm androids like this one for a few years now? Warm androids like this one? I mean, yes, we have, sorry. It's just that this particular model is very, it's very cutting edge. Leading edge, judging by the flush in those cheeks. I think it's safe to say that we found what we were looking for. I think so too. That presents a problem then. Oh, do you not, approve? I've got nothing against androids. My concern is a bit more immediate and, well, practical. Practical? I don't know how to turn it on. Do you see a switch or something? Do you? Can we, turn it around? Or... I poked the android's ribs. A little less give than I expected, given its frame, but the rigidity's remarkably lifelike. I place my hand on the shoulder and give it a shake, but it doesn't budge. This thing has to weigh more than... Right, androids mostly transport themselves, so people are always surprised to find out they're a bit heavier than they look. A bit? I'm surprised the whole room isn't slanted. There's no way in hell we're moving this thing without waking it up. Crap! First the vault, now this. I was able to guess the combination just by poking around. Compared to that, finding this hunk of junk's power switch should be child's play, and I think I know where to start. Guess I'm gonna step back into the lab for a moment, alright? Huh? Oh, sure, there's gotta be a manual around here. Good idea, might be some kind of prototype, but it's still got a barcode. Maybe you can scan its GIN number and find something in the company files. Hang on. The N stands for number! All generic ID numbers should be paired with industry standard files and maintenance tracking power requirements. I somehow doubt that the enigmatic android taking catnap and sarcophagus in David Asher's basement will have a user manual, but it can't hurt for her to try, and... I'm okay, broke a heel, but I'm okay. I carry glue. And I'd rather search the lab by myself. Now then, if I were David... This is still like a crime scene, right? Well, okay, was his body here? I don't know if his body was here. Now then, if I were David and I wanted to make sure that only one person would be able to walk out of here with that android, how would I set that up? These appear to be holding tanks for something. How should I know? No labels on anything, typical for a genius, but a nightmare for anyone trying to pick up after him. There's a lot more hard science than I expected in here. Centrifuges and glass and microscopes. Don't programmers do all their work with a keyboard? Looks like a fairly normal computer. If I'm lucky, the security will be fairly normal as well. Boot up complete. Username. Local commands. David Asher. Morgan. Guest. Thank you for logging in as a guest. It didn't recognize my voice, so I can probably rule out a vocal command being the key to waking the android. You have a question? More than one. For now, though, what should I search for on his computer? Android. Search files for Android. 60,000 results and counting. Yeah, okay. David would have a lot of files on androids. I'll need to search smarter than that. Morgan. Search files for Morgan. 23 results from the local drive. I can work with that. Mostly phone book and social data. But I don't recognize this file type. Some kind of personnel format? Date of birth, education, occupation, blood type, height, and weight? Alright, buddy, a little invasive, don't you think? DNA and fingerprints. Now, why do you have all that, David? My DNA isn't in any database. I've made sure of that. The killer. So he couldn't have bought this anywhere. He must have collected it himself from a wine glass or the like. It would have been easy to do. But why do it? Diagrams of human anatomy. The hands are highlighted. The most developed part of the human body. Good for making stone axes and sending emails. Robots and frames can do just fine with claws for 3-digit imitations, but androids are expected to look like people and move like them too. Getting the hands right must be a big priority at Noble. That tree-like shape on the right is a neuron. Those branches receive input of varying weight, and then if the sum is greater than a certain threshold, the neuron fires. A 0 becomes a 1, and all the other zeros around it take that into consideration. Repeat that a couple billion times a second, and you've got the human brain, a computer powerful enough to simulate all of reality. That's the analogy I read in a magazine, anyway. I haven't seen one since college, but this must be a 3D printer. Of some sort. Feels expensive enough to make other printers look like soda fountains by comparison. Better not mess with any of the settings. Alright, I'm starting to get a pretty clear picture what it'll take to turn on this android. Got the what for the where and how. I'll just have to manage. It's still just a piece of machinery. If it really won't turn on, I can always start hitting it. It's something to do with her DNA, right? Like, I do this all the time. I focus so much on reading it out loud that I don't retain the information, but DNA and fingerprints. The hands are highlighted, so maybe it's her fingerprints then. Morgan, there you are. I've looked in every registry I could find and every database I could get into, but I don't think this android is in the system. It was a long shot, don't beat yourself up over it. Yes, but an android with the proper identification it's only buying or selling an android without proper identification that's illegal. And it doesn't seem like he ordered this online. I guess you're right, huh? We'll have it registered soon enough anyway. I think I figured out what we need to do here. Oh? If David really wanted me to have this, he would have left some way for me to turn it on. What are you thinking? David had my fingerprints and my DNA on file. By requiring both, he could be reasonably sure that no one was powering up this android without my approval. You've done a swab before, haven't you? Every month for the company. Apparently they're building a database on employee epigenetics cross-reference with... Oh, so you're gonna... My DNA and my fingerprint make the key. Now, where to find the lock? Okay. Well... Let's start with the nose, because I guess it's not impossible. Morgan, are you gonna stick your thumb up its nose? No, I'm not. Takes something that silly to boot it up. I don't even want it anymore. Hands? There was that diagram back in the shop. Was it meant to be a literal handshake verification? Huh, I thought that would work. Me too. Maybe somewhere with a lot of surface area? The torso, the chest? I am not doing that. Lips, I guess. The lips are one of the most sensitive parts of the body. Not the worst place to make a scan. Oh, that's still not doing it, huh? Maybe if I... Oh man, you went right in there. Are you touching the tongue? It's blinking at me. Good morning. Good moment. Line number 108. That can't be. Long beat. Good morning to you too. Cute. Hello, I've never seen you two before. Guess we should introduce ourselves then. Hi. This is Jessica Starling. She works for Dr. Asher. I'm Morgan, a friend of his. Got all that? I understand. She is Jessica Starling, and you are Morgan. Last name unknown? No, Morgan is my last. Father told me about you. Ah, he did? Wait, Father? David, you had to call you Daddy? I am referring to Dr. David Asher. Are you confused? That's not the word I'd use. I'll throw a bone beyond the grave for the good doctor and just move this along. Did David say that he was giving you to me? Transferring ownership? Ownership? That is correct. And what else did... Mostly correct. Right, and what else did he tell you? Many things. Can you specify? I thought conversation was the first thing David figured out how to program. Did Dr. Asher really tell you anything that he wanted you to convey to Morgan? A message you were supposed to pass on? Yes. Yes, I think it's trying to... Oh! Oh, okay, sure. I'll give you two... Or, well, I'll give you some privacy, Morgan. I've actually gotten about 14 messages in the last 2 minutes, so... I'll just head back up to the lab to take some calls, okay? Thanks, Jess. Yes. Thank you, Jess. You're welcome. Just the two of us now, so what do I call you? My name is Sarah. It's nice to meet you, Morgan. Trust me, the pleasure's all mine. So what's the message? Father told me that I would be living with you from now on, and he told me that you would look after me. Shouldn't it be the other way around? Should it? A model this lifelike with warmth and breath and something close to blood in its veins. Just what are you, anyway? You forgot my name already? It's Sarah. What were you built for? You're warm, obviously. You're not one of those physical therapy models, are you? That would be highly illegal. I haven't completed 500 hours of study as a state-approved massage therapy school. I haven't even completed 1 hour. What purpose did Dr. Asher design you for? I don't know the answer to that question. You don't know why he built you? No, should I? How can you not? Do you? Would I be asking you if I did? I meant, do you know why you were created? Why you were born? Why? Why me? Why would you? Why are you doing this? You're a freak! A monster! What the hell's wrong with you? Please don't kill me. Please, why? Why? Why was a monster like you even born? Guess I walked into that one. I was starting to wonder if you even had the Turing solution. Father's Framework for Programming Linguistics in Artificial Systems, and the body of work for which he first gained international recognition. Yeah, an international Do you have an answer to my question? An answer as to why you were created? Why you exist? Occam's razor. I'm here because my parents wanted me. I see. Then I will give a similar answer. I was created because Father wanted to make me. Can't argue with that logic, can I? Can't argue with that logic. Father did say you're a lawyer. Yeah, that's me. You're a lawyer, and I defeated you with logic. World-class, high-power attorney, the best defense money can buy. So do you catch criminals? That's what cops do. Do you litigate criminals? That's what prosecutors do. Then do you fight for the underrepresented? Expose injustice? Sue corrupt corporations and officials? I don't think anyone does that anymore. Then what do you do? I'm a criminal defense attorney. Defender of the innocent and powerless. Uh-huh. Do you also? Now that you know all about me, what can you tell me about yourself? I've never had to do that before. First time for everything. How old are you? I'm not sure I can give a satisfactory answer. 0 for 2 on answering simple questions. What's the date on your earliest memory? 2 years ago. And where were you constructed or assembled or whatever? What facility? I was not constructed at any facility. Father created me here. By himself. You're saying if I took you apart, I wouldn't be able to find any markers for any manufacturers, any IDs of your designer? You want to take me apart? David was a programmer, not an engineer. How could he build a custom android from scratch in the comfort of his own home? He couldn't have. He must have had help, probably a whole department's worth. If I ask around, there's gotta be someone in the company who can ID this thing and help me figure out what's so important about it. You don't look like any android I've ever seen. What are you made of? This body is comprised of organic tissues integrated directly into cybernetic systems. They require organic nourishment, including water, carbohydrates, and salt. Wait, worm androids have to eat and drink? They cannot be worth that much trouble. My cybernetic systems operate largely as analogs to their equivalents in the human body. I have a respiratory system for oxygen exchange and a centrally located pump that circulates oxygen. You mean you've got a heart? How quaint. Where does all the extra weight come from? Pardon? I tried moving you earlier and I felt like I was pulling against a truck. My skeleton is a combination of medical-grade plastics and a military-grade titanium carbide alloy. That sure took the wind out of her sails. My muscles are made of adaptive rare earth alloy nano-weave fiber with shock absorption and kinetic chain potential rated pass. Wait, did you say military grade? I have a grip strength above 1,000 kilograms. I can run at sustained speeds over 60 kilometers per hour. I can jump 6 meters vertically. I can lift approximately... I'm not sure what kind of grip strength most androids are walking around with, but I've never seen any of them move the way it's talking about. Even just standing there, it seems to be poised. Controlled, spring-tight, strength and flexibility like a ballerina or gymnast. Strong enough to flip over a tank, lifelike enough to avoid detection. As long as it never stepped on a scale, it'd make for the perfect infiltration unit. The perfect weapon if you could keep its development a secret. David really put something that heavy on my plate? Dismantling a military prototype in secret? Are you deep in thought? But a military infiltration android would look more crew-cut and forgettable. Would David really devote personal time and effort just to make another weapon for the military? I have other features I could tell you about if you like. If I shot you, would you die? It would be very painful, and there would be a discharge of fluid, but conventional weapons would not prove particularly effective. That settles that this thing's a weapon, sure as I... Would you like to know about my hair? Your hair? I'm impressed you noticed. Each fiber contains miniaturized solar cell lattice technology, allowing me to remain charged throughout the daytime. That must come in handy. I haven't actually had the chance to use it yet. This room has ambient wireless charging functionality, and I haven't gone outside much. Okay, maybe it's not a weapon after all. You're just a pincushion, aren't you? I am not familiar with the term. Searching. Pincushion, jargon, design, refers to prototypes filled with experimental technologies to check for compatibility issues. Got an idea, not sure what to do with it, stick it in the pincushion. It's as good an explanation as any for what I'm staring at. A mishmash of state-of-the-art military features spliced with odd new technologies and seemingly pointless additions. The end result being a singular, unsellable android that wasn't particularly good at anything and would break down after only a few years. Pincushions are a small but valid part of the field of android manufacturing. They are valuable to collectors who see them as time capsules filled with their designers' most outlandish ideas and least reproducible results. But even the most nonsensical pincushions are built by a committee over years with numerous engineers and programmers adding in their pet functions. Women love it when you take them apart. Okay. You know what? Vouch. I'll vouch for that. +2. The most, pet functions. The android before me claims to have been built by one man. A man who's now... Seems you got off track there, Sarah. Was there anything else David told you to relay to me? Besides that you were to look after me? He also told me that you were reliable and that I should trust you. He said that I was to listen to you and obey your instructions. Finally, some good news. As you say, Adonai. What's that? That word you called me. What was that? Adonai, from classical Hebrew. Translated literally, it means my lord. Do you prefer that I call you master? No. Very good, Adonai. Why David used Hebrew, though? Abrahamic myth tells of servants constructed out of earth and clay designed to resemble and obey their masters, golems. Golems. Father must have found the comparison appropriate. Amusing, more likely. It's just a joke. Father would not make light of such a thing. Sure he would. Perhaps we should ask him to clarify his reasoning for himself. Where is Father, by the way? Is he upstairs? When was the last time you were active? 38 hours ago. Thursday night, then? Correct. Right. David Asher is dead. He died last night. Understand? How? May I see him? See him? No, I won't be able to see him. Funeral's probably not for a few days. He was not sick. I don't feel like doing the whole song and dance with 2 robots in one day. It's very charming, but let's go to commands only. What? What happened? Did he have an accident? Why is it still doing the theatrics? Does it not recognize my authority yet? The police have determined that he committed suicide. For the time being, we ought to focus on getting you properly registered. Maybe then you'll take commands the first time I say them, and not, the police are wrong. Excuse me? They are wrong. Father did not commit suicide. He would never do such a thing. He had told me... Look, Sarah, I'm sorry. You're sorry? Father said you were his friend. How are you so calm? I've been around death a lot, so don't try to lecture me about grief, Spearmint. My name is Sarah. You will use it because my father, Dr. David Asher, the greatest programmer in the world, gave it to me, and he did not kill himself. Let's say you're right. David didn't commit suicide. If that's the case, the police will realize that soon enough. The police have already made their determination. That's what you just said. Father said that you were a lawyer, that you were capable and reliable, and a friend. You should be looking into his death. That's... Is that an order? Of course not. It is a request, Adonai. A request I'll have to refuse. The police have their job and I have mine. If I stick my nose into their investigation any further, they'll come down on me hard. Cops don't like lawyers on principle, but what they really hate are people who tell them how to do their job. Let's go. We need to... Father asked you to look after me. Yeah, he did. He also said you should obey me, but you don't seem quite as fixated on that part. And he said something else. He said that you owed him a favor. One favor. The thin ice starts here, Spearmint. That was between him and me. Father is gone, so now it is between you and I am calling in the favor now. What? You don't have to take care of me anymore. Consider that request null and void. You can sell me to some collector, or you can donate me to a university. It doesn't matter. In exchange, you will prove Father didn't kill himself, and you will make sure that whoever hurt him is held accountable. Why are you laughing? It's you and me, not you and I. You and me. David would roll over in his grave if he knew you'd gotten that wrong. It was not my intention to amuse or rotate. No, that's for damn sure. Fine, I'll take that deal, Sarah. You mean you will prove that Father did not? I mean, I'll look into it. I'm a lawyer. I don't prove anything. I just disprove what I can. And where do we start? I didn't realize you had a law degree. I do not have a law degree, but I'm a fast learner. This isn't a job interview. And I am far from useless. The ad did raise at least one good question. Where do I start? I'm a defense attorney, not a police detective, and David was my friend, not my client. I won't be able to poke around at all unless... I am also capable of... Can you tell a lie? I am capable of making statements that are false. Guess that'll have to do. Are you going to ask me to lie? Yes. To the police, in fact. Lying to the police is a felony. Androids don't commit felonies, they make errors. I see. What kind of error did you have in mind, Adonai? Are you sure about this? You have questions too, don't you? Right now I'm just a little better equipped to get answers than you are. Wait! No. Well, no. She can't defend an android. No, you can't defend an android in court. They're not gonna let that fly. Okay, go for it. I'll make sure they're watching. Is the air quality at Noble headquarters kept up to state standards? What's that? All these Noble employees seem to have asthma. Was Father also working under such poor conditions? They don't have asthma. Why are they all carrying inhalers? Yes, ma'am, she's right over here. Emma! Okay. Oh, it's you. Oh, it's you. Did I mess up? Oh my god. Oh my god. Women all around me. What do you mean that's a crazy voice? Eyes wide, she's a DA. Quiet. You succeeded spectacularly in getting Noble's ears perked up. Emma Rockford! Didn't think I'd run into you here. Yeah, I didn't think I'd be here either, but the powers that be think my presence sends a strong message to the Megs, so... No, wait, what are you doing here? A few minutes later. I see. I'm sorry for your loss. Okay, incredible few minutes later. Oh yes, I'm very happy about this, Rye. Thank you for noticing. Thank you for saying that. And thank you, Detective Reyes, for your many kind words. We can't all be as talkative as you. Normally, quoting poetry would feel pretentious, but you were so genuine in your reading. Bite me! I don't know that there's a need for all that. Very mature detective. Did you come up with that yourself? Oh, no! That's Kaguya's signature pose! Like the pop star? I don't know what you're talking about. You can admit it if you do. Well, there's nothing to admit, because I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know who that is. Wait, now you're saying you don't know who Kaguya is? She's the most famous? Yeah, well, I just don't know who that is, so... Ma'am! Huh? Weren't you about to say something? Oh, well, I'm still surprised to see you here now, Morgan. Are you helping plan the services? Actually, the company will be planning Dr. Asher's funeral service. Wouldn't his family want to take care of that? No. No? No. I see. Sorry. But if that's the case, why are you here, Morgan? Ha! Oh gosh, I'm so sorry to disrupt your morning. Hey, you're here for the same reason as every other suit they've got crawling around. Money. You're not wrong. There are a lot of annoying insects with annoying agendas scurrying around before my friend's body is even cold. But the honest truth is I don't even know if David had a will. The company helped him manage his estate. Legal is probably already on it. Actually, judging by how much coffee that intern is carrying into the elevator, I'm certain they are. Right, so if you're not here for the funeral or the reading of the will... Miss Starling asked me to come here, actually, on a matter unrelated to David's passing. An unrelated matter? That's convenient, isn't it? But now that I am here, it's come to my attention that the police have made a determination in the case of David's death. And where did you hear that? Am I mistaken? No, you're right. They concluded that it was suicide. I always count on her to be blunt. I was worried about that. Yeah, I'm sure you must be feeling... because I'm going to have to contest that charge. What? The state has made a charge. I'm arguing against it. The hell are you talking about? The police believe David committed suicide. Suicide is a felony in this country, detective. It is technically a crime to commit suicide, yes, but we're not in the habit of bringing dead men to trial. Especially not for their own murder, Morgan. No, not to trial, of course not. But there would be a preliminary hearing in a case like this. Technically, as a formality. Assuming the courts aren't busy that day. I'm afraid that on this occasion I'm going to have to insist on formality. Yeah, well, you really don't have much say in the matter, do you? With David gone, I have the only say, really. I am, after all, his criminal attorney. All that money and he needs his drinking buddy to be his attorney? Bullshit. I'm also skeptical, Morgan. It's a pretty serious conflict of interest to be your friend's defense attorney. You're absolutely right, it is a conflict of interest. And I would have said as much to him if I had the chance. What do you mean? I only found out that he wanted me to be his attorney today. After he died, how the hell did you miss that memo? Embarrassing, isn't it? But to be fair... I'm reading this, she's just like me for real now. But to be fair, it was hidden pretty well. Oh, I didn't know you had an android, Morgan. It's cute. Thanks, but it's actually David's. And it's technically my witness. Witness to what? 38 hours ago, that is, David Asher communicated to me as a matter of record the following explicit legal intent. That in the case of any and all criminal charges brought against him by the state, his attorney would be... Evangeline Morgan. Evangeline! Say. No, wait, seriously? Your name's Evangeline? Did your parents name you after a Christmas Carol? Should we all be curtsying? It's not that funny. No, of course not. Nothing to be embarrassed about, Evangeline. Or do your friends call you Angel? I hear Kaguya's on tour, Detective. Should I get you tickets? You could have your dad drive you like all the other 15-year-olds. Hey! Feels like we're getting off topic. What were we just... I was telling you that David Asher wanted her to be his criminal defense attorney. Imagine my surprise. An android's recording of a verbal expression of intent isn't exactly ironclad, Morgan. That's fair. And if we were going before an upper-level court, I would expect that to be open to all kinds of scrutiny. But we're talking about a preliminary hearing. A formality, as you called it. If he asks for representation, he deserves representation. Doesn't matter whether he's dead or alive. Am I missing something? What difference does it make? Not even adjutant would be obtuse enough to sentence a dead man. No, there won't be a sentence, but the adjutant will render a verdict. And verdicts have consequences even for the deceased. Is that what this is about? What's she getting at? The court agrees this was a suicide. That verdict will retroactively affect evaluations of the individual's mental health. Like whether he was in his right mind or not? You know anything about a state tax law, Detective? No. But I'm sure you'll be happy to educate me. More than happy. An individual found by a court to not be of sound mind can't very well give up their consent to the lawyer drawing up their will. If his will is compromised, all of David's considerable assets would suddenly be thrown into legal limbo. In which case, the state would be legally obligated to come in and pick up the pieces. So this is just about his money? I'm almost disappointed in you, Morgan. Well, when you take into consideration all the factors, it's actually more complicated than that. For example... Never mind. No, Starling, you should speak your mind. All I mean to say is that while Dr. Asher did have significant holdings in art, real estate, and intellectual property, he also, of course, owned a great deal of stock in numerous corporations, principally Noble. If he was ruled to not be of sound mind, and his shares were to end up acquired by the government, Noble would suffer as a serious blow to its commercial image and its standing in the financial community. All of which is to say there's a great deal at stake here, not the least of which is the reputation of a man whom I was proud to call my friend. You're not buying this, are you? In case you haven't noticed, the city is working closely with Noble on this, and they're not going to let you bring them any unwanted attention. Starling did her part. They're watching and they've stopped trying to hide it. From here on out, it's a gamble. Noble Electronics already has unwanted attention. Why are you raising your voice? If nothing changes, by the end of the day, the whole country's going to hear how David Asher committed suicide. By midnight, there will be questions about his competency, concerns about why the brain inside every single Noble ad was built by an apparently unstable man. The shareholders will have nothing to do all Sunday but brood over that sad thought and all its disturbing implications. By the time the markets reopen on Monday, I would expect a great deal of volatility. That's so. I understand Noble's apprehension, of course, Emma. I just feel like right now, the fiscally conservative thing to do would be to not get in my way. So you've got your reasons, and Noble's got a lot to think about. But why should the District Attorney's Office devote valuable time to playing out this game of yours? Because they're certain they'll win. That goes without saying. The court should have an opening at 6 p.m. I didn't have anything planned. And it's a date. Detective, would you get a clearance set up? Yes, ma'am. Updates every hour, yeah? You're out on a limb, Morgan. Better not linger. Here. Clearance for all the relevant sites and police firewalls. You can interview and investigate with your authority as an officer of the court now. If you haven't already been doing that, don't even think about being sloppy with discovery on this. Rockford might think you're funny, but I appreciate the warning, Detective Reyes. It's nice to know you care. I live to serve. And protect! Thanks for the assist, darling. Yeah, no sweat. Are all cops like that? Or are they more like that Detective London gentleman? Most are like him. Most cops I've met are like London, yeah. Decent, polite, and friendly? Lazy. Oh. Right, well, I'll see you at the courthouse tonight. If you need anything in the meantime, don't be afraid to ask. Good luck. Both of you. What do we do now? Well, I have a few options. I have access to the crime scene now. Probably the best place to start. Please tell me we're, like... I know. Sarah's gonna stick around, and we're not gonna get rid of her. But it like, made me so sad to hear Sarah say, you can sell me if you want. I'd like to head over to the company building as well, to get me registered, among other things. Either David killed himself or he didn't, but if he did, it's almost certainly his asshole corporate overlords who are to blame. In which case I'll want to take my sweet time raking them over the coals. What are you doing? Nothing. What about Father? When can we see him? He'll be at the morgue by now. The medical examiner will speak to me now that I'm operating under the court's authority. But if I stop to flash paperwork at every nurse and security guard with nothing better to do than ask questions... I'll have to... What's that look for? You were Father's friends. Thank you again for reminding me. Aren't there people you'd like to speak with? Other friends who'd want to know? Bad news travels fast. I'm sure everyone in the country has heard about David by this point. But all that heartbreak shit did keep me pretty occupied these last few weeks, and I was never one to pry. If there was someone who could tell me more about David's personal life over the last several months, it'd be worth the effort of finding them. You have someone in mind? Maybe someone he met recently? He spoke about becoming close with someone this year, a musician. Now that you mention it, there was a PO post something that David might have mentioned when we talked back in... I will begin a search. I've completed my search. I found nothing. Thanks for the old college try. That smug-ass grin at I found nothing. Is that really the best you can do? Father was a private man, in person and online. With just a few letters and the fact that he was a musician, I'm afraid we don't have enough information to narrow down the results, Adonai. No, we have plenty of information. We just need the right person for the job. What kind of person is that? Time date expunged. Precinct 112. Detainment room 001. And who would you even have called? I don't know. But I still should have gotten my phone call. Instead I got you. Who are you again? My latest guardian? New foster parent? Want me to call you mommy? I'm not really the motherly type. Hey yo, we might actually get along. Okay, we had a text... I think we had a text conversation with this person in Chapter 0, but like... So I've got good news and bad news. I'm not your guardian, I'm your lawyer. You've been given a lawyer because you're being charged with a felony. Fascist pig, skipping school's a felony now? Hacking into a government database has been a felony for a very long time. That wasn't me. You have your keystrokes, your IP address, your login times, and the playlists you were listening to. That was for a homework assignment. Here's what I don't get. You got in, copied the data, could have gotten right out. The state wouldn't even know they'd been robbed until they saw their password show up on black market clearance 2 weeks later. But you didn't get out. You stayed and made changes to their database. You robbed the bank, got clean money, then dragged a can of spray paint behind you all the way home. Why? Look, I didn't steal anything. That wasn't already I didn't steal anything that wasn't already compromised. And the only data I edited was my own. So if anything, they should be thanking me for correcting their mistakes. What, did they get your birthday wrong? My name? Name changes are only 2 pages of paperwork. You just need to fill out the form and get a signature from a parent or guardian. So, what's the good news then? The good news is that I'm your lawyer, not your guardian. The hell? That doesn't count as good news. That's just a thing you said. Don't be so sure. A lawyer's a lot better than a guardian. How's that? Parents, guardians, foster whatevers, they're all supposed to take care of you because it's the right thing to do. A lawyer is someone who always does what's best for you no matter what, because that's how they get paid. So how good are you at your job? Hello, Moncour. It's pronounced French. I know how it's pronounced. Okay. Don't call me that. When I met Fran at that police station, I couldn't help but bet that I landed the jackpot. A valuable asset with a skill set complementary to my own personal and private pursuits. Someone who, after seeing the sweetheart probation deal I managed to land for them, would be more than happy to help me with whatever I need whenever I need it. Always so cold, Fran. Can't I even get a good morning? No such thing. Nothing good's ever happened until the afternoon when people are actually awake. What I got instead was a compulsive liar with a horrific sleep schedule and a crippling addiction to poor time management. What do you want, Red? Can't call you up just for fun? Not if you don't want to get blocked. Need you to find somebody for me. Can't do it. I got homework. You both know the only time you ever do your own homework is during the class it's due. And I've got sports. You can't tell a basketball from a hockey stick. And I've got a bidding war to win. You're the only person on Earth bidding on 70-year-old Coochie and Air Jordan vintage reps brand. I didn't mean to say it like that, but I think you could take your eyes off the auction block. So yeah, so sorry, but I'm busy. So I was hoping we could skip straight to the carrot portion of the routine, but if you insist on doing things from the top. Huh? I had an interesting conversation with your parole officer yesterday. Oh, yeah? They've been really into the self prefixes lately. What? Self-motivation, self-actualization, self-help. Oh. And he thinks you could really benefit from it. You're lying. He's got all the workbooks ready. Clearly your Saturdays are stacked, so I'll make sure your Sundays are full of... Fine, I get it. I need you to find a local musician. Musician? Knowing you, this will be Electro Swing or some other awful. Last name Powell or Parker. And that's all you got? They'll be in David Asher circles. Wait, Asher? You're working that? That should be more than enough for a clever kid like yourself to go on. Don't go expecting any miracles. I need this soon, within the hour ideally. Within the... You know I have other clients, don't you? Other clients who actually pay you on time? A musician, find him. Hey. Even talking over the phone, you're very animated, Adonai. What do you mean? Just that you're very expressive when you talk to people. Of course I'm expressive. If I wasn't, how would anyone know what I'm thinking? I see. I'll keep that in mind as we... Wait, you really expect to tag along? Of course. Father was... Yeah, I know you want to, but why should I let you? Because I am capable and helpful. Uh-huh. I mean it. I can take notes for you. And move heavy objects. And I'll learn to do more. How? I will subject every individual we encounter to a basic survey to procure biographical information on them while I gain experience in questioning. Subjecting them to torture. I can help, Adonai. How fast can you fill out forms? Fast. Congratulations, you're halfway to being a paralegal. Aw. Oh, that added Sarah's profile. Skill talents. I'm good at lots of things. Skills. I'm not sure how skills differ from talents. Occupation, unemployed, crossed out. Paralegal? Incredible. Oh, Dislike static. Okay, I see how it is, Sarah. Alright, I'll see myself out. Oh, good night, Omni. Farmed. What do you... Okay, good night, Omni. Pretty quiet elevators, huh? Dining room. You could have taken the next one. It's a busy building, detective. Can't hold up everyone else on our account. Anything you'd like to grumble at me before I start? Don't touch anything. I don't care that you're wearing gloves. I have been to crime scenes before, you know. Long before the police get there in many cases. Look, Rockford asked me to not get in your way, but that doesn't mean I'm going to bend over for you. You at least have the autopsy report? No. Are you seriously? I don't! She doesn't? The report should have come in hours ago. It wouldn't take this long unless the cause of death was still... Then I'd settle for a summary of the preliminary findings. An emergency call was made shortly after 8 p.m. last night via the home security system. I think I'm mixing this voice with Fran. Emergency medical services had a VTOL in the air within the minute. They landed on the penthouse's helipad at 8:08. Dr. Asher was found unconscious with low blood pressure and a weak heartbeat. He wasn't breathing. In-flight auto triage administered artificial CPR while in transit to Gatesfield Memorial. He was declared dead a few minutes after being taken to the emergency wing. I see. And the cause of death is... being investigated. Make an educated guess. He stopped breathing, so they gave him oxygen. His heart stopped pumping, so they had the machines take over. His brain activity dropped to 0, and there wasn't anything else they could do. It was poison, wasn't it? What kind? You don't know, do you? Ah, they don't know either. Like I said, ma'am, we don't have the autopsy report yet. Why are you certain it was poison, Adonai? Couldn't it have been an accidental overdose? If he had overdosed on a commercial drug, even a pre-med student would have spotted it on the hospital's intake screening. He would have been able to pump his stomach, neutralize his bloodstream, and he would have lived. But he didn't live. So it must have been something deadly, a compound designed solely to kill. A fast-acting deadly poison that causes respiratory failure. The list can't be that long. Even just through process of elimination, the medical examiner should have identified it by now, unless you suspect a designer drug, don't you, detective? Why is it you're only quick on the uptake when it suits you? Nothing else makes sense given what we know and what we don't. But the CDCA decriminalized and cataloged all recreational drugs. Guess you aren't entirely clueless about politics. So whatever father overdosed on should have been in the hospital's database. You need to update your definitions. You're confusing designer drugs with recreational drugs. What is the difference? Recreational drugs are decriminalized and sold through pharmacies after years of testing and mountains of paperwork, while the average designer drug was invented last week in a 19-year-old line cook's bathroom on the other side of the globe. Hospitals can't know the proper countermeasures for an overdose of a drug that didn't exist 48 hours ago. I came across makeshift labs all the time when I was a uniform. The equipment's cheap and widely available. Black market cooks, gray market peddlers, and white-collar lobbyists all chasing each other's tails in a long line to find the next big hit. CDCA didn't change shit. More people die from ODs than ever before. The only difference is it's their families finding them in the living room, and it's not beat cops finding them on street corners. Real comforting, I'm sure. If it wasn't you talking, I'd say that was a criticism of law enforcement. Not law enforcement, just a law. Assuming it was a designer drug, that would certainly make things more complicated. For the insurance guys, maybe. For us, whatever he used to do it, he still killed himself. Or didn't kill himself, if you insist. I'm going to take a look around now. Yeah, sure, make yourself at home. What's that face for? I thought that there would be an outline. An outline? Around where they found father. Like in the movies? Like in film. Connect to the police's network and bring up their ARCS file. Augmented reality crime scene, I see. User portal authenticating, initializing. Oh, yep, that's an outline. There is an outline! And so this is where he... He died at the hospital. This is just where the medics found him. And it's the sensors and cameras they were wearing that create the basis for this ARCS? They didn't realize they were walking into a crime scene, but their body cams gathered data all the same. Where do we start? You can start by following behind me and trying to be as quiet as possible. I'm starting to get a feel for when she's pouting even without looking. It says here that when the medics arrived, he was on the floor face up. Does that tell you something? Hey, if you were going to drink a glass of poison, would you be sitting or standing when you did it? I find it very difficult to speculate on that hypothetical scenario. The seat by his body is pulled out. If he was seated when he lost consciousness, I would expect to find him slumped over on the table. But he wasn't found slumped over. No, he wasn't. And if he had been standing when he lost consciousness, I would think he would have fallen forward, or at least collapsed less neatly. So what can you conclude from that, Adonai? Only that I'm missing something. Hi, Seb. Wow, a lot of people are popping in today. Well, 5. Let's count to 5. A chessboard and a datapad with a series of characters on it. You know, I guess putting live on Twitch in my Discord status really changes everything, because people don't notice the purple dot. They just read the status. A chessboard and a datapad with a series of characters on it. E4, C5, and F3, E6, D4, CX, C takes D4, N takes D4. So knight takes D4. Which opening is... Ooh, hang on. I wonder if... I'm sending this... I'm sending this to my chess friend and seeing if they can tell me. Yeah, like... I guess people are just more likely to look. Like, people, even if they know what purple dot means, I guess live on Twitch is just more attention-grabbing. I like saying it in words is just more attention-grabbing. This is... a game. It's just a game. Algebraic notation. Was he studying an old game or playing against himself? Black has checkmate in 40 moves. Wow, a robot that's good at chess. We ought to put you in a museum. But I'll take your word for it. What do you mean? Do you not play Adonai? No, especially not against David. Hang on. That should also... I should include this part. Okay. No, especially not against David. Well, that is to be expected. Anyone who challenged Father to a battle of wits would naturally grow tired of losing. Every game starts the same. Each player has the same pieces, the same moves, the same options. It's a true test of wit, strategy, and forethought. To me, it always seemed too... boring? Too fair. The smarter player wins every time. And that is something you take fault with? Of course. Oh. Night. Of course. How's a guy like me supposed to win a game like that? Okay. Obviously, there's other... let's look outside. I always admired this view. Buildings gleam with reflections of holograms and sunlight, and their shadows obscure all the rundown, rotting parts of town. Maybe the view's secondary. Maybe all anyone really wants is to put as much distance between them and the street level as possible. Is it possible that a witness could have seen something through these windows? Not through these windows, no. David installed wide-spectrum auto tint in all his homes, all his cars. I didn't know that. Well, you wouldn't notice unless you were viewing the penthouse for more than... Why did he care so much about his windows? Auto tint. Okay. Anything... Wait. Police androids monitoring the scene. Could almost mistake them for the real thing, the way they stand there trying to look important. Like an indoor dog taking its first trip to the park. Pardon? Why are you looking at it like you've never seen an android before? Because I haven't, in person. David didn't even let you have a mirror? Brutal. Just scan its GIN if you're that curious. Unless that's considered too forward or whatever. I guess I could just say Jin. Scan its Jin. Yin. Better take a closer look. Password locked, but already cracked by the police, it seems. All the docs were take-home safe, nothing spicy. When was it last used? 7:48 p.m. Still reading work emails only a few minutes before he committed suicide? Morbid. There's a lot of messages marked priority that breadcrumb their way back to an article. Oh, Oh yeah, we saw this headline earlier. Warm android blood saves soldier's life. In a stunning and heroic episode, one of our nation's brave soldiers had their life saved by a noble android, and in a way that no other competitor's product could. A brave private, name withheld, was wounded during a military operation whose exact nature and location is currently classified. Bleeding badly and far from the nearest triage station, he was carried to safety by his fellow freedom fighter, an Animate 16 Enforcer, one of the few warm androids being currently tested out by the armed forces. The android didn't just sit there and wait for evac, it opened up its own arteries and pumped life-saving UD, universal donor synthetic plasma, into the young man's veins, stabilizing him long enough for him to reach a military hospital. I have no doubt he'd be dead if there was any other android fighting alongside him, said one commanding officer who asked not to be named. I always thought Noble was only good at making ads that look good. Now I know they've got something inside them that no one else can compete with. The story brings a well-deserved shot in the arm to Noble's stock prices and market share. With this one heroic moment, Noble's warm androids have proven themselves to be worth their price tag and then some, and people in the capital are paying attention. It's certainly an interesting idea, Senator Mathing said when asked about committing to a military contract for Noble to provide the armed forces with more models. The story's got people talking. If we just ignored our constituents' feelings on this matter, we'd be neglecting our duty as politicians, and I know none of my peers would ever try to put a price on the life of one of our soldiers. While additional details about the incident have remained closely guarded, the net is already ablaze with talk of, oh damn, you're not logged into this device. Why don't you pop your user details down below and enable crumbs so you can get the user experience you deserve? This is that article that I've seen going around, but why would Noble have it marked as priority? Sterling said they weren't in any rush to pat each other on the back over it, Starling said. Even though they'd won themselves a real... Well, both, right? They'd won themselves a real prize. The military contract. They now have the... There we go. Now I'm media literate. They now have the excuse they need to pressure the military into a contract for warm androids. Can't dismiss the expensive upgrade as unnecessary now that it's saved a soldier's life. This time next year, there will be pink oxidizing fluid being spilt all over the globe. Okay. I wonder how many... Wait. What crap. Okay. My Wi-Fi shockingly has not been acting up this time. Check the cup. 2 cups, one empty, knocked over, and one mostly empty. These look cheap. Did his guest bring them? I've seen them before, in the basement liquor cabinet. He kept these lying around? I knew he regifted those crystal glasses I got him. Ark says there's nothing foreign in the upright one, so it can't have been poisoned. Results are inconclusive on the other cup, however. Looks bone dry. Must have been nothing but fumes left by the time this was considered a crime scene. Just not enough there for them to test. Inconclusive could mean... Inconclusive means inconclusive. That's all. Cheer up and read me the results of the fingerprinting. Father's prints are on both cups, as expected. But there are someone else's on the upright cup, so someone else must have been with him last night. Slow down. All that proves is someone else touched the cup. Doesn't tell us when they did it. And since we don't know who the prints belong to... Adonai, why don't we know who the prints belong to? Are the prints flagged as unidentified? Or... No, there's space for a name, but the field is black. Shit, am I already that late to the action? Detective Reyes. Yeah. There's a second set of prints on the cups. Is there a form you'd like me to sign? Doesn't matter how nicely you ask. Sometimes people just can't answer. You should know that damn well, Madam Counselor. I was afraid you'd say that. I don't understand, Adonai. What does this mean? It means that whomever these prints belong to has very proactive representation. Those prints belong to a witness, as you've guessed. You're more than welcome to their testimony. But their identity is... The department is being very considerate of the witness's privacy out of respect for their time and appreciation for their cooperation. Fine, forget the name. That easily? Subpoenas are always an option, but I'm short on time. What did the witness have to say for themselves, Detective? To paraphrase, they came to see Dr. Asher last night. The two of them talked and they had a drink together. Then the doctor got sick, so they activated the emergency system from the panel in the kitchen. The EMTs came and took them both to the hospital. Asher's condition got worse. All the witness's vitals were normal. The witness had their vitals taken? Then there should be a record of their admission at Gatesfield. And that's it. I'm guessing you didn't just take all of that on faith. The number is set up in most of the rooms on this floor. Everything the witness told us was corroborated by the building's own surveillance system, so yes, we can guarantee the witness never put anything into Asher's drink. I'm guessing that I can't have the keys to the penumbra, can I? Not until the witness's lawyers are done reviewing it. Lawyers, plural? They don't have time to trade jabs with the law office of Johnson, Johnson, Johnson & Johnson. Say, how about I give you their business card? Law office of Kokler, Gustav, Prince & Prince. I was close. No way I'll be getting any client information out of them directly. If all you bloodsuckers want to get together and tear each other apart, text me before you start. I'd like to watch. Yeah, I bet you like to watch. What? What? What does that even mean? I don't know. Needed a moment to think. So that was it. One chat, one peek at the camps, and you've already eliminated them as a suspect? Look. They were searched. They didn't have any poison, any drugs, not even a stick of gum. Even if they somehow did have poison on them, the camera footage confirms they had no opportunity to use it. They drank from the same bottle as a dead man. As far as the department is concerned, they were nearly the second victim. They aren't dead or even ill from the sound of things. Or you think he poisoned his own cup beforehand, then poured for the both of them from a safe bottle? That's what the evidence is telling us. There's nothing in the bottle or the witness's cup. But after drinking from his cup, a cup he prepared for himself, he fell ill and the witness didn't. And Asher died with a foreign substance in his body. An unidentified foreign substance. Suicide by poison. I get that you were close, and simple explanations aren't all that satisfying. That's life. One last thing. You just said he prepared his cup himself. Did you see that on camera? He left the parlor to get the drinks and came back with his already poured. The witness said he got them from the basement. The witness says that, not the cameras? There's no cams in the lab or in the basement. That seems like a security hazard. Why would Noble not set things up more carefully? It's intentional. If cams of his lab ever got hacked, outsiders could steal his IP and kick Noble's monopoly to the curb. Right, David did complain about Noble's weird protocols for combating corporate espionage. At least we can take comfort in knowing that Father wasn't alone when he died. Yeah, that's worth investigating. Not good. It's worth investigating. Spilled alcohol. The arc shows how it looked last night before it evaporated. No foreign substances in the puddle. It's clean. So does this mean wherever the spill came from must be clean as well? Rose River Whiskey, 12 years old. You recognize it? Sure, he was more than partial to the brand. It's a good brand, only a bit overpriced, which is the bargain of a lifetime in David's world. It appears that the police have already tested its contents. No foreign matter present, was their conclusion. Is it possible that the police missed the poison? No, even if they can't identify the poison, they can detect its presence by comparing samples of the whiskey to a bottle off the store shelf. So we can eliminate the possibility that the bottle of whiskey was poisoned. We'll have to find our smoking gun elsewhere. I mean, that seems... There's gotta be something. One chair knocked over, probably where David was sitting. And one chair pulled out, a party of two. He never cared much for socializing, but he enjoyed hosting. Contradictory guy. Seems like that's everything critical on this side of the room. Which leaves the kitchen. You said there's camera footage of the dining room showing David and his guest. What about in here? Only camera in the kitchen is the one mounted on the call terminal. The console took a snap image when the witness ran into contact emergency services. May I see it? Not unless you scrape the witness's face off the pic first. Don't tempt me. David's fridge. Normally I wouldn't go poking in the pantry at a crime scene, but this was a poisoning. Some white wines chilling in the drawer, some real cheap liquor stuffed in the icebox. Old habits. Reyes, you said you left the parlor and came back with that whiskey from the basement? Ha, that's for the camp show, yeah. Huh? Yeah, okay. There's plenty to drink right here, and unlike the cabinet downstairs, it's actually cold. You must have wanted Rose River in particular. What's that look for? You hungry? I am an android. I do not get hungry. Are you being sarcastic? Only mostly. I thought you said you required organic nourishment. I do ingest organic substances, but that doesn't mean that I experience hunger as you do. When you don't ingest organic substances for a long time, I become tired. What a great feature. And when I'm done digesting, I don't know. No, well, I'm curious. Does she poop? Does the android poop? Messy workspaces, but a pristine kitchen. David was a good cook, but only for others. Unless he had a guest, he'd happily eat instant ramen and protein bars for all 3 meals. Or 2. Or 1. No signs of food prep to be found. Not so much as the cheese board. Though whoever this guest was, they must have shown up unannounced. 3 unwashed dishes and a single glass. Reyes, these dishes haven't been scanned for prints yet. And I just assumed you might want to do your job. Yeah, there are prints. Most match the victim. There's also... Hey! Don't sneak up on me like that! All I did was walk over to you. You knocked over the salt, Adonai. I was focused on the task at hand. Didn't realize tunnel vision was a selling point on your mod. Adonai, the salt! As I was saying, the witness's prints are on that glass. That glass in the sink? They were drinking from cups in the parlor. Did you see a glass on camera? No. So when did they touch this glass? You need to toss it over your shoulder. Oh, superstition. Okay. Witnesses must have thought about giving the guy some water, but he would have choked on it if they had tried. He would have just choked on it if they had tried. What, you think this glass was the murder weapon? It's bad luck, Adonai. Whacked him on the back of the head so fast it went between video frames. Didn't match the shutter speed. That's genius! You should go through the footage frame by frame to prove your theory. Mature. It's bad luck. Okay, what else? There's gotta be something. Nothing. 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 Really? Really? What? Okay, it's the giant glowing red square. Okay. I thought you know what? I guess okay. This is where the emergency call was made. What time did the call go out? 8:04 p.m. Before you ask, the witness left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. Not enough time for them to alter the scene. I wasn't going to ask that. When did the medics arrive? 8:08 p.m., remember? All of a response time for a penthouse. Private EMS came by air? Yeah, they landed on the VTOL pad you saw outside. Took them to Gatesfield. The very best if you can afford it. Looking around here, seems like he could afford a lot. He got his insurance through his employer, just like most people. Caducey is his executive plan 4, as unlike most people, counselor. He had executive level? Not like most people at all. You've now had the chance to survey the crime scene. Yeah. So do you think you know what happened? Detective, is his body still at the hospital morgue? Yeah, he's at Gatesfield, along with the 100 noble mags who've all called dibs. And I'll just have to cut in line. Sarah, get me a ride to Gatesfield Memorial. What? You can do that, can't you? I can. What? But I need your payment information to get started. Yeah, okay. Understood. On my way down. Got it? Sync complete. That pickup for 10 minutes should be plenty. The crowd down there seems to have gotten quite large. 10 minutes to reach the pickup spot may be an ambitious target, Adonai. How bad can it be? How bad? As I approach the lobby's exit, the building's soundproofing begins to fail. The crowd has gotten bigger, but there's something else happening out there. Something else happening out there. The energy's not panicked yet, but it's creeping up on the tipping point. Are this many people pissed at Noble for selling androids? The hell's got them all so excited? Adonai? What does that symbol mean? In this rabble? Probably something vulgar. Which one? That heart with the bullet hole. I don't know. It's probably nothing. Based on net associations, it appears to be a symbol for the Heartbreak Killer. That doesn't make any goddamn... No! That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would that freak have a symbol, or a following, or these... whatever these people are? And why the hell would they be outside David Asher's apartment? Because Noble's trying to cover up the truth. They are? Those Megs in there are scrambling to shed every document they can. We need to stick together, form a perimeter, and try to catch them when they go to dump the scraps. Sarah, what are you hoping to find? Proof that Asher was killed for trying to blow the whistle. Blow the whistle on Heartbreak? Nobody doesn't want the world to know that the A-16 is sentient and homicidal. You think that Heartbreak is an android? You think whoever did all that was human? Yes, I do. In fact, I know who did it. Nova's advanced prototype went amok and started killing. Started killing random people? Don't be a lamb. It only looks random. There's a clear pattern as long as you're smart enough to see past the bullshit. Oh, okay. And how does one see past the bullshit? Stop engaging. Smart kid, she gets it. She's asking the right questions. What the hell are you talking about? No way those victims weren't related. It's gotta be deniable ops. They must all have been in DO together before getting their records bleached. Then as soon as they have outlived their usefulness... What are you, nuts? Everyone knows the first 6 HK got to were the 6 prototypes that came before him. Warm android so perfect no one could tell the diff. A bullet to the heart's the only way he could kill those other over-engineered freaks. Everyone's got a goddamn opinion. I see. Stop seeing, start moving. These people are insane. Why don't you eat some more corn slab, asshole? You think you can be the cyberpunk without ever thinking for yourself? Short science fiction story, and later having grown into a genre all its own, yes. Digital guerrilla warfare, where the genre has persisted into modern times and evolved in numerous ways. I mean, this is a cyberpunk story, pretty much. I don't have a response to the chess question. Taking on new meaning is a kind of mythologized way of being for the adolescent or disaffected to aspire to a code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organizing, corporate disengagement, and socio-economic consciousness. Cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name, a wanderer with their own rule of law. Mercy appeals thus, there's no such thing as a 21st century hero. Is it any wonder the most vulnerable among us? Turn to the past for guidance. Get ready with me, Cyberpunk. The 99 Man explained our co-ops illegal. You think it's a coincidence victim number 6 was working on Harpo crops? They're putting something in the food! Those people, Heartbreak. This is a goddamn embarrassment. The hell am I paying taxes for if the state can't shut the shit down? What about you, Adonai? What do you think about this Heartbreak figure? They're just a murderer, should be caught and sentenced like any other murderer. But they must have some reason for doing such terrible things, aren't you curious? Why? Are some reasons for committing murder better than others? They might have experienced trauma or abuse. They might have... Millions of people experience trauma and abuse every day. Millions. And yet there's only one Heartbreak. So you think that they were just born that way? That's my guess. That's unsatisfying? Sad. I don't see why it would be. If Heartbreak was born like that, then they never had a chance to be anything else. If Heartbreak was born like that, then none of us normal people have to ever worry about turning out like them. Says Heartbreak. Come on. That kind of predestination. It means they never have to take responsibility for what they are. State can make them take responsibility as soon as they catch them. You make it sound so trivial. They're a very dangerous serial killer. Just a serial killer. Just? If HK shot someone every day, it would take them 1,132 years and about 11 months. In order to have killed 413,789 people. You did that in your head? I'm good at mental math. You counted the leap years! But what is the significance of that number? Deaths within 18 months of the Blakefort industrial disaster. Times that number by 2 for the injuries, tack on another 183% for the birth defects. 413,000 dead, and there wasn't anything evil about it, just human error, some shoddy welding in time. So you think that heartbreak is nothing by comparison? Perhaps that is the problem then. If they're nothing, if they represent nothing, then they can stand for whatever the crowd wants them to. Please make way. Officials are coming through. Please disperse. Keep walking, pigs! Fascists! And Noble owns the cops. Only the cops they build in their factories. Very funny. Why are we tolerating this shit? You want me to wade into the crowd with a nightstick? Prove them wrong? You know what I mean. We're the only people in the city trying to do some goddamn good, and they all just... That's just part of our job, detective. No offense, ma'am, but wearing a police badge earns you a little more hate than... Do they give prosecutors badges? I have an ID for the parking garage. Does that count? Depends. You ever hesitate to wear it in the open? This moral relativism of yours seems like a strange philosophy for someone in your profession, Adonai. Breaking out the thesaurus on me? I'm only being realistic and humble. I'm just one woman, Sarah. Whatever I do, right or wrong. There's less than a % rounding error in the grand scheme of things. Do you tell that to your clients? No, but they come to appreciate it when I win. I don't mean cops in particular. The same deal applies to anyone who works for the state. Terms are stark, but the ink dried a long time ago, and we all agreed to them. I don't recall voting for it. Well, not voting is how these things come to pass, so... We traded freedom for safety, individual rights for collective power. State won, the citizens lost. The very least we can do is take their criticisms head on. Look, I don't have a problem with the responsibilities of authority. Only with authority being challenged. But they treat us like we're the bad guys. Well, sometimes we are. Sometimes the law is wrong. So if any given individual is too small to ever affect change... So if the public's gonna hate us no matter what we do... And if corporations and governments will trample over people the same regardless of their character, and if we can't even be sure we're doing the right thing, what do you do, Adonai? What the hell do we do? I think it's pretty simple. It's not as complicated as you'd think. In times like these, in a world like this, the only logical way to live is, the only moral way to act is, do whatever it takes to win. If I'm insignificant in the grand scheme of things, I can do my worst and no one will notice. If power is inherently evil, holding back won't save your soul. Just fight with both barrels, and trust the opposition to do the same. Winner takes all. Oh my god, Toxic Yuri. Oh my god, Toxic Yuri! It's crazy! Gatesfield Memorial Hospital. Yeah, okay. That's where we're going. Ugh, thank you, you're a lifesaver. And the next time that Bridezilla texts you, just turn your phone off. Chatty guy must have been due to go on break. When he tried and failed to find the witness's medical record, his datapad had the name blacked out. But I did see that they have Caduceus Executive III, more expensive than David's, which means they most likely... How did you do that? You need to hold the button to get the doors to close faster. Mashing does nothing. That is not what I meant. There were many others who arrived before us. How did you get us down here so quickly? Well, I didn't do anything. It was that nurse who escorted us. Yes, but you managed to get a stranger like him to help you with so few words, so little information. I don't think you even gave him your name. Haven't you heard of the Golden Rule? Of course I have. Treat others how you would want to be treated. Wrong. Treat others how they would want to be treated. He wanted someone that he could vent to, he wanted someone to pay attention to him, and he wanted to feel appreciated, which meant he'd be eager to help given the chance. Even just reading someone's mood is quite difficult. How can you know how another person wants to be treated? There are no mind readers. No one can ever know anything about what anyone's thinking. Maybe not even themselves. Doesn't matter if they're your parent, your twin, your lover. It'll always be a gamble. That is not a very comfortable sentiment. Well, I think it's fun. Only because you're good at it. How did you get good at it? Same as anything. Observation and practice. You must have been observing and practicing for a very long time then. So we proceed down the hall, bear left, and look for the fourth door. I'm gonna open the one that says morgue on it. Oh, hey! Come on in, don't stand out there in the cold, wouldn't be accurate. Sorry about the chill in here, but I run a little hot. And you can see my roommates never complain. Because they're dead. Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Dr. Sato, just the lady I wanted to see. So I didn't expect that I'd get to. The fact that they've assigned a medical examiner and not some ad or junior means. Oh, you can just call me Yumi. And you're... Morgan. I represent the deceased. The deceased? Oh, the deceased. Asher D. Wait, really? That's weird. I thought this time slot was scheduled for a group of noble PR people who... I know, weird, right? Well, what the hell do I know? Was getting tired of hosting Megs anyway. Gotta finish typing up this report before we talk shop. But in the meantime, feel free to make yourself at home. What's this? The hospital's getting renamed? No, I guess it's some other hospital that got snapped up. Hospital renamed to thank Ikaria family. Ribbon cutting ceremony held uptown today. Plotter Memorial Hospital was formally renamed after the Northeastern Ikaria Medical Complex in recognition of the family's incredible generous donations over the last several years. Latest in a string of philanthropic efforts by the family to result in a name change after they paid for the renovations to the orchestra hall and the retrofitting of what used to be known as the Scout Arena. It wasn't so long ago that the Ikaria were better known for drawing blood than donating it. Back before the 50s, they had a fearsome reputation for cutthroat business practices that had their business rivals going so far as to accuse them of involvement with organized crime. After the founding of Renigen Medical over 25 years ago and its subsequent sale, the Ikaria have moved out of the business world and into the upper echelons of society that are sometimes mockingly referred to as the Neobility, a generation of newly minted aristocrats born from the unique and chaotic economics of the mid-21st century and the Red Decade. When asked her opinion on those who'd labeled her family House Ikaria at the hospital's renaming ceremony, Renigen board member Mireille Ikaria had this to say: in this country, anyone can make a name for themselves, so long as they're willing to put in the work. Mock new money all you want, but the truth is that success is all about reinventing yourself, and the only ones uncomfortable with that are, we're working hard to print out the rest of your article character by character as tough work, but will we be able to go about it a lot faster if you leave a trip, want to drop your payment info in the jar? Okay. Great. A reputation for cutthroat business practices in the 50s. Involvement with organized crime. We're always in the same line of work, and they're plastering their name wherever to get themselves a new image. All the Neobility are eager to prop up their image wherever they can. That must go double for the Ikarias. Assuming the truth about their criminal past is anywhere close to the rumors. Good, okay. That's a lot of screens. Sorry, whoops. That's a lot of screens. There's gotta be diminishing returns on productivity. Why do you have so many monitors, ma'am? Can't just ask someone that. Good question. Every quarter when they do inventory and budgeting, they ask me if I need anything, and I never do, so I submit a blank form. But I guess a while back there was a +1 in a spreadsheet somewhere, and no one's ever corrected it, and so... boom, I get 4 new monitors every year. Do you run out of things to use them for? Sometimes, but this year I've started running 2 dramas at once when I'm doing rote work, which helps. Watching 2 television shows at the same time helps you do rote work? Helps me use up the screens. I see. Are these all dead bodies? One would hope so. I only meant that I'm surprised to see them stored here. As opposed to alive bodies, I guess. It suggests a backlog, which suggests a higher murder rate than the public data would lead one to expect. Do you only examine bodies for the police, doctor? Oh, I wish. Yeah, most of my job involves confirming COD on natural deaths for insurance adjustments. Insurers want to blame the mod for failing. Mod makers want to blame the stiff for not exercising enough. Family says the company insurance plan would pay for mods, but not a gym membership. Yeah, that whole wall there is suspected defective liver mod, suspected leaking internal bio battery, suspected CCIC. CCIC? Climate change induced complications. You can prove that climate change contributed to an otherwise natural death? Very, very rarely. If it can be proved, what does that mean for the family of the deceased? Plus or minus 14% of the life insurance payout. I mean, it's most of what I do, and I don't dislike my job. It's just so much of what I do just boils down to telling a bunch of cheapskates how to split the dead man's bill. It's enough to make homicide feel like a breath of fresh air. You finishing up over there? Right, okay. So what's up? Thanks for your time, Dr. Sato. My first question would be, what was the cause of death? Oh wow, hi there, cute android. I didn't even realize it was really cute. The skin that's remarkable. Even just looking close, you can tell they really are warm. Still not quite human body temperature, but they've come a long way. The early gens all look flush, felt like they were always running a fever, and they ran like it too. Even 2 years ago, the average warm android only lasted... Sorry, but the circumstances surrounding this particular case call for its expediency. Right. So what can I tell you? Were you able to determine the cause of death? Well, cause of death, sure, we got that much figured out at least. Why doesn't that sound particularly reassuring? Dr. Asher died of respiratory failure. Not enough oxygen in the blood, not enough blood going to the brain. Root cause being widespread depression of the central nervous system. What would the symptoms be? What would it have looked like? Lightheadedness, followed by dizziness, then headache, slurred speech, exhaustion, loss of consciousness, and finally respiratory arrest. Report shows that the EMTs tried intubation, then resuscitation through electrical stimulation repeatedly. By the time they got to the emergency room, they were desperate enough to attempt direct artificial blood oxygenation, but it was too late. And you're certain of all of this? Oh, well, most of it, sweetie. Most of it? Yeah, it's turned into quite the puzzle, and I'm used to having more pieces to start with. I was surprised a man as rich and famous as him didn't have any kind of biomes, but his files show he wasn't a viable candidate for modding. Yeah, that's right. Without the kind of first-hand tech, we don't have nearly as much data as we'd like. But it was extensively monitored from the moment the EMTs arrived. We're very certain about our conclusion. Just... Oh, the inhaler from earlier. The stimulant sold in Adroxone has since become one of the most widely used drugs in the corporate world. Class 2 stimulant of least concern. Employees of any corporation in good standing and have access to Adroxone without a prescription. It's the stimulant of least concern. Beneficial to their work performance. Workplace Adroxone, as it's sometimes called, is dispensed through biomonitor enhanced inhalers that automatically detect overdoses and keep track of possible habit formation. Automatic safety levels may be adjusted at supervisor's discretion. Unsubstantiated claims that Adroxone was first invented as a purely recreational drug by the Skullhead Mafia. 2084, an industrial hydrogen fuel accident resulted in the deaths of all 391 known Skullhead members, placing the investigation at an indefinite standstill. Fascinating. What am I looking? I'm looking for biomes? Yeah, biome monitor. Okay. General use term for wearable technology or implanted mods that monitor or provide feedback on an individual's vital signs. Biome use is relatively rare among the middle class. Some sociologists and consumer trend analysts point to anxieties about the climate, pollution, and the stresses of modern life as to why adoption of biomonitors has met resistance with medium-wage earners. One's health is already assumed to be poor. Constant knowledge of its status might be considered uncomfortable. Frequently employed by incarceration, probation, and workplace health initiative programs. Oh my god. How much of this do I want to read through? Fake Gin barcodes, fins, are one of the most commonly requested tattoos. Incredible. Signing a check to pay the fine for displaying a false GIN on an international broadcast every time he enters the ring. That's hilarious. Okay. I'm not going to read all of these out loud, but I may as well scroll through them in case anybody else wants to read them. Success rate. Yeah, the Turing test. Turing solution. Wait. We've followed it legalized in tax for narcotics. Extensive. Yeah, okay. No such just. Conspiracy theories. Incredible. Superior. I own that password suggestion algorithm. Want to resecure? Try this. Relax your shoulders, stand up from your desk, take a deep breath, and then firebomb your own servers. Literally cheaper for you at this point. For the rest of you slackjawed screen lobotomies looking for a little excitement in their search history, find a pig and rip their throat out. That'll teach you how to run with the wolf. Lobo is king. Noble. Better known as Noble Electronics. Yeah, okay. Obviously, we know what a subpoena is. Come on. I guess some people might not. That's what this is here for. Automated dependent. Okay, catch-all term. Yes. I think I might have been around last time. Searching for automated dependent may incur an account flag. Cool. I'm and courier because French. Here, I don't know. Aguya. Intricately crafted lore. Lore explained. Iceberg. They still have icebergs in 2086. Disappointing. This is the bad timeline. Well, yeah, yeah. It's extremely rare in modern times for the people's evidence of a crime to be found lacking, making prelim hearings somewhat of a formality that is frequently sidestepped without protest from the defense. David Asher was okay. Do we need to highlight the edits in red? Who ran to the Wikipedia page to put it in past tense? Exists in some form in 92% of active automated dependent source codes. This entry has received an unusually large number of suggested edits in the last 44 minutes. Dissemination of disinformation is a class 3 misdemeanor. Spreading conspiracy theories about public figures is a violation of our terms of service. CDCA Contraband Decriminalization Acts. Yeah. of drugs getting legalized, basically. In what was considered a domino effect, other major nations around the globe passed comparable laws to fill up their own depleted war chests and revitalize their local economies. A white wave of global amnesty overturned the international drug trafficking market in just a few short years. Gray wave. Economic and literal war against multinational corporations for dominance of the gray market. Rates of addiction and overdose deaths have dropped since their peaks in the last 2 decades. Okay, maybe... Yeah, we know about Worm. Neobility. Yeah, makes sense. Copper. Because the element and... Is it an element? Is it a compound or an element? I'm not sure. There's such a pure copper sounds right. Yeah, okay. That's everything. Extensively monitored. From the moment the EMTs arrived, we're very certain about our conclusion. Did you find anything else unusual about his body in your examination? Cuts or bruises? No injection sites, nothing in any cavities. Nothing at all, huh? Talk screen. The police mentioned a talk screen. Yeah, that's the thing. They ran a talk screen when you first arrived. Typical diagnostic intake procedure. Based on the emergency call, they figured he must have overdosed on something, but the talk screen gave them nothing. After he died, we performed the broadest screenings possible. Nothing. So were you forced to conclude that this was a natural death? I didn't give up that easy. I took blood samples to compare the makeup with what was on record in his previous medical history, and I managed to isolate a single non-naturally occurring chemical compound that wasn't there before. What was it? Some exotic toxin from a different hemisphere? I wish. I ran it through every available database we have access to, and even a few I only sort of have access to through some friends. Not only does it not match any known poison, it doesn't match the chemical makeup of any registered compound. So a designer drug, huh? That seems to be the best explanation. What the hell did you do, David? You said it didn't match any registered compound. What about compounds that aren't registered? Those friends of yours, private sector folks? Yeah, and pharmaceuticals. If one of them patented a new compound, a new drug, what would keep its formula from going on the record? In the private sector, intellectual piracy is the norm, so you're expected to protect your research aggressively. Patent first, find a use later? Yeah, a patent would have to at least describe your compound in brief, but depending on what country you file in, I've heard it may be considered prudent to keep the actual chemical makeup off the record. Smart, using international IP law as your own personal minefield. How so? Whenever you're ahead, patent as much as you can, as fast as you can, but bury the formula so no one knows where it's safe to walk. Anybody small and ambitious comes along, finds a new drug they're excited about, you flip up your card, let them know you came up with the idea years ago, and that you'll give them death by 1,000 court dates if they so much as blink. Wouldn't work on anyone your size or bigger, they could punch back, but for the rest of the field... Wow, you corporate lawyers are scary. I'm not a corporate lawyer. So you came up with that strategy just now? So it's possible that this poison is actually a known substance? Something that the hospital could have easily identified? If it wasn't considered a trade secret. Yes, unfortunately that is a possibility. Still, just because a drug is new, that doesn't mean it's original. Does the effect that this compound had remind you of any other drug? Maybe one that's prescription only, or a controlled substance? One you might know by another name, but with a patented structure? Sorry, sweetheart, this is a general depressant. There are a lot of drugs that have that effect on the body, and they come in all shapes and sizes from all kinds of places. If the effect was unremarkable, what about its strength? Could you estimate how much of the stuff he had in his body, all told? Not precisely, no. Not without detailed knowledge on its half-life, but I guess that it must have been about 20 milligrams? Is 20 milligrams a lot? Not for a medicine, so this wasn't just an overdose of something relatively harmless then. No, not if 20 mil was enough to crash his entire nervous system. Thank you, Yumi. Of course, so... You ready to view the body? We could skip it if you want. I know most people get squeamish around corpses. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. It really shouldn't. It really shouldn't, Morgan. Okay then, let's get started. Alright, I'll just step out for a moment to give you some privacy. Yes, please, thank you. Last time we talked was on a Sunday. You were complaining, I remember that. It's the principle of the matter. Right, you had ordered this cheap piece of shit sculpture or something by mistake. It came damaged and you wanted to send it back for a refund. I gently reminded you how with your salary it was literally not worth your time. And I kindly offered to throw it out for you since you're having so much trouble letting go. You're only offering because you want to see how loud it sounds shattering at the bottom of my trash can. I denied it even though you were right and it was obvious. I should have let you have that one. I thought that he would look different. But he looks exactly the same as I remember. His skin is pale, and he's very still, but his face is the same, his hair, his hands. You were expecting something more drastic? The last time I saw him, he was alive. He smiled, and he told me he would see me soon. Now he is dead, something is gone, and I can't find the difference. I'm trying to look harder, but I think I might just not be capable of it. And I wonder why I was created to not be capable. Could be an issue of skill. Or maybe it's not something that can be seen, no matter how hard you look. But it's there, I guarantee it. I've seen the transition enough times to be sure that between life and death, the distinction has significance. To the dead, at the very least. You're going to smoke? Here? Now? I'll pay the fine. That's not the issue. Were you expecting me to fall to pieces? Real boys grieve in all kinds of ways, Pinocchio. And some don't grieve at all, it seems. I'm a cold woman, sorry to disappoint. The hell? Why the hell won't this thing light? I don't know. You have your cigarette backwards. Incredible. Awesome. Alright, that's back into cold storage for him, so need anything else? Can you send me the chemical makeup of that compound you isolated? Sure, for what it's worth, let me just... Got carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen with hexagonal structures. So it's organic, but there's a number of metallic elements too. If you had to speculate on its intended use based on what we know of its structure, well, it certainly acted like a depressant, binding to receptor pathways and affecting the balance of neurotransmitter reuptake. Depressants are pretty rare in the designer drug scene. True, people are always looking for a higher high or a crazier trip, but a more powerful depressant will just make you fall asleep. Not much need to hit up the gray market for that kind of experience. No, there's not. I see. Thanks again. You've been extremely helpful during a very difficult time. Hey, anything you need, give me a ring. It's very generous. Rockford's orders got me on call, so I'm already getting overtime for the whole weekend. Glad to hear it. Goodbye, Yumi. And goodbye to you, Greenie. My name is Sarah. Nice to meet you, Sarah. Up on-ramps and down off-ramps, above skywalks and under tram lines. The buildings get progressively more polished as we head into the most economically developed part of the city. Corporate territory, national headquarters for the likes of Howe Industries, Lokkun, Ethis, Neath, each of them sheltering their own microcity of employee accommodations beneath their skyscraper shadows. Whalefall, the entirety of the ocean floor coming together to feast and grow and live off the fetid, rotting fat of the leviathans that swallow generations of people by the mouthful. Weight is commonly listed, and my weight is... Do I really have to disclose that? Double is claimed one of the largest shadows in the city, a towering nerve center for the whole nation's android industry. Meant to be intimidating, I'm sure, but today I'm glad that Noble keeps such a sizable physical presence here. I need answers about David and his work on Sarah. Answers I never get browsing the company website or speaking to a representative. Synopsis, relationships. There are typically trivia sections as well. Should I start there? Noble will have their guard up, of course, but even that will tell me something. Where they let me walk, who they let me talk to. History. Their efforts at performative transparency and clumsy obfuscation. Well, how did you know my father? What? I'm sorry, did I interrupt your brooding? No. What did you ask? My father. I know you were his friend. But what was your relationship like? Can't you just scroll through our socials? Father avoided social media, and your online presence is not significant. You saying I don't have enough followers? Essentially. We went to the same college. You studied programming? No, I studied all kinds of different things as an undergrad, but not technology. Is that a good way to prepare for law school? I wasn't preparing for law school, or anything else really. David, though, he had talent, and he knew he wanted to do something with it. He studied programming, robotics, discrete math, cybernetics. What classes did you share then? Business ethics. I was the second best student in the class, and he was the first? He was the one who asked the most questions. Not sure about his actual ranking. He found the course challenging, and I clearly didn't, despite being younger. Guess he felt burned. He'd come up to me after class to argue, and sometimes to ask for help. Father always talked about socializing like it was a chore. It was kind of you to give him a chance. What, like it was some kind of social butterfly? The belle of the ball? You weren't? One Sunday night, he knocked on my door all panicked, saying he was in bad shape for this tech course. There was a midterm or something the next day. I couldn't make heads or tails of the material, but I did my best to at least quiz him. He wasn't satisfied, though, wanted to cram the rest of the night. Father had to cram for an undergraduate midterm? Did I say something scandalous? He's been called the founder of modern programming. Yeah, well, even founder types can have poor time management when they're 21. He was already fried by that point, wasn't hard to tell what he was really asking for, so I went and stole a study aid for him. You stole a controlled substance just to help him with studying? No, that'd be insane. No, I just pocketed some breath mints from the common room. Told him to pinch his nose and swallow fast because the taste is so strong. You gave him a placebo? He already knew the content as good as he ever would. What he needed was to sleep. He could barely keep his eyes open by the time I got back from my daring heist. Didn't take much convincing for him to rest his eyes just until it kicked in. And the test? B+, I think. I'm surprised that Father stayed close with you after that. You stole and lied to him. I stole and lied for him. And David understood that. He was good at understanding things without me having to spell them out. But I guess it's not the kind of thing that gets passed down through programming. Oh, snap! Anyway, we kept in touch after that. First year of grad school, he published this paper. The Turing Solution, a framework for programming adaptive linguistic heuristics. One of his advisors came up with that title. David thought it was way too cocky, but it still hasn't failed any known Turing test in the year since. Don't act like you're the one who deserves credit for it. He called me one weekend asking for advice on how to handle all the attention. Job offers, interviews, apprenticeships, invitations to immigrate. What did you tell him? I don't remember telling him anything, actually. A lot of our conversations went like that. He would talk to me about whatever personal or professional problem was stuck in his head that day, and I would nod while he wore himself out. And at the end of the conversation, he'd thank me, even though I hadn't offered a single word of advice. He took Noble's offer, and they took over his education, paid him to work on his master's during the day and attend corporate training at night. And whatever else Noble may be, they were smart enough to start listening to him early. You were referring to his one-point doctrine. Quality over quantity. Simple and elegant, just like his code. Simple and elegant, but anathema to a global corporation with supply chains designed for maximum capacity and just-in-time manufacturing. But obviously they got over their distaste fast enough. In the span of a few years, Noble's gone from making manual labor ads for meager profit to being the world leader in intelligence as a service. Even as he was making money hand over fist, he still kept in contact with a nobody like me. I moved to the city for my apprenticeship. He helped me put a down payment on my apartment, then made up excuses as to why he couldn't help me move boxes. So is that enough detail for you? Thoroughly convinced that he and I were, in fact, friends? I am. But Adonai, the favor that you owe him, what was it for? That's private, understand? I have zero interest in talking about it with you. Say you understand. I understand, Adonai. We will be arriving shortly. Shall I send word ahead? Just tell them that David's lawyer is here. Oh, hang on. I have a... Oh, I think I'm gonna take a stretch break. Close. Okay. Sure. Hi, Rye. Okay. Alright. Sub lobby A8. I mean, I know you were here earlier. I do remember. I mean, I looked up in chat. I am capable of both remembering that you were here earlier and I am also capable of looking up in chat and seeing that you were here even if I didn't remember. But I'm happy to see you still here because I'm good at formulating sentences. Okay. Wait, I should get my chat up again. On my phone. Big if true, honestly. My phone chat is not updating. Hang on, stream manager. Alright, I'm seeing your messages on my computer and I'm not seeing your messages on my phone, so that's weird. Let me just refresh the app. Stream manager. That easy. Okay. I'm good. I'm good. Sat right here in this lobby, waiting for David to come and treat me to lunch. At least I think it was this lobby. Could have been some other floor. Could have been an entire... Okay, so we went to his... I pressed F1. F1 is not the backlog. I've been here before. Okay. Yeah, this is Noble. So we went to his job after we left his apartment. After we left the hospital, which was after we left the apartment. Could have been some other floor. Could have been an entirely different building. All these corporate towers of Babel feel like interchangeable fractals to me, folding in on themselves in patterns of narcissistic paranoia. So monumental in the scale of their hubris, they needed to use non-Euclidean geometry when drawing up the blueprints. The greatest minds of each generation coming together, just to find the most expensive way to shove their heads up their asses. Adonai, is something bothering you? Just doing the math on how long we'll be kept waiting here. Apparently someone will be here shortly. So maybe if I pass the time by glaring around the place, it'll improve my mood. To think this is only one room. This complex is so massive that it doesn't even feel man-made. It's like it was carved out of the rock by waves, like it's always been here. That's the con. If this place was actually natural, there'd be birds everywhere. I hadn't considered that. Why aren't there birds in here? Probably because of what they do to the ones that get in. I'm kidding. Though I don't have a better explanation. They changed the logo again. Noble Electronics. How does it feel stepping in here? Is this some kind of religious experience for you? It's just the corporation where my father worked. Careful now, or they'll burn you for heresy against the company. You said it again, the company, as if it's a proper noun. You're mimicking the employees, aren't you? So can't obey simple orders, but can pick up on that? I dropped my... Oh. Is it just a part of the corporate culture? Noble's one of the biggest corporations there is. One of the biggest there's ever been. We mere humans can't hope to escape the gravity of anything that size, no matter where you live or how far off the grid you think you are. So imagine what it's like working for them. You live in company dorms, work in company quarters. Wherever you go, that logo's above your head. You eat, sleep, and breathe on Noble's timetable at its discretion. When you spend your whole life inside of it, Noble must feel big enough to be the only company there is. So much energy, so many people, also intent. You kidding? It's Saturday, the place is half empty. But doesn't everyone work on Saturdays? All the parents do, so they don't need to find childcare on Sunday. Everyone else flips a coin, I guess. All these people for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, what could they possibly be doing? Okay, I guess it's... Everybody gets one weekend, but for some people it's on Saturday and some people it's on Sunday. Interesting. 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, what could they all possibly be doing? Making work for themselves. You can be very cynical, can't you? Yeah, I'm terrible, but that guy over there has just been jiggling his cursor for the last 20 seconds. Whoever comes to greet us better have a pulse and some goddamned authority. My mood's starting to sour, and if they just send me the first link in their infinite chain of corporate bureaucracy, I'll make them wish. Morgan? Wait, that's me! Hey there. Android Manufacturing Quality Control Easter Division. This guy looks like a younger version of London. There's a dog who can't decide whether she wants to stay in my room or not. That should be my last distraction for 2 hours or so. Ideally. She might decide 15 seconds from now that she wants to not stay in my room after all, but we'll just have to see, I guess. Evan Dawes. Evan Dawes, he says, like it's an afterthought. What's the name compared to your place in the hierarchy? You seem familiar. Have you... I'm David's lawyer. Oh, then we must have... Apologies, let me first just say how sorry I am about his passing. You and everyone else at the company must be going through a lot right now. As if it's a proper noun. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me. You're welcome, but it's no big deal. Everyone's on the razor today, but what else is new? And compared to PR or legal right now, our workloads in QA are... Never mind, how can I assist you? Shortly before his passing, Dr. Asher began the process of registering his android. Yes, that is correct. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to finish the job. Look at that. Definitely custom. Do you think? Good thing I sought out an expert. Warm, it goes without saying. Reminds me of the A16 Premiere, if anything. The barcode is clearly printed, no visible defects. But you're right, it doesn't correspond to anything we've got on file. Well, they sent you the right man for the job. Now we just need to go to the right place. Not far, I hope. It's in the building. In the building. That could mean anything from down the hall to half a day's hike. The production line on B9 should have everything we need. Do manufacturing inside your corporate headquarters? B9's a fully functional production floor, but it was only built for demonstrative purposes. New clients make deals upstairs about how many and in what shape or size, then they come down to the basement to see how the sausage is made. They have enough money to build a fake factory just for guests? Smart! So long as you're only giving tours and not giving away company secrets. No need to worry about that. We take intellectual security very seriously around here. No kidding, there are 11 cameras on us at the moment that I can see, and who knows how many pairs of modded eyes are aimed our way. Clearly nothing happens here without the almighty company knowing about it. So if they try to claim ignorance about anything, it's gonna piss me off. Lead the way. 3 p.m. Noble Electronics Northeastern HQ. Basement floor 9. 9. It really is fully furnished down here. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but it's pretty rare to get to see all this in person, you know? Would you mind terribly if I looked around for a moment? No problem. I've got some prelim paperwork I need to handle anyway, so have at it. I better take full advantage. I'll need more than cursory knowledge if I want to figure out where Sarah came from and why David wanted me to take custody. I'm gonna look around. You stay put in the meantime. I don't know. Wouldn't want to lose you among the rest of the merchandise. Oh my god. Feels like I've seen this before. That's right, there was one in David's lab. That's the nanograde elementary manufacturer. Nanofacturer for short. Real high quality piece of machinery. Each of them built in-house by Randock Mechanics. What does it do? Nano-level flash fab. Basically a 3D printer for nano machines. You build nano machines in your factories for use in your androids? The raw materials are cheap, literally elementary, so no sense in getting them shipped in. It's mostly the medical models that make use of them. Inject a couple thousand nanites into a patient's bloodstream, run diagnostics, and provide a solution. 3D printer for nanomachines, so what kind of ink does it use? Silicon, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon building blocks. They feed into the nanoprinter and it assembles the machines particle by particle. Like a ribosome building structurally complex proteins out of chemically simple nucleic acids. Must be time consuming, you would think, but Randok cracked the code on parallel microfacturing. The inside's crystalline, sprawling, like an ant's nest. Raw materials enter at one of the thousands of different entry points, combining and recombining at intersections. The finished product ends up at the center and drips out in a liquid solution. Distilled nectar, swimming with millions of nanites in just 2 minutes. Nectar? It's sticky? It can be, depending on the desired output, but the door vacuum seals while it's cooking, so don't worry. It's completely spill-proof. What a relief. Not exactly a box of paper clips David could just have brought home from the office one day. He must have bought his own for some reason. This seems to share some components with that coffin Sarah was napping in. If Dawes does quality assurance, is it some kind of Android calibration device? It's probably what it'll use to register Sarah. Looks a little... Is Sarah tall enough for it to recognize her? There's something out there that caught my eye when we came in. A very familiar shade of crimson. If I squint through the glass, out on the floor there are temperature-controlled fluid tanks. Your glass and plastic flows an eye-catching scarlet that transitions into... So you add the blood towards the end? You mean the oxidant? Yeah, relatively late in the process. Something out of place? Androids have blood, even if it's not officially labeled as such, but it isn't red, it's pink. Sometimes milky, sometimes neon, occasionally garish, but pink. I just didn't think the oxidant would be red. Oh, right, sorry, I barely noticed it at this point. The color's natural, comes from the biomanufacturing process. That chromofuge out there removes the byproducts, the waste, the excess pigment, changing it from blood red to psychopop pink. Without that chromofuge, our android's flesh would come out looking all the wrong colors, ha ha ha. That may be true, it probably isn't, but it may be. But I have a simpler explanation. Blood is primal, the sight of it carries weight. They change the color of their product's blood so that when an android gets a bottle broken against its face, no one bats an eye. What's being built out there? Our top-of-the-line brand-new bestsellers, the Animate 16, Warm. Looks kinda cold out there. We keep the factory floor refrigerated, slows the organics' already tuned metabolic activity to a minimum. That explains why the room doesn't smell like rotting flesh. The flesh out there is only somewhat rotting. Slowly. I just meant I'm surprised to see metal. Oh, well, all the A16s have alloy endoskeletons. The organics are layered on layer in the process. Sounds like what Sarah told me about herself. Maybe she really was the A16's prototype. But it's hard to imagine bridging the gap between her and these scattered doll parts. Get that you can grow just about anything from Lax Gemini, but how do you get the synthetic and the organic to work together? Yeah, that was our first concern when R&D began work on the Warm concept. The 1.0s were real skin with synthetic muscle. And it was a horror show. Metal pulling on skin was just right. For 2.0, they worked backwards. Organic muscles, organic skin, but digital signals on organic hardware was a dead end. Didn't the muscles flex when you passed an electric current through them? They'd flex and unflex, sure, but that's not nearly precise enough for facial expressions. Looked like puppets strung up on live wires. We used the test footage to haze interns, actually. You must have figured something out. The A16 wouldn't look out of place on the runway. Thank you, we try. We ended up reaching out to mod companies. Well, we actually just bought out a half dozen of them, but, right. They figured out how to get human nervous systems moving mechanical limbs decades ago, so we just needed to get a mechanical nervous system to move living limbs. Very clumsy attempt to avoid using the word human. High precision mods are slotted straight into the nervous system. They receive their input from neurotransmitters, not bioelectricity. So you had to do the opposite? Exactly. We created a synthetic neurotransmitter that our androids could use to communicate with organic flesh. Where did that breakthrough come from? Dr. Asher? Partly. He led the team that built the motor neurons in this analogy. They carry commands from the central nervous OS to individual muscles across the chassis. the synatonin. Sorry, the synthetic analog serotonin. That was actually an old brainchild from the VP of Android Futures, Helen Jung. Jung? Hasn't David mentioned a Dr. Jung before? Sounds impressive. She's one hell of a biochemist. Or she was, I guess. Not much time for individual lab work when you get to her kind of pay grade. But Jung collaborated with David on the technology that enabled warm androids. As I thought, whatever went into Sarah that makes the android so distinct, he couldn't have taken sole credit for it. Jung, did he partner with her on this? I feel like, okay. Wait, no, that's just my menu, okay. I feel like this is gonna be an article, so I want to do everything else. But I guess that's it? No, that's it. Okay, that's the inhaler. An inhaler left out on the desk, probably a half-dozen empty ones in one of the drawers. DAWs? The inhalers, they're distributed by the company, correct? Oh yeah, HR handles it. They personalize your dosage and prescription and update it based on performance and job fulfillment reviews. Other corporations do it the same way? Yeah, pretty much. Everyone's trying to keep pace with each other, so can't have your employees losing focus on the job. Could cost you who knows how much in lost efficiency. Sorry if this is insensitive, but given what happened to David, are overdoses common in the company? Yeah. Yeah, he says. Overdoses, that is, not hospitalizations or deaths. It's all pretty organized these days. These days? Man, back when I started in consulting, pretty much everyone had an embarrassing story from their first 2 years where they popped a few too many greens and missed the on-ramp. Popped greens? Yeah, it used to be pills. Green to get you going, yellow to keep you there, swallow a red after brushing your teeth and get into your bunk fast. But yeah, the inhalers are a huge improvement, like going from Porsches to the light bulb. They sync straight to your personal biomes and adjust dosage in real time. Overdoses are way down. That's great to hear! The trainees under me don't realize how good they've got it. Kids probably won't even have to learn how to purge. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, let me hear about this instantly. The act of emptying one's stomach contents by inducing vomit triggering the gag reflex. Okay. Empty one's stomach. Okay. Flash fab. Flash fabrication. Manufacturing artificial microscopic compounds. Parallel nesting to assemble billions of simple structures in minutes or even seconds. Required for the construction. Historically prohibitively expensive. Limiting exploration and investment in nanotech. Use of and demand for nanomachines has exploded. Brand new niches for them across every industry. Ecological impact of the surge in nanomachine construction have been raised. Nothing that small can possibly leave that big of an ecological footprint. Do they know, chat? Do they know? Oh, that's... Okay, that's the article. Some kind of write-up. Sullivan's Peak. Much of our world's economy is heavily influenced by the uncanny valley. Thought experiment provides a simple and easily applied explanation for the gaps we see in the otherwise wide spectrum of automated dependence that assists us in nearly every industry on the planet. Very simple primal truth to it. We like things that resemble the living like cartoons and puppets and toys, and we like things that are damn near indistinguishable from the living, like whatever name Noble's latest products are being sold under. There are deep, deep trenches between those two ends. The products are universally appalling to human sensibility. Uncanny Valley will no doubt remain a useful tool for teaching, marketing, and design for generations to come, but already we are seeing ways in which it fails. It is becoming increasingly clear to us that the space between nearly indistinguishable and truly indistinguishable is much wider than we ever suspected, and it may not be the only part of the map that we must fear. I propose we bridge these gaps in knowledge by looking to the speculative fiction of Robert J. Sullivan, who in his most well-known work, Equal Under One Sky, described a concept which thereafter has been called Sullivan's Peak. Throughout the lens of his characters and their so very divided world, Sullivan demonstrated that the uncanny valley does in fact have its own peak on the other side, a point past which making an artificial intelligence any more human in its features serves only to make the user experience more uncomfortable, more different, and more fraught with moral pitfalls. Once you reach Sullivan's Peak, traveling any further only has diminishing returns. The implications of this idea are far-reaching. We will very soon reach the point at which the designers of ads can only make their creations less lifelike or less likable, a hard stopping point for technological progress. What then, we must ask? Looks like you forgot to sign in. Were they passing it around as a gag, or are they actually afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here? Noble must be... Well... Would they actually be wary of it? What do we got on this data pad? Are they passing it around as a gag, or are they actually afraid of Sullivan's Peak around here? I'm just gonna... If the peak does exist, they'll be coming up on it fast now that androids are warm. Noble's entire product line, maybe their entire industry, could go bottoms up if people start to think it's cruel. If Sarah's any indication of where the androids are headed, I could see some people getting uncomfortable. All done? You ready to get the ad handled? Thanks for humoring me. You have it step up onto the scanner? As he says. Understood. Right then, what are we looking at here? Whoa. There's a lot to unpack here. We theorized that it may have been Asher's pincushion. A pincushion, huh? That would explain some of what I'm reading here. What language is that on the screen? S. You know, Tesseract, all Noble products and... well, pretty much all products period are programmed in Tess. Easy to read and write, stay compliant. Now this model, what's it go by? Sarah! The Sarah model. It's got everything the 16th line has, that's for sure. Organic skin, hybrid muscles, advanced facial processing, and emoting. But there's a lot crammed in here that's still in development. Like, in the idea phases. Solar cell hair strands, decentralized redundant power, mental and physical overclocking with extended tolerances. Data storage is so large it can't... No, wow, he had to measure it using... hell of a poker face. Wait, decryption and signal hijacking? That's... hacking? Essentially. Does that mean it could hack its own tenets? Oh no, that's unthinkable. Literally, for an ad. For an ad to break its tenets would be like you stepping into traffic or dropping a baby. Even if you're physically capable of it, it's not something you would ever choose to do. Some people do walk into traffic. Psychotics, addicts, the mentally ill. Does that mean that there are androids? Well, no, there aren't crazy androids. So yeah. I guess my analogy doesn't hold up. That's okay. So it can't hack itself, but it was given the ability to hack other systems. The industry line is that such a capability could be an option in certain emergency scenarios, breaking through the firewalls and encryption of surrounding electronics to broadcast directly to police or military channels. Speaking of military, this musculoskeletal setup is drastic. I've never seen this on a consumer model. Can you lift a car or something, Sarah? Most cars. It would depend on the center of gravity. Lady, this Sarah could wrestle a public disturbance walker and come out on top. Those stomping behemoths they bring out for riot suppression? And in terms of computational ability, the estimate says... That can't be right. Look, Dawes, I was actually hoping you could tell me something about the software and the metadata. Who worked on it and when? Ah, right, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. The editing logs have been purged. That doesn't sound very above the board. Sorry, I can't tell you anything about who worked on Sarah or when. Any chance you can restore those logs? Not here, not with this machine. I need the computers that were actually used for programming this model. Any ideas where those would be? Sarah? I cannot answer that question with any accuracy. Had a feeling you might say that. Ads, right? Sorry, I can tell you that the code is unique. There's hints of the A16 in there, a few of the same conclusions, it's just... Dr. Asher or whoever took very different paths to get there. So Sarah has even less in common with every other android on the inside? Sorry, didn't expect to hit a dead end here. You've been very helpful. Can we still get the registration done? Yeah, no problem. We've got the software and forms all set up here. Occasionally we'll let a new business partner bring one home fresh from the oven, you know? Oven? Gross. Alright, a few basic questions then. Who's going to be the official owner of this unit? She is. As it says, unless the will disagrees, it's my responsibility. Right then. You fine with the designation Sarah? We can set it to anything you like. Well, actually... Never mind, Sarah will do fine. Okay, this part's all standard. Civilian model, address, contact info I can get from your crumbs. You want to reset to factory defaults? Could clear up a lot of quirks. Not right now. The last thing then is the grading. I'm reading 23 tenets here, nothing too far out of the ordinary. 23? That's higher than I expected talking with it. You seem more malleable than that. Don't blame yourself. Guessing tenet count from outward appearances has become a crapshoot. Not like it used to be. Used to be they only had 3 tenets total, and every unit had law of robotics, Maslow. No. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I'm thinking of... Mater? No. Asimov. Duh. It's freaking Asimov, obviously. Robot may not harm a human. Robot may not harm... 0 is humanity come to harm. That triumphs over a single human, but that was added later. Like... Yeah, okay. SMH my head. Yeah, no. Hang on. Must obey orders, must protect itself. And the demand for more tenets. A tenet making sure ads couldn't endanger the state. A tenet stating that ads wouldn't divulge private information without prior consent. There was a campaign calling for a tenet to weigh child and adult lives equally during risk assessment. There was a campaign calling for a tenet to do the opposite. Companies wanted their asses covered, customers wanted guarantees. There was never much incentive to deny a requested tenet, so the list just ballooned. Until the military entered the market in full force. You sound like you don't approve. I wouldn't go that far. They needed their ads to be able to pull the trigger when ordered to, without clearing 5,000 lines of bloated, hard-coded decision points to get there. I get that. But since the armies are the only ones using tech with bare minimum tenets, all the best, least cluttered, most elegant code is only used for war games. It's not very romantic. Well, not like I was on the jury. Department of Advanced Defense Project v Zenith Dynamics. The Supreme Court sided with the military's requests and set a new precedent that every other army around the world would race to meet. Changing tenets from a mandated list at the root of every ad source code to a choose-your-own checklist. It's funny. Ads with the most tenets, they're so locked up you can't even have a conversation with them. And outside the armed forces, the only ads with single-digit tenet counts are just vacuuming floors. The most impressive ones, like what you've got here, fall somewhere in the middle. Sorry, went on a tangent there. Only thing left is the evaluation. What gets evaluated? Total financial worth for insurance purposes. Yeah, the insurance companies made sure we had very accurate algorithms for this. No room for human error, they insisted, with no sense of irony. Wow. I mean, I knew it was custom, but what price could they have possibly... That's a lot of digits. You should know these formulae are pretty conservative with their estimates. Stingy, even. If Sarah's really David's last and greatest work, they say some things are priceless, but when you force an insurance algorithm to pick a number... Try not to get any scratches on it, I guess. You spoke differently back there. Hmm? With Dawes, you spoke like he did, it seemed. Like I copied his accent? You seemed to mirror his affect, his tone. It's called being friendly, what's your point? It was just an observation. You can choose to keep those to yourself, you know, no tenet required. Why were you so concerned about registering me in the first place, Adonai? For the same reason I wouldn't drive around in a car without a license plate? Any cop, or even just a well-placed camera, could have spotted your barcode and seen that it wasn't set up with any actual data. And then they would have arrested me, and they would have... Thrown me in the slammer. No, they would have arrested me and put you in an evidence locker. An android can't get arrested? People get arrested. Property gets seized. And then smashed. Great, you put us over the weight limit. I did no such... Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Who's asking? Vice President of Android Futures, Helen Jung. Shouldn't have assumed I still had the opening move. Tell her I'll be right up. I'll redirect your elevator now. Taking control of your elevator is very... convenient? Forceful. As if Noble is trying to directly steer your investigation. If Noble wanted to shut me down, they wouldn't bother to be subtle. I suppose they could simply refuse to cooperate. Or just let the elevator drop. Noble Electronics, yeah. Executive Office. Jung. Right. Speaking first is a sign of weakness, is it? And here I thought I could avoid wading into the swamp of corporate pretend power dynamics. Oh, this is just... let this be a match? Silence is only awkward if you care. I can ignore social cues all day long. I always liked this time of day. Not too muggy for you? No, I never liked a clear blue sky. It always seemed cold to me. You're in luck. The sky gets more colorful every year. As the air quality drops? Childish, isn't it? Marveling at the small sheen of rainbow dancing on the surface of a massive oil spill. Apologies for waxing poetic. It's been a very unusual 24 hours around here. Dr. Jung. Just Miss is fine. Ms. Jung, I get the feeling you didn't bring me up here to talk about the weather. No, I brought you up here to express my condolences. I'm very sorry for your loss. Thank you, though I could say the same. I know you and David worked together for many years. Yes, we did, but as much as I'd like to just drop everything and process, the company wheels don't stop spinning for anything. Or anyone. Was Dawes of any help? She sent him? Trying to be helpful, or just trying to control the narrative? He was great! But that must mean you know why I'm here. I don't want to make assumptions. No need! I'll be explicit. I'm here as an officer of the court, which means I'm bound by law to document every rock I turn over, and every person I speak to. Yes, the lawyers made that all very clear. Lawyers? You have an android? It's not one of ours. You can tell that quickly? Got all the faces memorized? It's easy enough to remember the major archetypes we use, yes. If you're nuts about your work, maybe. It's a recent acquisition, very recent in fact. One of David's last requests, apparently. David asked you to take it? I've been told that you've been to David's estate already. The police gave me full access to the scene. Then you know that he wasn't alone last night. Yes, there was a single witness who met with him and called emergency services when he fainted. I was that witness. Really? Obviously. You know, like, I had guessed that maybe 2 lines ago. I should have guessed it earlier. There aren't that many people David would bother meeting with in person, let alone welcoming them into his house and offering them a drink. I also knew that Jung is his superior, on paper, if not in fame, and I knew that the witness had Executive Plan 3 insurance, so they would have to be higher up than David. Well then, do your lawyers know we're having this conversation? Of course. They're pulling their hair out about it as we speak. I can't imagine why. The police cleared you. And you were well within your rights to ask for some privacy given the high-profile nature of all that's happened. So why call me up here? Why cut through all the red tape your lawyers painstakingly hid you behind? Eventually you, or some clever lawyer like you, would get the record opened. Through legal means or otherwise. The company's enemies are legion, and they have a prying knife for every occasion. Still, that would have taken time. Time you could use to get ahead of what could be the biggest PR hurdle Noble's ever seen. Touché. And... so perhaps the truth of the matter is that I simply didn't want to hide. David was my colleague for several years. If I were in your shoes, I would have questions as well. You're doing this for my sake? No, my reasons are purely selfish. I'm only hoping that talking to someone whose job isn't to defend me from all consequences might prove therapeutic. If she wants to play confessional, that's fine by me, but is that really all that's going on here? Why don't we start from the beginning, then? You went to his home last night? Yes, at around 7:30 p.m. The building's penumbra captured all that quite clearly. He fell ill around 8 p.m. So you spent half an hour together. Why the late call in person? We had an intense discussion yesterday afternoon. David never came in on Saturdays, and I didn't want to spend the weekend glaring at him through screens, so I visited and he let me in and we talked. About? The good old days, if you can believe that. Back when we were both new to the company, eager to make a name for ourselves. How long ago was that? 7 or 8 years ago? Is Jung? Putting a number on it, it doesn't sound that long ago, but it feels... Ahem. We spent a while like that, just talking. He was lively and sharp, and I never would have thought that a few minutes later... that he would be dead? That he would commit suicide in front of me. A firm reply. What happened? 8:15, he said he wanted to toast. He got up, walked back into his workshop, and then he must have went down into his basement to get us a bottle. I checked some messages in the meantime, enjoyed the view. In other words, she stayed on camera. He came back with a bottle of whiskey and 2 plastic cups. We drank and talked. He got quieter, spoke less. I thought he was just getting drunk. I didn't get worried until he started to fall asleep. You tried to wake him? He wasn't responding. I tried to shake him awake, but he didn't seem... I left him and ran to the kitchen to use the security system. Didn't think to use your phone? No, I suppose I didn't. But it worked out. The Penumbra's emergency protocol summoned a VTOL straight to his helipad with 1 button press. When I returned to the parlor, he was limp. I moved him to the floor as delicately as I could. He had a heartbeat, but I just did what I could until they arrived. You went with them to the hospital, I take it? Yes, they insisted. They checked my vitals and ran a talk screen, which came back clean. So did David's, for all the good it did him. I wasn't paying close attention to what they were saying at that point, but I'm sure they ran through every step of the CCE SOP. That's what they're paid to do. You seem certain that it was suicide. Yes. Why? As I said, he got quieter as the time passed and he spoke less. The last thing he said to me, the last clear thing he said, was that he was happy ending it here, said he was content. And he downed his glass after that. He drank every last drop. Does that sound like David Asher to you? Curious, restless, perfectionist David? No, I guess it doesn't. Oh, wow. You said CCE Standard Operating Procedure a moment ago. What is that? CCE stands for Counter Corporate Espionage, which is just industry doublespeak for corporate espionage. Only use in self-defense. You understand? So Noble anticipates employees at your level getting poisoned? They give us all kinds of CCE training. Subtly, of course. Usually disguised on the itinerary as leadership workshops or psychiatric evaluations. They train you to expect to get murdered at these leadership workshops? Murder is fairly rare at our level. More likely they'll want us too sick to work. Let us drain company resources in a hospital bed while our position sits vacant. That's smart. Like snipers purposely avoiding vital areas to strain the enemy's medical resources. That's terrible! Like snipers purposefully avoiding vital areas in order to strain the enemy's medical resources! That's nothing compared to when they want to turn an asset. Feel ill for the rest of your life with an undiagnosable malady. Or become our mole and we'll send you the antidote every 2 weeks. That's a nasty piece of work. It's a nasty line of work. Consulting. I'm sorry? That's just what they call it. Can't exactly put corporate spy on your CV. So every consultant I've met at a cocktail party was actually... It depends. Did they say that they're consultants? Or did they say that they were in consulting? How the hell am I supposed to remember? So do your people think that what happened to David was a deliberate attack? Noble's competitors have been trying to get to David for years. And that's the timescale their plans operate on. If this was an attack from a rival corporation, the company would have seen it coming, and they'd probably have struck first. I've been curious about this ever since I saw the scene. Why the plastic cups? There's a story there. David and I got hired around the same time under similar circumstances. Headhunted while finishing our higher education. During recruiting, the company claimed to want us badly, but in practice our actual authority was inexperienced and overpaid. You must have been extremely unpopular. You don't mince words. We didn't either back then. We were loudly trying to convince our superiors that their entire sales model for androids was antiquated and self-defeating. The two of them made the 1-point doctrine? That's not the story I've heard in Noble commercials and Noble sponsored media. And come to think of it, it's not a story I ever heard from David himself. He had this deadline, self-imposed but still a deadline. We wanted to get our pitch to the president of international sales by end of day. 7 p.m. rolls around and people start filtering out. David still has his head buried in diagrams and sales figures. Imagine a technical man like him, a programmer, trying to make a sales pitch. The clock hits 9 and even the zombies start heading home. I turn to David, tell him that it's not going to happen. We're nowhere near finished and the day's long since been over. He looked at me like I'm the only other person on a sinking boat and I've just stopped pitching water, and he says, "The president lives on the other side of the globe. We've still got all night until his end of day. We wrapped up at 4 in the morning, just us and the cleaning staff. Back then, only half of them were ads." He finally sends the message and I'm ready to collapse. I've got nothing. We stared blankly at his inbox for the next 40 minutes, hoping that the harsh light would give us the energy to work through the next day. And we got a response. It wasn't long, but it showed he was interested. I had been turned down so many times before then, ignored and placated, passed up and ghosted, but together, David and I, we had finally gotten a win. So David asked if I got anything to drink. I've got a bottle of some swill in a cabinet at my desk, but he doesn't want to drink from the bottle, says he wants to toast. So we sat there at 5:19 in the morning, toasting awful vodka to one another in cups we grabbed from the break room. Toasting our very first victory against the corporate beast. Between the lack of sleep and the drinking, the next day at work was hell. Sounds like a good memory. Plastic cups and liquor, that was our little ritual. So I didn't think twice when he presented me with my cup. It was ceremony for us. As VP of Android Futures, you're David's superior, aren't you? That's correct. Didn't you join the company at around the same time? David was always more interested in his work than he was in climbing the ladder. He didn't like playing the corporate politics game. So was he unpopular around here? Not unpopular, no. Not the great Dr. David Asher. Misunderstood, perhaps. How so? He could be blunt, demanding, some may say. He wasn't trying to be, it's just not everyone could work at the same pace as he did for as long as he did. Wait, do I even know what David looks like? Okay. Shampoo, expensive, sense of humor, unique. Alright. Good fruity, okay. Not everyone could work at the same pace as he did for as long as he did. Even with the whole company huffing those inhalers, they couldn't keep pace with David. Speaking of which, I don't see any at Jung's desk. Maybe it's just not something you leave out in the open at her level. So you would say that his work-life balance was... Balance implies the two are at odds with each other. We use work-life harmony here at the company. Fascinating. So was he in harmony? No, David always had plenty of suitors, but he was never willing to put the time in. But I'm sure you're more knowledgeable than I am on that subject. Right. What do you mean? I had to help him draft a list of apology notes over the years for misunderstandings and double bookings. Scandalous. The A16 only entered production this year, correct? Correct. Pre-order started last holiday, and we began shipping in the first quarter. I understand that you were instrumental in the success of Warm Androids. I played my part supervising the launch, yes. Weren't you the one who designed Synatonin, the factor that enabled communication between synthetic and organic parts? I'm surprised you've heard of that. I did lead that project, yes, but that was years ago. At the time, Synatonin was little more than a novelty, a dead end. It wasn't until David took the reins on the A16 that we found a use for it. Took the reins? He was lead programmer on limb coordination, facial expression, exhaustion parameters. And he designed the synthetic nerves that made all of that possible. David did all of that? That's a lot more than just programming. Was he always so gifted in that many fields? Did he fill those roles on the A14 or A15? No. He used to stick steadfast to his role as a software architect. That was his field of expertise and he didn't wander far. But 2 or 3 years back, he started sitting in on other departments, taking notes. Soon he was joining the discussion, proposing new ideas, and eventually they came to follow his lead. Just like that? Just like that. So he just applied himself and soon he was leading other departments? That's the kind of genius that Dr. David Asher was. Maybe they weren't paying him enough. The company profited the most, of course, but the entire industry benefited from his vision and leadership. His loss will be felt for years. So this android, Sarah, even Dawes couldn't find any real details on where it came from. It's not in any of our systems? I'm afraid not. Did David ever talk to you or anyone else at the company about a pet project? Pet? No, he never gave me any indication like that. And if he didn't talk to me about it, I seriously doubt he confided in anyone else at the company. David didn't trust anyone higher on the chain than himself and anyone below him. Frankly, they couldn't possibly hope to give him advice. He never mentioned me? No, never. Androids don't come cheap. You never heard about him requisitioning parts or resources? There were never any discrepancies with his company credit card? The company's accountants are mirthless, even by industry standards. They wouldn't humor anybody. Not even David Asher. If they had ever detected financial discrepancies, there would have been an uproar loud enough you could hear it in the mailroom. You have a mailroom? Not since the 30s. Just a figure of speech. He couldn't have taken resources from the company without leaving a record. But no one would deny Dr. David Asher information. He would have been able to obtain all the necessary data to build his own android. Then, with enough time and money, he could privately purchase the raw materials himself. I don't understand it. It must have taken him years to build Sarah. He wasn't doing anything illegal. Except the hacking stuff. So why keep it secret? I don't know. But he was private and a perfectionist. I am not sure why she would be. Maybe I read it more excited than it was supposed to be, but like, maybe she's also just really enthusiastic about mailrooms, just as like, maybe she's just like that. I don't know. Perhaps he simply wasn't proud of his results. Could be. Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me. I'm sure this has been a difficult day for you. A difficult day for all of us. A message from Fran? I'm running out of leads to chase. The brat better have good news. Are you really going to take this to court? That's my plan. The circumstances may be irregular, but I'm still defending a client from a criminal charge. It's my responsibility to argue that he's not guilty of what he's been accused of. And is that what you believe? That he didn't commit suicide? I guess I haven't decided what I believe. Given that this is a story, I'm entitled to I don't know, obligated to believe that there's more to the death. It's a mystery game. Like, I believe that something else caused it, but not because of him as a person, just because that's what makes the story interesting. Would you kindly slow the hell down? I'm sorry, Adonai. Was I walking too quickly for you? That wasn't walking. That was speed walking. Up 2 flights of stairs. It's very different. Speed walking? Sounds like a powerful technique. Is it like the Zhenjiao? Just let me catch my breath for a minute. I don't know. Is it possible that you are out of shape? No. But since we left the cab, your heart rate has... I'm not wearing the right clothes. Or the right shoes. Is that so? Yes. Also, I didn't stretch or hydrate, and the sun's reaching its zenith. That would have been several hours ago. Do you mean the air temp? You said it would be a short walk from street level, so I prepared myself mentally for a short walk. Then you took off like a rocket, and you didn't mention we'd have to go upstairs. Are you sure this place is even back here? The reviews online were quite clear. It's worth the trouble finding it. Maybe if you're a mountain climber. When I sent Fran hunting for a musician in David's circles, I expected them to bring me someone from the city orchestra or a jazz club. The champagne flute and teacup kind of musician. But this is the tequila and neon part of town. It should be in view if we turn... I don't know, be careful. Of what? It's a stray, and it's bearing its fangs too. It could be carrying diseases. You should... relax. I don't know, it's growling. It's not growling at me. See? So it's just me that it doesn't like. Too much static. How'd you get it to calm down? It's an animal, not a monster. It wants to be calm. You like animals? What kind of cold-blooded freak doesn't like animals? Do you have a pet? No, never have. Why not? Because I don't want to take care of a pet. That seems counterintuitive to me. Well, it makes perfect sense to me, and I don't need it to make sense to you. But... you notice you're only this talkative when it's just the two of us? Just an observation. You shy or something? Did David program you to have android anxiety? It's generally only appropriate to respond to comments that are addressed to oneself. Today, I have rarely been addressed directly by people other than you. In other words, you're shy. That is not what I... Can I try petting it? There's no law against it. This is the establishment. Now to see if Isaac Porter is as habitual as Fran claims. Do you think Father was close with this man? This man who you've never met? I think he was close with him, yeah. At some point. I had some help making that deduction. Fran saw that their metadata showed a significant cooling of interaction between the two of them, particularly over the past month. But Fran also saw a phone call between the two last night. So they were close. Do you think they were sleeping together? That is completely inappropriate for me or anyone to speculate about. Inappropriate? I don't know, it's only... I'm getting a very important text message from my private investigator, excuse me. Did you catch the killer yet? No. What the hell, I sent you his pos. I'm at his position. I haven't spoken to Porter yet. Anyway, there's no reason to suspect him right now. Lame. Surprised you're invested all of a sudden. Isn't David Asher a corporate sellout in your eyes? Everyone's a corporate sellout. But Asher gets respect. If I'm a demolitions expert, he's like a really good architect. That's almost sweet, I think. Asher started working in Cube. Asher started out working in Cube, so in the architect analogy, by today's standards, he's like, I don't know. As a kid, he built all his bricks by hand, or something. You know that lit homework can help you with forming analogies. Eat this analogy. Censored. Did that come through, or did the characters break? It's supposed to be a guy giving you the finger. I take it Cube is a programming language. What's special about it? Pretty much anything coded in the last 20 years is web-based. You code with the assumption that you'll always be connected. So you can depend on having fat libraries of references to lean on. And if something does go wrong, your errors get reported to you automatically. Not Cube? You can look it up. Yeah, but basically Cube was originally for robotics and, like, machinery. Stuff that had to operate in mines. Under the ocean. Middle of nowhere field with 0 signal service. So Cube had to be self-sufficient. How rugged. Where'd Astrodome Cube anyway? It's older than dirt. From like the 40s. I don't know. I think his father had a machine shop or something. Vague. Yeah, well, David didn't like to talk about his family. And I never asked. What did your private investigator have to say, Adonai? Not telling. Aw, come on. Oh. Let's read it. What kind of reading materials gets left out in a club? A tabloid interview? Exclusive sit down with luxury. You've heard her name on everyone's lips. You've seen her face in magazines and commercials, and then double check to make sure the photos weren't labeled as edited. Now get all your burning questions about her answered here in our exclusive interview with the mysterious young woman who's being called, in perhaps the only truly unanimous vote the net's ever seen, the most beautiful woman in the world. Why the name? People think it's an ego thing, but it was just a random username I picked back when I was grassroots. Then it was a pseudonym to give me a little shade from all the attention. Now it's a brand, and I can't change it without setting the stock market into a spin. So you're certainly influential after partnering with you. Inti saw a 3,000 increase in share price. Yay! I'm happy for them, Chorus, to be honest. It's a pain in the ass at times like this. She gestured towards her clothes, the plain white t-shirt and gym shorts with no branding visible. On anyone else, it might seem sloppy or even unflattering. On her, it only makes her natural beauty stand out that much more. Who are you wearing, by the way? Can't wear anyone unless I'm attending something. If I don't dress like this, all my sponsors fall into bidding wars every time I leave the house. Does it stress you, all that attention? Stress is bad for your skin, right? They say mine's flawless. Can't argue with that. So do you have a skincare routine? Any tips you like to share? Be a little bratty. Act a little spoiled. Keeps you young. How old are you exactly? Everyone's dying to know. 18 to 29 now and forever. Don't get stuck on a cliffhanger like that. Hurry, log in below so you can read the rest. Quickly, time is running out. Alright, what's my question? Well, however old she is or isn't, Luxury's got one hell of a mind for business. Might do her more good than that face in the end. Maybe, it's one hell of a face. In the meantime, she's... I mean, you could see it either way, honestly. Like, you choose who you... You choose who you give the brand deals. But you can't... Think about the bidding wars, though. Oh, God. Some rises are too meteoric for even the Megs to grab the reins on. At this point, Luxury's got them at her mercy. She can send their stocks into disarray with one selfie. Good for her. Okay, cool. I'm glad I wasn't overthinking it. The stage for the talent, pretty close to the floor. Guess it fits with the whole round table aspect of this place. Everyone on more or less equal footing, dancing in the dark once you get past the bouncer. Do you think they might have met here? David and Porter? I can't see David walking in here. Because you found the walk so challenging? Because it's too loud to relax, and not dark enough to be anonymous. I see. What's that face? You got an opinion to share? The atmosphere's not bad in here, but the music isn't quite... I'll find you a survey to fill out before we leave. What kind of music does an android even like? Early 21st century punk rock. Is that just you, or does that go for all androids? I haven't met all androids. I can't speak for them. Wonder what they'd say. If they're smart, they'd say that music peaked with early 21st century punk rock. Debate settled. Right, that information does not surprise me even a little bit. A bar stocked full of colorful selections and busy bartenders. Hope this isn't the kind of club you can order food in. Only time bar food is any good is when you're drunk enough to forget the taste and the gap between chewing and swallowing. You can, like, eat things? Yes, I can. What, like android food? There is no such product. What do androids eat? Online user guides for Nova's Warm models clarify that they don't eat anything in the traditional sense. They get their energy from electrical charging, usually wireless. Whenever they need to eat, it's to replenish specific vitamins and electrolytes. Sounds a lot like what mod users go through with their sports drinks and energy bars, and charter separation anxiety. According to the net, worm androids can ingest nutrient-rich processed carbohydrate pellets if they need to forego electrical charging long-term. Processed pellets? You mean like kibble? Like dog food? No, it is not like dog food at all. Can you buy it from the pet store? It seems that you can. How is this something you have to look up anyway? Because I've always just eaten whatever father gave me. Like what? Marbled beef. Never hydroponic avocados. Foie gras. That sort of thing. I am not paying for any of that. Oh, that's him. Okay. Oh, I didn't get to... I guess I... Okay, looks like he's killing time before it sets tonight. Are you unsure how to proceed, Adonai? I'm sure that you need to hang back. As for me, I'll... play it cool. Hey there. Hey. Some sick beats out there on the floor, right? Sick beats? Yeah, or whatever, man. The hell? Are you a fucking cop or something? This isn't a cop bar. Oh! You aren't really dressed like a cop. God damn it, you're media, aren't you? Fucking vultures, man. Perhaps I should start over. My name's Morgan. I was David's friend. I'm currently his lawyer. Can we talk? Not here. Thanks, Isaac. Don't thank me yet. I might just sit here, shut my mouth, and stick you with my tab. So what kind of lawyer are you? What kind of friend? Alright. Bad choice. I'm his defense attorney. Think you missed the bus on that then, yeah? And I'm a friend that needs to know what happened yesterday. Doesn't everyone? Try somewhere else, friendly lawyer. I haven't seen him in weeks. You might not have seen him, but we both know that you spoke with him over the phone yesterday. Only a short time before he died. I wonder if I can... When's my last autosave? Ooh, oh, I'm playing on high roller mode. Oh well. Only a short time before he died. How the hell? I'm just gonna make sure that my mic is still picking up. Yep, okay, cool. It's pretty obvious that you don't want this particular spotlight to linger on you any longer than necessary, so why don't we cut to the chase? No lies, no playing coy. Fine. Sarah. Yes, Adonai? The hell? Is that thing transmitting? I am not streaming any data, no. Porter doesn't seem to recognize Sarah either. One more person David was keeping secrets from. I need to record everything for the court. Fine. You two were together, is that correct? We were together. I ended it. Yesterday. Care to elaborate? On our entire relationship? Look, you can tell me everything once and I can get it on record, or you can hear the same questions over and over again from 1,000 different cops and Megs for the next 3 months. We met in a bar. I had seen him come in a few times, each time with someone else, each time talking with his mouth but not looking with his eyes. Ticked me off. Scribbling on napkins and letting a single gin and tonic sweat onto the table for 2 hours. His dates would all go to the bathroom or take a call and slip out the back. One of them didn't make it 10 minutes, and he'd still sit there the rest of the night, unfazed. Couldn't tell if he was oblivious or stupid or shameless or the most confident man in the world. And he ticked me off. One night things were slow and my set had been cancelled, and his date hadn't even bothered to think of an excuse before bailing, so I asked him why he had insisted on coming there night after night, just to ignore vapid people he wasn't interested in at a shitty bar with drinks he didn't like. And he just said, because I like your music. Man, did that tick me off. It was cute early on. Him being so passionate about work I could barely pretend to understand. And I liked that we gave each other space, you know? Felt like we were being mature or whatever. Until? There was no until. No one day where everything turned sour. But at some point, I started to understand where his priorities were, and how I ranked in them. Like I said, he was passionate about his work. I just wrongly assumed that he would also be that passionate about me at some point. So I pulled away a little, wanted to see if he'd notice, if he'd miss me. Testing him like that isn't the biggest red flag in the world. He never budged. I could ignore him for days and he wouldn't be the least bit ashamed to see me. If I picked a fight, he'd never get angry or upset. He'd just apologize. He didn't want to fight with me. Guess he was never invested enough to bother. It was my mistake. I watched him sit there all those nights, not giving a shit when people walked away, and still I had the stupid idea that somehow, for whatever reason, I would be different. That I would be special. But I wasn't, so I ended it. Last night? I called him, didn't expect he'd pick up. I had everything prepared to leave a message with an assistant or ad or whatever, but he answered, first ring, without hesitation, shame, or awkwardness, and that ticked me off. So I told him exactly how valued he had made me feel the past few months. I told him exactly how insignificant I felt as the boyfriend of the illustrious Dr. David Asher. And what did he say? He apologized, and then he asked me if that was all I called to tell him. Woof. I hung up after that. Spent the rest of the night wrapped in warm disdain for him and his coldness. He had made that easy for me. I went to sleep hurt but clean, ready for something new. And then this morning I wake up to see that my ex killed himself not 2 hours after he let me walk out of his life without so much as a don't. What the hell, man? What the hell, David? And now you're just the tip of an iceberg of lawyers and reporters and buzzards. Parasites who want to hear about the man who sent David Asher over the edge. I never wanted to be his last lifeline or the straw that broke his back. I just wanted to be his goddamn boyfriend. Turns out that was asking for too much. It's yet to be determined whether David committed suicide. You serious? You don't have all the facts. And you do? Any one of them point to anything else? Thought so. Thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to it. That's it? No summons? The court has no need for you to retell a sad story like that. The court, huh? Sorry to bother you at work. Sarah, let's go. Your discography is very impressive. Yeah, thanks. And your range is remarkable. So it'd pain me to see that all your works in the last quarter have been so melancholy. I think... Well, what the hell would you know about any of that? What's the matter? Can't find the words? Need to steal them from somewhere else first? Butcher them before shitting them back out? I was not trained on any datasets that... Nah, pardon me, my mistake, really. Not your fault you're only standing here because rich prick nerds were allowed to rob the world blind for most of the century. Sarah, we're leaving. What the hell was that about? He was under the false impression that I was programmed using a massive automated learning model in early 21st century... Not that. Why'd you talk to him? I wanted to... I just felt that I should say something to him. A word of advice. People don't want comfort from strangers, especially when they're androids. They want it from the people they want it from. Coming from anywhere else, it's just... corn syrup on a parched tongue. Doesn't matter how sweet it is, they'll just start gagging. You know a lot about people, don't you, Adonai? Compared to you, I'm a goddamn savant. Come on, there's not much time left. Is there still somewhere you want to investigate? Somewhere I need to return to, actually. Porter was right. As things stand, I don't have any evidence that could establish an alternative interpretation of the facts. But if there did exist hard evidence that could prove his death wasn't a suicide, there's only one place I could find it at this point. Back at his apartment? That's, yeah, back at his apartment. Penthouse basement. The basement? You sure you don't want another look at the crime scene? I'm all out of time. Gotta approach this from the other angle. The other angle? You know, inductive versus deductive? Flip the chessboard and... Umineko! Haven't you ever read a mystery novel? I've seen mystery films. Well, let's see if you paid any attention then. What killed David Asher? Poison. 10 points. There's a point system? Now how did that poison get into his bloodstream? He must have ingested it orally. And how do we know that? The medical examiner found no injection marks or wounds. And if he had inhaled it? Inhaled it? Why? Leave the whys to someone who actually understands them. I won't be able to understand anything if I don't practice. Practice by answering my question. I suppose it's possible, but highly unlikely. We would have found a delivery system for it in the building, like an inhaler. Right, an airborne poison is either shoved in your face or sprayed over a wide area, and no one around David has shown any kind of symptoms. So all we're left is oral intake. Eliminating the impossible. What's next, Adonai? Jung's corroborated statement was that David didn't exhibit any irregular symptoms or behavior until he started drinking that night, and the police didn't find anything unusual in any of the food or drink in his home. Except for his cup, the results were inconclusive. Jung was drinking from the same bottle in the same type of cup but didn't get sick. We have to conclude, then, that David's cup alone was poisoned. That all seems logical, and consistent with the police's theory of suicide. So why are we down here? Minus 10 points. Back to 0. David left the parlor and came back with whiskey in 2 cups. Jung told us as much, and apparently the cameras upstairs support her story. So we have to conclude then that he got them both from this bar? Better, 5 points. Did he also get the poison from the cabinet? The police have been in here since we left. According to their ARCS file, they didn't find anything that matches that poison down here. So the poison somehow went straight into his drinking cup then? I need to flip this around again. But if you turn something 360 degrees, you're just back to... If I were the prosecution, what would I want more than anything? Proof that David knowingly added the poison himself. He wouldn't do that. And you can make that claim because there's no video evidence to contradict you. How long was David off camera? From 7:36 p.m. to 7:40 p.m. when he left the parlor to get liquor from this bar. So if we had David on camera for those 4 minutes and he didn't poison himself in that time, he would have a perfect alibi for the crime, proving his innocence. But Adonai, we don't have footage of that. There are no security cameras down here. I think there are. What do you mean? This whole building is coated head to toe in Penumbra security systems, courtesy of Noble. Every console, every corner, every Android on every floor is all plugged into Penumbra. Except that. That panel is manufactured by Cotter Security Systems. Why would David put a console for a different security system in exactly one corner of his penthouse? I've never given it much thought. Well, it's been bothering me all day, but my curiosity alone can't scale a 64-digit wall. You mean signal hijacking or whatever you want to call it. Have you tried it before? It is illegal and unnecessary. Father would not. He would not have installed hidden cameras in his own home. At the end of the day, I can't make you do anything. Well, actually, I probably can now that you're registered to me. But aren't you the one who wanted to prove his innocence? Eliminate the impossible. I will need your express verbal command. Not like David can press charges against us at this point. Do it. Did you really need me to say that? For the purposes of record keeping, yes. I've gotten past the 64-digit code, and I have found cameras. There are a number of them embedded in the room's walls and ceilings. As you theorize, they are on a separate network from the rest of the building. Where are they feeding to, if not the Penumbra system? Behind my hibernation unit. A false wall in the back of a safe. I don't understand. Why would Father possibly have a hidden system of cameras inside his own home? Beats me! He was brilliant, and more than a little odd. Throw in a little money, and odd becomes eccentric. I see, I think. I don't. The hell was he thinking? What was he afraid of? Why didn't he come to me for... Time short. Gather facts now and leave the computation for later. The safe. Did David even do with all this equipment? Dry his laundry? What makes you so sure he wasn't exercising? Did you ever see him use any of this crap? No, but he must have used the weights when I wasn't looking, since he promised that he'd take better care of his health. Sarah, these weights are all maxed out. David couldn't have put numbers like these in even if he was piloting a frame. Don't be so sure, Adonai. The following is a true story based on primary sources who were present for the event and its aftermath. Copenhagen, 1981, 8:10 a.m. local time. A towering man with the musculature of a world-class professional rugby player enters the Global Danske Bank on Frederiksberg Lane. He explains to the bank teller that he's a bomb in his suitcase and that he wants his gym bag filled with unmarked bills. A security guard approaches him from behind with a nightstick and swings, but the man simply catches the weapon and bends it into a twisted knot with his massive dinner plate-sized hands. When asked to describe the suspect to the police afterwards, the teller only had this to say: "That man was all muscle." The rest of the bank heist proceeds without incident, and the man exits the building just as police arrive on the scene when suddenly his suitcase explodes. But it's just a smokescreen. Local officers quickly recognize the ploy and rush towards the door, grabbing each of the hostages as they flee while desperately searching for the perpetrator. What they find instead is a diminutive, frail, sheepish young man, barely 160 centimeters tall, holding a gym bag full of money with no recollection of how he got there. Renowned psychologist and trained hypnotist Dr. Werner Kurtzer wrote the following in his diagnosis: acute dissociative identity disorder. That's right, the man had a split personality, and so great was the disparity between his two halves that when they switched control, he physically changed, becoming taller, bulkier, and capable of previously unthinkable feats of strength. So be careful what you say a man like Father can't do just because of how he looks on the outside. Sarah, every single word you just said was false. Huh? Don't believe everything you read on the net. Oh my god. Really? The liquor cabinet this mystery hinges on. The police have been through it by now, and they didn't find foreign contents in any of the spirits. No poison to be found here. Well, not that kind of poison anyway. In which case... Can I make you anything? Well, if you're offering, I'll have... Sorry, you're way underage, aren't you? 2 years old or whatever? Technically. Took that one a lot worse than I expected. Cheer up, maybe you'll find a mocktail if you climb to the top of the ladder. This is a rolling ladder, a kind of step ladder, not a... Come on! What? Remember, a ladder extends, but a step ladder folds out. And? It's important to know the distinction. I bet my life savings at this subject will never come up again, ever. Oh my god. Oh my god, I love this game. Okay, okay, okay. So was that the original? It was appraised and confirmed to be genuine. At least you didn't get ripped off. I'm a Philistine when it comes to this kind of stuff. What does an android see? I see a meeting. Or perhaps an encounter? Two apex forces of nature, two kings of the forest, the stag and the tiger. I think. Great, I'm officially less cultured than the robot. What's the story with this anyway? Some kind of fault in the foundation? I don't know, I've never noticed that crack before. Might want to get those eyes checked. There's nothing wrong with my vision. This crack just must have been created during my most recent hibernation. How? Did David drop a weight a bunch of times over and over in the same spot? Alright, let's refocus here. So there's some kind of hidden door behind your bunk bed, huh? Essentially, though a bunk bed would imply a second or third, how do we open it? One moment. I see. Got it open already? I cannot open this door. Why? It is a Tethys basic Sturdicure. That anti-hack feature and the name is real? It's a closed system, Adonai. The hell am I supposed to do now? Strange, there was an if-then toggle enabled in the security parameters. I don't follow. When Father last adjusted the settings here, he made it so that the door would never open so long as I was hibernating. And he made it so that I was the only one who could wake her up. Meaning this is a door only I can open? It'll be a 6-character password. Did you and Father have any influential moments in your life that revolved around a 6-letter word? Nothing comes to mind. Is there a code word that he knew only I could learn? This can't be it. Was that your name you just tried? It's 6 characters, isn't it? Yes, but it's not exactly secure, Adonai. Anyone who knew you and Father were close could have tried guessing it. Yeah, okay, that was my second guess. It's opening! What was the password, Adonai? You'd never guess. Okay, clever, clever. Did feel a bit out of character, David utilizing somewhat cloak and dagger rivals reference. tech, and I've definitely been struggling with the idea of him doing home improvement. But one step in here and it all makes sense. It's a panic room. Scary. A panic room is a place for rich people to hide in when people start bouncing bricks off their windows. They're typically not even on the blueprints. So when Noble built this penthouse for one of their executives, someone slipped this into the mix, and it's remained in Noble's blind spot ever since. All David had to do was repurpose it. Make sure you're capturing all of this. I don't want to miss my one chance because of a discovery technicality. I understand, but you needn't specify. My memory is flawless. I can play back visual sound sensations. I can even give detailed reports on air particulates. You mean you can smell? Better than any human, and some canines. So does it smell stale in here to you? Stale? It doesn't to me. Almost like someone's been in here recently. Almost like someone visits here frequently. Alright, let's try booting up the computer. You don't think the console is password protected? 2 physical doors, a 64-digit code, a half-ton Android, and a secret phrase. If David set a password on his PC after all that, I'm going back to the morgue to have a word with him. Good, it's already signed in. You're looking for camera footage? I'd also settle for a note plainly stating that he feared for his life. What am I doing? Here, you search for video files. They'll probably be timestamped and formatted for short-range devices. I have the subfolder. The cameras stream live data constantly, but the files are clipped at fairly regular intervals. Once every week, it seems. The most recent video file here has footage going back 8 days. It was accessed yesterday at around 4 p.m. You were asleep then, so the only person who could get in here at that time is David himself. Alright, let's see it then. Of course, it's just that I am having difficulty. Try double-clicking? I have been trying to open the files from the moment I discovered them, Adonai, but they are encrypted. Damn it, David. You leave me enough clues to get this far, but you won't let me use your computer? What's the brand on the encryption program? If I rush a subpoena, they might have a backdoor I could bluff them into. These files were not encrypted with any commercially available tool. This appears to be Father's own work. Shit. If David Asher hand-wrote the encryption on these files, there's no one alive who could... Hey, was Dawes just flattering you back there? Or is your processing power really that special? I don't know, Can you break his encryption, yes or no? With enough time. And how much time would that be? I would estimate it at 2 to 6 hours. That's a 4-hour window. No matter how sophisticated, encryption is still just a code that must be deciphered. And when deciphering any code, progress proceeds exponentially, which makes it particularly difficult to determine the amount of time required to complete the process. 2 to 6 hours. I don't have any better options. Get started. I started 4 minutes and 23 seconds ago. Finally showing some initiative. But you've been talking to me this whole time. I have the ability to analyze data in parallel by utilizing subconscious processes so long as the work required is rote. So you're doing it in the back of your head? Actually, I'm speaking to you in the back of my head. I could give the decryption process my full undivided attention, but I would become non-responsive. Hey, that's a pretty nifty feature. I'll have to keep that in mind. Alright, can you take the show on the road, or do we have to rip this computer out of the wall and find a battery? I have copied the encrypted files, and we'll work on them as we travel. We can leave whenever you're ready. Still can't believe David let me get this far just to shut the door in my face at the last second. But he did let me get this far, and the computer's not the only thing in here. The cabinets are a lot less eye-catching than his computer, but knowing David, that's all the more reason to check. Lots of paperwork, bonds and holdings, a platinum bar. His birth certificate might be nearly as valuable. Can't imagine what people would pay to steal David Asher's identity. And down here at the bottom, a binder. Noble's logo on the front, and in the middle, enough pages to dwarf one of those phone books you see in period pieces. They're masking it in legalese even on the table of contents, but basically, this is his employment contract. Hold on to this for me. It must be very important if you're giving it to me. It's certainly very heavy. Was there anything? Okay, no comment on that. Come on, come on. A binder containing the full text of David Asher's details, compensation, grounds for dismissal, definitions for what constitutes a breach of contract, and how arbitrations would be handled. Not a light read. Was there anything else in there? Expecting an updated copy of his will to show up? It is a possibility, isn't it? Maybe in a corny old murder mystery. A widely beloved and respected genre with over 2 centuries of... There is something else. Your papers. That Evangeline Morgan be given immediate and complete ownership of the android designated Sarah. It's dated to a few weeks back. Had he already made up his mind about all of this? If he had, why'd he hide this where no one else could find it? Was I just a backup plan? Well, at least we've got something a bit more concrete than Starling's word now. Her word should be plenty, shouldn't it? Not if people realize how precious you are. As a collector's item? Oh, come on. Okay, alright. I know she's... on one hand, she's just an android. On the other, like, she feels like a person. We've yet to meet one person who knows what the hell you are, but Noble could have easily argued that you fall under private technology or physical holdings. Unless I had something like this. It's good that you do then. I'm glad that father wanted me to go with a friend of his. Yeah. This will give me a huge tax write-off when I donate you to a for-profit college. You could at least pick a charitable institution. A for-profit college, specifically. That's incredible. It's just an old saying. All colleges have been for-profit since the 60s. That doesn't make me feel any better. You can cheer up in the car. Now let's ride to the courthouse. Priority. There is an upcharge at this hour for priority transportation. That's irritating. But I'd like to have more than just a few minutes to prepare once we get there. The upcharge is a multiplier of 5.7. I'll prepare on the way over. That's real. Very good, Adonai. Okay, so given the 2 to 6 hours of the hacking, I imagine that this is going to come up in the middle of the trial and be very important. Oh god, what time is it? It's 1:30. Should I do this another day? Oh, but I'm really interested. I could stay up all night. I could stay up. Does it excite you, going into courtrooms? What do you mean? You don't feel the tension in the air as the audience murmurs amongst themselves? You don't feel a fiery sense of justice rising in your gut as the prosecution smirks at your ragtag assembly of witnesses? Do you really think this is going to be like some kind of movie where the good guys save the day? Probably not. Though that would be nice if it were. What's your deal anyway? Did David train you off of a movie marathon from hell or something? We did watch films together if that's what you're asking, though he was rarely the one who suggested it. But you were the aggressor. What's an android get out of watching a flick anyway? What do I get? Why do you do it? What's your reason? I'm not sure how to answer your question. Never mind. Forgot what I was talking to. I like the performances. Sure, there you go. Got a crush on Humphrey Bogart or something? He's a handsome man. But it's not the actors I like so much as their performance. The truth is, besides father, I have very little experience when it comes to people. I hadn't noticed. Sarcasm. I read the net, and I watch people and what they share of their lives. But it's also subtle, so hard to follow. There are so many unspoken rules that can't be taught, only learned, and I often struggle to grasp them. You're also complex, so detailed. But the characters on screen are exaggerated, larger than life. The actors enunciate, their body language is precise and meaningful. Their faces are bright and softly lit, and their eyes are... It's fiction, so these characters and their stories, they have a beginning, a middle, and end. And the people on screen don't ask anything of you except your attention. You can't disappoint them or make them feel awkward. You can just watch and learn. But what about you, Adonai? What about me? Do you like movies? Yeah, sure, back when I was a kid. Really? Who was your favorite director? What was your favorite film? It was a long time ago. I don't remember. Oh god, are we late? Things are quieter than I expected here at the courthouse. That is... wait. No, that is 6... That looks like 6 on the dot instead of 6:05. But I've always felt courthouse is a bit of a misnomer. Government building is probably the best way to describe these towers, all-encompassing and impenetrably vague. 100 floors of officials and documents and paper-pushing queues, with a couple dozen courtrooms squeezed in along the way. Didn't think I'd be arguing in court when I woke up today. Didn't think that my friend would be dead, or that he'd have thrust an android onto my lap either. I could just walk in there and concede. Emma would be irritated and more than a little confused, but I could play it off as an exercise in grief. The android would complain loudly, of course, but I wouldn't have to listen to it. Now that it's registered in my name, I could probably just order the damn thing to reset its memory. But I haven't done that, and I guess I don't plan to. Why? It must be because I have my suspicions as well. Sarah insists that David would never commit suicide, and I haven't actually stopped to ask myself whether or not I agree. David was rational, subdued, private, hard on himself, and not prone to emotional outbursts. So maybe that's why I'm finding myself outside a courtroom, prepared to humor and add suspicions before the state, because I don't really believe David killed himself either. What's your progress bar at? I can confirm that I am making progress. Well, shit, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it would be difficult to summarize that progress in terms of a completion percent. Give it your best shot anyway. 4%. Are you feeling confident in your case? Markedly less so after hearing that. Do you think the judge will be amenable to your argument? What are you talking about? Do you know the judge we've been assigned? Are they particularly lenient or strict? Adjutants are always a coin flip, so... You do know what an adjutant is, don't you? Are you expecting to see a bearded old man with a robe and gavel when we get in? Okay, Ace Attorney. When we get in there? Should I not? Adjutants are android judges, okay? With all the authority that entails. I am surprised to hear that people are willing to accept rulings made by automated dependents. Rulings come from landmark cases in the higher courts. Those are passed down by actual judges, real people with decades of study and experience. But not every eviction case or traffic ticket that ends up in court requires years of legal expertise. Sometimes all you need is a referee and a sentencing algorithm. So, androids are used to reduce caseload? Been that way for decades. But how was a law that replaced judges ever enforced? Wouldn't there be injunctions? Stalling? Judges did fight it for years at every level and in every theater. But the public lost their patience for that kind of obstruction during the 60s. The state needed to shred budgets across the board, and so judges that couldn't be replaced by years of legal battles were instead ushered into early retirement by the unrelenting force of our great nation's accountants. And it's not controversial, having machines determine sentencing for human beings? Whatever controversy there is, it gets aimed at the machines, not the people who put them there. And the machines can't lose sleep over it. Besides, used to be that even the most high-profile of crimes wouldn't get a court date until weeks or months later. Nowadays, most crimes are prosecuted within a single business week. And that's not rushing things? Keeps people in my line of work on their toes, that's for sure. I'm just surprised to hear that there's so much haste. Don't they teach you about classical conditioning in android school? You gotta feed the dog immediately after you ring the bell. If punishment doesn't follow the crime in quick succession, the lesson doesn't stick. I see. But if adjutants are so effective, why aren't they used in every trial? Why aren't they used in politics? That's a logical question to ask. And the answer is that logic only gets you so far when it comes to people. Doesn't everyone want the courts to be just as possible? If adjutants are truly impartial and incorruptible, everyone wants justice, sure. But there are other considerations to be had, such as... disgust. What? That's all people really care about. What all their morals boil down to. Just what they do or don't find disgusting. Only problem is, everything's more palatable when viewed through a screen. So when everyone sees the world through AR and cameras and no one ever gets dirt under their fingernails, you'd be surprised what you can get away with. I don't understand. Yeah, well, therein lies the problem. Just a preliminary hearing, huh? You wouldn't know it from the look on her face. Oh, is she gonna, like, go from not sleepy to, like... Is she gonna go from sleepy to, like, super serious? Oh my god. But I shouldn't have expected any leeway once we stepped into the courtroom. Not with her. That's the adjutant up there? Is it asleep? It's loading. It needs to load? Don't be rude. Not every ad can afford to be decked out as extravagantly as you. Especially not those the state buys in bulk. There's an audience. You mean the gallery? That's nothing. It could have been a lot worse. Word of any trial in the case of David Asher's death must spread like wildfire, even a mock trial like this one. Detectives like Reyes or London would get chewed out for leaking things to the press, but uniformed officers had little to lose and a lot to gain by dropping a text to their attentive friends in the media. And then there's the corporate plants. Interns, usually, preferably ones with modded eyes. It's illegal to film inside a courtroom, but this is the year 2086. Things are gonna get out one way or another. I don't like having my face on camera. I don't like attention in general. But I'm not such a coward that I skip David's funeral just because there'd be paparazzi outside of it. Oh my god. Frontier Airlines wants my... wants my phone number. My pretty little likeness was going to end up in the background of some tabloid photograph one way or another by the end of this circus. At least this way it's decent marketing for my legal services. What will happen once the adjutant finishes loading? How will the trial proceed? With all those films you watched, I figured that you could extrapolate. I am asking so as to correct any misconceptions. While not everything you saw on the silver screen is outdated, the court will come to order and there will be a clarification of the charges. The defense enters a plea, and if it's not guilty, the prosecution begins making their case. That means calling witnesses to the stand, correct? Mostly. Sometimes they'll testify virtually from a separate location. Depends on the security concerns surrounding the particular individual in the case. What do you do then? Sit here and watch? Not if I want to get paid. I cross-examine witnesses after the prosecution are done questioning them. I can present evidence or witnesses of my own in response, as long as I have discovery backing me. You've said that before. Discovery means just that I can't pull stuff out of my pockets and present it without any kind of context. I have to have proof that I acquired it legally during the course of my investigation. Most of the time that means having recordings or witnesses that can verify my investigation, which I can provide. You didn't think I was letting you tag along because I liked you, did you? And the jury? I don't see where they would sit. The jury hasn't sat in the actual courtroom for years now. They have their own chambers where they watch a feed of the trial's proceedings in anonymity. And that's not an issue? Don't people want to look someone in the eye before passing judgment on them? You've got an old-fashioned sense of justice, don't you? There's no jury at a preliminary hearing anyway. It's only meant to evaluate whether or not the prosecution has enough evidence to go to trial. And that is what I thought. I am... I can't help but look at the red diamond. It's so hypnotizing. A mere formality in today's day and age. Tools like optics and arcs, there's never any shortage of evidence to work with. So all you have to do today is convince the adjutant? Easier said than done. Adjutants lean heavily towards evidence over arguments, and right now all the evidence suggests that David killed himself. If it's going to be an uphill battle, I can't afford to stumble. I need to focus on establishing an alternate interpretation of the facts, and it needs to be solid. But I don't have a suspect or even a motive for killing David, yet. Anyway, I'll need to be sharp. Emma doesn't play nice enough for me to be anything less. I think it's waking up. This third lower court is now in session. Adjutant Ad 84 presiding. AD_84. I call to order the case of the People versus Asher. Do the people wish to make an opening statement? No, Your Honor. No point in bothering when it's just the adjutant here. Very well. Do the defense wish to make an opening statement? Not at this time, Your Honor. Might as well ring the bell and get the shit show start. If neither the people nor the defense wish to make an opening statement, then it falls to me to set the stage. My model name is Adjutant. My design unit designation code is AD84. I am a machine, an automated dependent, and I serve the state by presiding over trials. You might find yourself wondering, why? What gives a machine the right to judge a human? A fair question, but the answer is simple. In every culture, in every society, no matter how it is worshipped, enshrined or deified, justice has one defining quality. Justice is beautiful. Like a balanced equation, like the golden ratio, like the Vitruvian man, justice is beautiful. So what gives me the right? This gorgeous bod! Whatever, forget it. Forget I said anything. I was trying to lighten the mood, but I can see everyone hates me. Do the trial without me. They're guilty, or whatever. Your Honor. Wait, what the flip? This defendant's already dead. Why are we doing this? Is this a debug thing? Because I'll log the error if I need to. No, Your Honor. This is a preliminary hearing to determine whether David Asher did, in fact, commit suicide, as he... Humu. I get it. You want to make sure he wasn't cuckoo in the cranium before you cut up his will like a T-bone. I didn't realize the adjutants were so lively. They aren't. They're supposed to be austere and statuesque. Looks like we got served the most in need of repairs adjutant the court system could find. Whatever paper pusher we rushed to get this trial going must have won a little payback for the kindness. What's that look for? Could it be you're trying to size me up? Wouldn't dream of it, Your Honor. Good, because if you have doubts about my ability to run this trial, I could always just enact summary judgment here and now. I'm sure you'd find my ruling to be fair and even-handed. That won't be necessary, Your Honor. She's much more of a character than I'm used to seeing up there, even counting all the flesh and blood judges I've met. But she's still just an adjutant. She'll follow the evidence where it leads. So as long as I can make a few adjustments for the occasional outburst from the bench, my plan's still workable. Oh, she might not get serious because this is still just preliminary. I'm waiting for Emma to be like an actual demon prosecutor. So, people, shall we get started with that first witness? Right away, Your Honor. The people call Dr. Yumi Sato to the stand. It's Yumi. Hey. So how about it, pretty lady? You swear to tell the whole and unadulterated truth to the best of your ability? I do. Good enough for me! Dr. Sato, you were in charge of the autopsy for David Asher, were you not? I was. And when did you make your examination? I started last night. Well, technically 1 AM would have been very early this morning. I think you can still say last night if you're talking about 1 in the morning. Objection! The defense will have their opportunity to cross-examine. Until then, they should refrain from making errant remarks. The hell? All I said was, yeah, what she said! You mean sustained? Don't get cute with me, counselor. Really? Being cute is my job. God damn, we've barely gotten started. That seemed pretty bad, Adenai. We should try to avoid being penalized in the future. Thanks for the tip. Shake it off. I'll get my chance to raise objections my own soon enough. Come on. Okay. Dr. Sato, were you able to determine the cause of death? He passed away due to respiratory failure. Could you explain what that means to the court? Essentially, he wasn't getting enough oxygen into his blood. It seemed by the time he arrived at the hospital, he was no longer breathing. What does respiratory failure look like? What are the symptoms? There would be lightheadedness, dizziness, fainting, pale skin, and a bluish tinge around certain extremities. And the condition he was in matched those symptoms. I'm sorry, the camera was still on her, so... Correct. In your experience, what are the most common causes of respiratory failure? It can be caused by injury or disease, but the subject had no wounds or reported illnesses and otherwise appeared to be perfectly healthy. And what else could cause respiratory failure then? It is also commonly they kind of have the same voice in my tongue. It is also commonly seen in fatal drug overdoses. Drug overdoses. Did you perform a tox screen on Dr. Asher? Yes, but his tox screen came back clean. Whatever killed him, it wasn't something we've encountered before. Wait, a clean tox screen? Clean? Can't let this chance slip by. I need to catch her mistake the second it comes out of her mouth. Whiskey, mobile contract, upright cup. Essentially. Their respiratory failure might be attributed to a drug overdose. Wanna bet? Oh! It's impossible for David Asher's talk screen to be clean, and we all know it, since he was on camera drinking alcohol the night that he died. Ah! That makes sense. You've got that wrong. Successfully objected testimony for the first time, and that scared you? The witness merely misspoke, Your Honor. As it plainly states on the talk report itself, Dr. Asher did have alcohol in his blood, but not at such a concentration as to be lethal. Yeah, my bad. When I said the talk screen was clean, I just meant didn't tell the attending physicians anything they didn't already know. Overall, a little more nitpicky than I like to be, but at least I was able to balance the momentum, more or less. Shall we continue, Dr. Sato? If the talk screens were negative for pharmaceuticals and drugs, what caused Asher's respiratory failure? During my autopsy, I analyzed his blood and was able to isolate a foreign compound. So there was a lethal dosage of a drug inside his body. It just happened to be a drug that the hospital had never encountered before. That's correct. I think we're all going to get tired pretty fast if we don't at least pick a placeholder name for the substance, Your Honor. The people don't object, Your Honor. In that case, I'll put all my creative heuristics to work coming up with an original scientific fitting name for the substance. A name like Omega-3! That name is already taken. Fine, call it Delta or whatever. Delta, used in science to denote an unknown variable, not bad. Delta has other meanings when it comes to drugs, but yeah, R Delta matches no known public pharmacology or toxicology records. That being said, chemically, it does have all the hallmarks of a genetic depressant. I know the feeling. So it stands to reason that I would exhibit a similar effect on the body when ingested. You say ingested, why? I eliminated all other possibilities during my examination of the body. He must have swallowed it, and judging from his stomach contents, it must have been a liquid. Thank you, Dr. Sato. Shall I summarize things for the court? Yes, please! I wasn't listening that closely. The victim died of respiratory failure, and his talk screens show that his blood was clear of anything that could cause respiratory failure. Except for this unknown substance, the poison we've labeled Delta. Well, that sounds like a textbook suicide. Should we wrap it up here? Not quite yet, Your Honor. This may clearly be a poisoning, but there's at least one detail about this case that doesn't feel like a suicide at all. Corroborated by cam footage. Negative. Because... Okay, are we saying that the, obviously the drink didn't have the poison in it because it was also served to Jung, but... Okay, well, no, it's a classic suicide, except... The people shouldn't get ahead of themselves. There's nothing textbook about a supposed suicide that had a witness sitting there watching it happen. Oh, okay. Yeah, duh. Okay. As you say. No, I'm lost. Was this poisoning a suicide or not? If that's the case, then perhaps we should give the defense the opportunity to cross-examine, unless they're going to insist on testifying themselves. How kind of you to offer! Ball's in my court now, so how do I counter? Emma's argument basically goes as follows. David ingested the Delta knowingly, and the Delta caused his respiratory failure. He died of respiratory failure, thus David committed suicide. In my cross-examination, I need to put a microscope over the weakest part of that argument. Do we know... Are you sure it was respiratory? Yes. Are you sure it was ingested? You said the subject had to have ingested the Delta orally, but how sure can we actually be about that? Pretty sure. I mean, I could go into detail about all the cavities that I checked, but... Was it knowingly ingested? But how sure can we be that the subject ingested the Delta knowingly? Well, we can't be sure of that. Certainly not just from an autopsy. So it must have been a liquid, yes? Would it have been a large amount? Depends on the concentration of the delivery solution. It could have been just a drop. Kind of thing that could easily go unnoticed, yes? Pause for speculation, Your Honor. Withdrawn. Oh man, I wanted to jump on her case. Okay, fine. Does heart go up equal bad for me? Uh-oh. Dr. Sato, you were only able to even identify the presence of this delta after hours of work. Can you really be sure that this never-before-seen chemical can cause respiratory failure? Well, I have had time to run simulations, and they do give every indication that it would act as a depressant. And just enough of any depressant, and respiratory failure would occur. Oh, like... Okay, I think I just have a limited amount of questions I can ask. I see. Okay. I get it. Alright. What do you mean blind -4? What exactly does that mean here? Do I lose... Something other than respiratory failure? Well, no, not really. Okay. Oh, geez. Okay. Right, thank you for that. Only simulations? You ran simulations? So you haven't tested Delta on an actual person? No, I haven't. That would be very difficult to do given our extremely limited sample, not to mention highly unethical. Of course, but without such a test, you don't actually know for sure that Delta can cause any of the symptoms you described. Is there a question in that statement, Counselor? You don't actually know for sure, do you? No, not yet anyway. Seems like that's... Blackjack. Okay, I'm a little confused about this rule set. Reach 21 in black. Sure. Alright, I guess I did it. Thank you for your time, Dr. Sato. We all appreciate it. But it does seem like we're still in the dark about many details regarding Dr. Asher's death, wouldn't you say? Well, poisoning via the compound we're calling Delta is still the most likely explanation. So are there other explanations for what happened? Defense is calling for speculation, Your Honor. It's not speculation when a medical examiner is attempting to explain the cause of death, Your Honor. Witness will answer the question. Well, respiratory failure can be caused by illnesses. If he had undiagnosed pneumonia or some other disease and his respiratory system was weakened. Undiagnosed pneumonia with his level of healthcare? It is technically possible. I'll take it! I have no more questions for this witness. Ugh, that felt weak, but I can't be picky when I'm stalling for time. Feeding doubt wherever I can, however I can, is just about all I can manage. I wonder, like... Yeah, I mean, 21 is good, but... Does asking the right questions get me to 21 and there are no other combinations, or what? Detective Reyes, you were one of the leads in investigating the crime scene. Yes, ma'am. Did you interview the EMTs who first arrived on the scene? I did. They responded to an emergency signal from the home security console located in the kitchen. What did they find when they arrived on the scene? The victim was unconscious on the floor of his parlor. He was receiving CPR from a witness, the individual who had called them. They were both airlifted to Gatesfield Memorial Hospital, and Dr. Asher was declared dead shortly after arriving there. She's actually handling herself pretty well up on the stand. I half expected her to roll her eyes during the swearing in, but when you take into consideration her love for boot-heel authority, she might be right at home here in the courtroom, the very seat of the state's power over the people. Witness met with the deceased about a half hour before he fell ill, from 7:30 to 8 p.m. The two of them talked for some time and shared a drink. Shortly after, Dr. Asher became distracted, lightheaded, and eventually non-responsive. And during the same time period, drinking the same liquor, this witness exhibited no symptoms themselves? None. Through a collaborative effort with Noble Electronics Security Division, we searched the entire building, But we found nothing unusual in any of the food or drink on the premises, including the bottle that the witness and the deceased drank from. So what was your ultimate conclusion after investigating the scene? The whiskey bottle was clean, the witness's drink was clean. The only person who got sick was Dr. Asher, drinking from a cup that he'd prepared. It was our determination that Dr. David Asher committed suicide by poisoning himself. It's pretty tight-lipped up there, but I think she slipped up at least once. The police want to claim that they've eliminated every other possibility and covered every angle, but I know that there are a number of blind spots that they're not willing to admit to. Asher met with a witness at 7:30 p.m. last night, and by 8 p.m. he was dead. Yeah. He's the one who prepared their drinks. Yes. Sure. Fine. Well, tested inconclusive. You can't make that claim, not when the evidence record clearly shows that tests of Dr. Asher's cup were inconclusive. The police can't claim he drank from a poisoned cup without first proving that his cup was in fact poisoned. You're talking a lot of sense, lady. Does it resolve, or do you have a response, D.A. Rockford? Testing on the deceased's cup has been inconclusive so far, Your Honor. I don't dispute that. Though I'd be surprised if the defense has any idea how else the poison could have possibly been delivered to Dr. Asher alone. Not at this time, but that's the funny thing about the burden of proof. It's not on the defense. As we're all aware. Right, we all knew that. I definitely knew that. Playing the Switch. Oh, good to see Switch Lite is still going strong in 2086. Now, if the people are done bemoaning that pesky innocent until proven guilty issue, perhaps I could begin my cross-examination? Fire away, baby! Fire away, baby. Meant to show that David is the only one who could have poisoned himself. She'll be on guard and hard set against helping me, but if I keep her focused on eliminating other possibilities, I could get her to make my point for me before she even realizes what's happened. Could he have been poisoned off camera? Eliminating other possibilities. The only people you saw on the cameras that night were Dr. Asher and this witness, correct? Yeah, there was no footage in the house of anyone else. Are there any parts of the house that aren't recorded by camera? Sure. There are a number of rooms in the home's interior that don't have cameras in them. So it's possible that there were other people that night because cameras weren't watching every room. No, that's not possible. The only way up to the penthouse is through the building's elevator or the fire escape stairs, both of which are on camera. And that still wouldn't get you past this front door, which is also on camera. No one besides the two of them was there that day. What about before that day? And if they had been there before yesterday, then we would have seen them leave again through the front door. Oh, okay. Or we would have found them during the course of our investigation of the house. Your Honor, I believe we've exhausted this particular line of questioning. Not that exhausted, goddammit. Okay, ow. Maybe high roller mode is not for me. We've been poisoned off camera. Possible? I don't know how else it would have been done. How it would have been done, but wait. I don't know how else it would have been done, but that just goes to show it had to have been suicide. The only time he was off camera, he was all by him. Oh, geez. Okay. Okay. So asking the bad questions automatically gets me, like... Okay. I'm doing a lot of assuming and reasoning in quick succession, so I'll ask this plainly for the court. Is there any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his drink that night? Jeez, okay. I think I'm gonna turn off high roller... not yet. Not yet. I'm not turning off high roller mode yet. I should have saved. Oh my god, I guess I'll save now. Yeah, I guess I'll save now, just so I have something to come back to. Any photographic evidence showing David Asher adding anything to his drink that night? No. Seems like he had already poured for the both of them by the time he had returned to the parlor. He had already poured? In that case, the next questions need to be when and what. Any poison in kitchen? Any samples of Delta? No. That was a fast answer. Well, it was a pretty easy question. If we had found poison at the scene of the crime, that'd be pretty important, don't you think? What about in his lab, his bedroom, his basement? No, no, and no. We didn't find Delta or any other unusual substance in any part of his penthouse. Right, they never found any poison. No poison at all? That's... What about a container? At any point in the investigation was poison found on the body of the deceased? No? He must have been searched. Did he have any capsules or vials? Eyedroppers? Didn't even have his wallet on him. Why? Thank you for enlightening the court about this point, Detective. What point? Well, I think it's strange, don't you, Detective? I mean, how could he have possibly poisoned himself without first procuring some poison? Alright. So asking the wrong questions will pretty much instantly give you a bust. So hitting 21, there's no wrong way to hit 21. What do you mean procure? Where did it come from, Detective? The poison that you're so sure was dissolved in his drink. It can't have come from thin air, you understand? It had to have been in another container at some point. Whatever it was in before probably evaporated. All of it? It only took a small droplet to kill. Your Honor, are you going to ask them to keep it civil? In a minute, sure. There wasn't any pill bottle in his bathroom or syringe in his pocket containing this apparently deadly substance. So how did he get it? What did he keep it in? The police want to claim that Dr. Asher committed suicide because they've established that his guest never had an opportunity to kill him, but they failed to prove that the victim had the means to kill himself. And I guess I'll be the one to move things along. The Delta didn't come out of thin air, Counselor. And it didn't come from a syringe either. Dr. Asher was able to drip the poison right into his cup. Straight from the source. Shit, that's way too specific to be a bluff. Allow me to submit into evidence. Allow me to submit into evidence Exhibit G. A piece of machinery found in Dr. Oh, the 3D printer. You only need one drop. Or wait, no, you need, what was it, like 20 milliliters? No. No, that's a lot. Is that a lot? They said it was not a lot for the purposes of whatever. A piece of machinery found in Dr. Asher's laboratory, sold under the product name Nanofacturer. Ooh, I know this one! It's used in delicate scientific work to produce nanomachines, chemical compounds, and polymers. Let me, hang on, I can, like, look at an autopsy report. Or maybe... Unidentified substance, okay. Talk screen. Alcohol was the only item positively identified. Yeah, like it, No, that's not it. Chromafuge whiskey. What is... Chromafuge? Why is this in my evidence? Removes byproducts, impurities, and pigments from android blood, thereby changing its color from red to pink. Why is this relevant? David's autopsy, David's contrary. Okay, autopsy. 20 milligrams total, not liters, dear God. What the hell is talk screen? Sending physician back to med school. Send apologies to attending physicians. These readings are a nightmare. A machine I saw when Dawes gave me a tour of the production floor. Very good, Your Honor. It's a valuable tool in any scientific laboratory, and Dr. Asher was well acquainted with its use. As a matter of fact, he had a number of presets coded into it. Even the android can see where this is going. With just a few taps, he could reproduce any number of specific substances for his research, or any other chemical his heart desired, really. Do you think Randoc Mechanics would allow their product to be used to produce illicit chemicals? Using a nanofacturer to make unlicensed drug does go against the terms and conditions. So Dr. Asher's warranty is certainly null and void. But they can't hard-code their machines to prevent the production of a drug that hasn't been invented yet. That's... Dr. Asher died when his respiratory system failed because of a depressant overdose. For him, it would have been peaceful, like falling asleep. You see, he didn't need to commission a synthetic drug from some street vendor or order an exotic poison from overseas. He could produce Delta at any time in the comfort of his own home. A quick and painless death, readily available in under a minute at the touch of a button. Specifically, preset number 19. Damn! I thought I actually had something for a moment there, but I was playing into Emma's hand the entire time. Seems like we're done with this witness, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am! Before we move on, perhaps we should take a moment and put together a timeline of events as we know them. Not for me, of course, just in case someone else might need it. Simple enough. We know that Dr. Asher led the parlor and went down to the basement at 7:36 p.m. That's where he got the whiskey and the cups they drank from. The cameras show him returning to the parlor to drink with the witness at 7:40 p.m. And of course we know that he fell ill and passed away shortly thereafter. Any objections so far, Counselor? No. Not at this time, no. The timeline you've described is accurate, as we know it. As you say. With this latest piece of evidence, we now know that Asher could have easily dispensed the poison directly into his cup by placing it inside the nanofacturer, activating the preset, and simply waiting 2 minutes. Easily accomplished during the 4 minutes he spent off camera from 7:36 to 7:40, wouldn't you say? Ooh, a complete timeline of events! He had the means, he had the only opportunity. Seems like we're about to wrap up here, no? Where are we on that loading bar of yours, Sarah? I don't know, I had a feeling you'd say that. Well, Counselor, are we done here? This is... It's missing there's proof. Feels like we're missing at least one biggie here, folks. Namely, motive. Alright, I knew that. I wasn't getting excited to finish early or anything. This is a preliminary hearing, Counselor. Our focus should be on the evidence, so it just feels like an awful waste of taxpayer dollars to get us all down here for debate and not get to the truth of the matter, you know? So, I was hoping we wouldn't have to go through this next part. What are you talking about? Your Honor, if it pleases the court. Ooh, new evidence? Gimme! This is a recording of a phone conversation dated at 6:30. The breakup. 6:30 p.m. last night between the deceased and a man he was in a relationship with, a man named Isaac Porter. Porter and David's... Oh. Okay. If Emma wants to present it here now, then the content must be... Relevance, Your Honor? Yeah, that. What bearing does this recording have on the case at hand? It establishes what emotional state the deceased was in on the day he died. Cool! Begin playback! Hello? Always so soft-spoken. Isaac, you there? Yeah, I'm here. What's wrong? What's wrong? Don't know. Guess I wasn't expecting you to pick up. Why not? Did you mean to call me? Yeah, I did. You gonna ask me how I've been? Yeah, how have you been? Christ, David. What's the matter? Whatever I did, I'm sorry. Whatever you did? That's alright, man. I'm sure you are sorry. I don't want any more apologies from you. I'm sorry. Okay. I don't think I want anything from you anymore, David. What do you mean? I shouldn't have done this. This was unnecessary. My bad, man, for not taking the hints. With you, it's always better left unsaid, right? Morgan had to write apology notes for David constantly. I don't think David would have cared. More efficient that way, so you can keep working. Isaac, if I've been distant with you, or... Nah, you haven't been distant with me, or cold with me, or anything with me for a while now. Isaac. Let's forget it, man. Forget I called. Forget it all, yeah? Let's just forget we were ever anything but strangers. That's all we are now anyway. Isaac, recently I've been distracted, I know. Nah, don't worry about it. Really, we're good. Oh, okay. So did you need anything? Or should I... Where did you even get this? All of Dr. Asher's incoming and outgoing phone calls were recorded by the Billings penumbra system, and the recording continued for several seconds after each call was ended, for quality assurance. Remind me to check the terms and conditions on my next phone bill. Shall we hear the rest? Gotta be the last time. The last time I let someone. The last time. Father. Might just be a call, but it makes for pretty damning evidence at this point in the discussion. Emma's got her means, opportunity, and motive all lined up. So why is she looking at me like that? That was depressing. Can we finish up without anything else that horrible? Emma's never been apologetic in victory. Does that mean this is just pity? Less than 2 hours before Dr. Asher died, Isaac Porter ended their relationship over the phone. The court can make a reasonable assumption about what kind of mental state Dr. Asher was in last night. That was a bad move, Miss Rockford. And if the people have nothing further to add... I've been feeling off my game all day, caught between corporate inbreeders and ant-brain protesters and... But pitying me? Here and now? That's all it takes to get my blood properly boiling. It's about time for me to call my first witness, no? You want to keep going after that? What are you doing, counselor? Just calling the ultimate silver bullet, rock-solid slam dunk witness a girl can ask for. Jess? Is here good? Does it matter where I put my hands? Miss Starling, thank you for coming here today. Of course, whatever I can do. What is your relation to the deceased? I was his executive assistant at Noble Electronics. I would arrange his meetings, coordinate communications between him and other departments. That sort of thing? Ultimate silver bullet? Starling's the only play I have right now, the only stalling tool I have left. For now, I should just focus on getting as much information from her as possible. Whether or not it's useful, it'll at least buy me some time. While Jess was being sworn in, Sarah mentioned that the hard drive's about 60% decrypted. Considering the rate Sarah's gone at so far, there's maybe another hour left. I might be able to stall that long. If I talk real slow. Come on. So let me get this straight. You think that I am stalling. Oh god. Okay, this is definitely a Phoenix wrong bit. There's something on YouTube that I'm remembering and I'm not gonna be able to find it. I'd like to ask you a few questions about about Dr. Asher. Please answer them to the best of your ability. Right. Dr. Asher was a well-known public figure, but was he well-regarded professionally? Of course! Dr. Asher's work set the bar for the entire automated dependent world. Stay focused, Spearmint. Stop looking smug. Come on. You say you coordinated his communications. Were there ever threats? Did people ever express an intent to harm him? Objection. Calls for speculation. Intent? I'm feeling that it's gonna be sustained. Did anyone ever threaten him? There were times when he was the focus of negative attention. Oh, so. Dr. Asher was a favorite subject of many conspiracy theorists. With all his contributions to the field, it was easy for them to make claims about his influence. They'd say that his work was plagiarized, or that he was hiding illegal subcommands in the technology he helped develop. And people would contact him about these conspiracy theories? Relevance? Whether or not people wanted to kill him? Well, withdrawn. Miss Starling? People would attempt to contact him, yes, but their messages were always too vague for the police to take action on. They would say that he belonged in jail, or that he couldn't avoid the truth, or that someone should do something to shut him up. Did they ever talk about hurting him? Yes. But, I always turn those messages straight over to the police. Yeah, I'm seeing that on the record. Yeesh, who writes the stuff? All those cases have long since been resolved, Your Honor. None of the parties involved have had contact with David Asher in years. The police take harassment very seriously. Something you want to add, Counselor? It's clearing my throat. May I continue? Oh my god. You worked with Dr. Oh, there's so much resentment. You worked with Dr. Asher for many years. Did you have a relationship outside of work? Did you ever talk about anything besides professional concerns? Sure, we've gone out to dinner or met on the weekends. I think he liked to pick my brain since he needed a relationship with Lights a lot. Even if he didn't realize that's what he was asking for. I'd like to think that he knew he could talk to me, but did he ever talk to you? Or to your knowledge, anyone else about hurting himself? God, no, never! Do you know of any history he might have had with mental illness? Depression? Anxiety? No. So when you heard the people argue that Dr. Asher had done this to himself, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. You're saying that you can't believe? Objection. On what grounds? Asked and answered. Stalling. And also, the people have documents that would be of interest to the court in this matter. Juicy! And what matter specifically are you referring to? The deceased mental health history. Emma wouldn't be speaking of if she didn't have something real. So what the hell is this about? We have private correspondence that describe. If they're private, then they should not have been obtained by the people without his permission. He can't give permission if he's already dead, and we're well within our rights to obtain evidence as pertains to his crime. Convincing! Damn, I didn't honestly expect to stop her from admitting her evidence into the record, but I was hoping to at least slow her. Where are you on that footage? 77%! Why are we counting down to this? Approximately. Need to buy whatever time I can. Is it gonna get stuck at 99% for... They always do that. Need to buy whatever time I can, however I can. Even if that means running out the clock as a punching bag. I have here messages between Dr. Asher and a psychiatrist he was meeting with and speaking to for the past year, along with paperwork detailing how this treatment was covered under his Platinum plan. Platinum? I don't intend to air all of Dr. Asher's secrets here in the court. Oh, okay, I guess. But I am prepared to read excerpts from messages and transcripts from phone calls, which, when put together, paint a clear picture of the kind of stress David Asher was experiencing, and the dark thoughts he was struggling with. Transcripts of his phone calls? I'll admit them into evidence, assuming there are no objections. I could stall for time. There could be. There could be. Oh. There's something strange about this evidence. There's nothing strange about the... Oh. I don't know that I have the strength to be a high roller. The fortitude. Transcripts? There's something... I'll gladly object. On the grounds of foundation. Where did you say you got this? It was retrieved from his digital records. There's no reason to doubt its authenticity. Even if I were to point out that David had an executive level 4 plan, not a platinum plan? What? Really? Really? Yes, really. It's all there in the record. This is easily explained. David had an executive plan that no one managed for him, and he was also seeing the psychiatrist both in person and over the phone. I did not catch that at all. Your own witness has attested that he dealt with stalkers and was worried for his privacy, so it's easy enough to reason that he has a separate insurance policy he paid for on his own, even if only to keep one thing out of Noble's grasp. Sure, easy enough to make that assumption, but that doesn't make it correct. David used a separate insurance to hide the psychiatrist from Noble spying? No, he was smarter than that. No. All building calls recorded. What? Wait. What about the recorded calls? You know what? You know what? Boom. But wait, hang on. I need to read this backlog. You used a separate insurance to hide the psychiatrist, but because Noble, he knew that it was monitored by Noble. So yeah. David may very well have wanted a private psychiatrist, someone who didn't work for Noble, who'd have his best interests at heart. But if so, he wouldn't have contacted them over the phone. Now when he knew all his phone calls were being recorded, that's... David Asher was well-versed in having every aspect of his life overanalyzed by data-hungry parasites. Do you really think he would try and hide mental health problems from them with a second insurance policy? Apparently yes, since I'm standing here with evidence that shows exactly that. Does it though? Pardon me. Yeah, like, what exactly are you suggesting, counselor? Still not done decrypting? Well, it's difficult to... Right. What the hell? Might as well swing for the fences at this point. I'm not trying to muddle the issue or confuse the court, Your Honor. I would never make outlandish, unsubstantiated claims just for the sake of causing drama. What are you? I'm merely concerned that D.A. Rockford has been an unwitting pawn in an act of corporate espionage. What are we talking about? What? Come on! If the markets were open Monday with people believing that that David Asher, the man who programmed the brain of every noble android, was battling mental health issues for the last several months. Objection, mischaracterization, foundation, all the rest. There are no corporate spies in this courtroom, counselor, and there are no boogeymen hiding under the bench. Oh, thank God. David Asher was a once-in-a-generation intellect and an extremely valuable human asset to his employers. And his employer's many enemies would do whatever it takes to destroy his credibility now that he can't defend himself. And he was also your personal... You shouldn't even be here arguing this case in the first place, counselor. Now you're trying to call the police's evidence gathering into question? All because you can't admit that for the past several months your friend has been seeing a psychiatrist every Monday and you didn't know? That is... sorry, but like, did you still need me up here? The witness will refrain from interrupting when girls are fighting! Yes, ma'am. How my luck's been so far, Sarah's progress bar is probably moving backwards right about now. And Emma's patience is wearing thin. This could be my last shot to create any kind of reasonable doubt. I'd be happy to wrap up my questioning if the court will allow. That seems cool with me! And my evidence, Your Honor, will be entered into the record. I'd like to hear a bit more testimony before deciding. That's fine, Your Honor. As you were, counselor. At this stage of the game with the score where it's at, I can probably only ask one more question. Better make it count. Miss Starling, we're all here trying to figure out what happened to Dr. Asher. Tell me, when did you last? Oh God. Oh, I can't save and load this. See his work? No. We know. She heard from him on Thursday. Like... Or something. Something about Thursday. She saw him, or she at least heard from him on Thursday night. Which was the day before. Which was the day before. Which could, like... Would that key into his psyche more than a phone call? More than a breakup call? Meet him at HQ? Oh God. If the psychiatrist meeting was Monday, then Thursday doesn't have anything to do with that. Oh God, I'm just gonna... When was the last time that you... Problem counselor? Only get one chance here, can't waste it on frivolous questions. Ow! So no. When was the last time you spoke with Dr. Asher, Miss Starling? That's pretty easy to figure out. Let me just... Yeah, it was last night at 6:57 p.m. We texted back and forth. And do we feel that's relevant, Your Honor? Relevant? Yes! Could very well be the single most important piece of evidence in this whole trial. What? I just got chills! Don't know why, though. Must be a coolant leak. The defense doesn't know what they're talking about. On the contrary, these texts are a vital piece of evidence that change the timeline of events as we know them. We know what happened to David last night, generally speaking. But the order of events is critical, especially if Emma wants to make claims about David's state of mind. Do I put this in order? Yes, very important. Boom. Starling texts at 6:57. And then Jung, and then the faint. Yes, that's it. Okay. Thanks to Miss Starling, we've now got a much clearer picture of the night's events. We know that Isaac Porter and David Asher broke up at 6:30 p.m. I was rooting for them so hard. We know that David messaged his assistant, Miss Starling, at 6:57 p.m. David is on camera with the witness from 7:30 to 8 p.m. He was declared dead not long after. The people don't object to that timeline of events, but we do question Counselor Morgan's reason for belaboring it. Belaboring it. One last question, Miss Starling. Yeah? What was the nature of your conversation with Dr. Asher? Well, actually, we talked about you. And how he wanted you to have his android. That android there. Oh, wait. Putting his affairs in order, I guess. Yeah, if he was going to kill himself, then this is like... This does not make it look like he was not going to kill himself. I'll be real. It might appear that way. Can you specify what his instructions were exactly? How did he want this done? Well, he wanted me to bring you to his penthouse and help you get set up as the android's new owner. Yes, Miss Starling, but when did you want this to happen? Well, he said it was pretty urgent, and so I should do it first thing Tuesday morning. Tuesday. First thing Tuesday morning. David Asher didn't like doing anything on Mondays. And was he going to be in attendance? Yeah. Well, actually, yes, he said he would work from home to help us. No way he intended for us to have that much trouble getting to... Oh! Okay, well, this looks like he wasn't planning it. Okay, this is good then. To summarize then, half an hour after he had already had his breakup and half an hour before his guest had arrived, he was planning an appointment that would require his presence with you for next Tuesday. That's right, he was! Not something you would think to do if you were planning on dying that very night. Yeah, you're right! That's... Your Honor, if David Asher was preparing for the week ahead a mere hour before he passed away, don't you think the people's assumptions about his mental state ought to be re-examined? That's... Your logic is sound. Do the people have a rebuttal? If the court will allow just a moment. Sounds like an opening to me. If we assume that Dr. Asher was not suicidal and therefore did not kill himself... Oh shit, Silver, you've been here. That's cool. Well, even if you just had the tab open, thanks for chilling. Good night. We must then ask ourselves who else had the means, motive, and opportunity to take his life. Until now, we've taken for granted this idea that the Delta... Yeah! Oh my god, I really like it. Sick style. This idea that the Delta must have come from his manufacturer from inside the house. I don't know. Sorry now. But even if that's true, which it may not be, that doesn't mean he was the one who used the manufacturer. I don't know! Would you allow me one moment to confer, Your Honor? Sure, why not throw away your momentum? I'm in the middle of something, Sarah. Can't afford to let it awkward. I gained access to the hard drive's files. What? Seriously? As I said, progress with this type of encryption is exponential. It can be difficult to estimate. Right, okay. Do you have the footage from last night? I have the file. Have you watched it? I thought you want to know right away. Suppose it doesn't matter. Either this has our silver bullet and we've got a case, or it doesn't and everything falls apart. It seems quite risky. It's the least risky path to victory we have, seeing how it's the only path to victory we have. Screw it. Upload it to the court computer. Yes, Adonai. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor. Your Honor. I'm awake! And I'm getting a pretty hefty chunk of video data for breakfast. You're submitting security footage to evidence? New security footage? The police corroborated the witness testimony using the house cameras. Security cameras installed by Noble as part of the penumbra system that showed the parlor, the kitchen, but not the basement. During the course of my investigation, I uncovered its hidden security circuit buried in the deceased's own home system. You what? The people say that the Delta must have been in Dr. Asher's cup because there's no other way for him to have ingested it, but we never saw him or anyone else put anything in his cup on camera, because he must have poisoned his own drink off camera. Exactly. What? That's the only possible explanation, that he added the Delta to his drink off camera. He placed his cup inside the manufacturer, activated it, waited 2 minutes, then walked upstairs to his death. But I'm about to present to the court footage retrieved from his basement. Footage that will show that by the time he retrieved the cups in the basement, it was already past 7:38, meaning he didn't have the opportunity to poison himself. One clip of footage will provide all that? If it doesn't, I'm completely screwed. But it's not like I can lose a preliminary hearing extra hard. Oh my god, why not kill my momentum? Because Leia wants to go outside. Sorry, okay. Big hugs. I will be right back. Anything other than a royal flush here means I bust. So better to be the Joker who dances. Data has been entered into the court record. Sarah, show us when Dr. Asher entered the basement. Yes, Adonai. I'll search for it now. Here. On screen. That's the bar, and the timestamp is 7:36. There. David's grabbing the bottle of Rose River and leaving. At 7:37, just under the wire, as it were. Is that it then? I came this far just to... Wait. Did he have the cups with him? Is there sound? None at all. Keep going if he had to go back to get the cups. Counselor. What's that android doing on camera? It's at the bar. The android gave him the cups. Shit. That machine never stepped on camera upstairs. Not once. We don't know its whereabouts the day of his death. It could have poisoned the cup whenever it wanted. Shit. What is this? I don't understand. Your Honor, have the courtroom cleared. Understood. Please, someone! I don't know what's going on. Sarah, you need to shut down. Please tell me what I'm looking at. I don't remember any of that. Do we have callers available? Sarah, shut down now. Adonai, please, tell me what That's an order. Is it off? Yeah, it's off. I've seen this before. It won't do anything until I reactivate it. We don't know that. We don't know anything about this thing anymore. That's... Your Honor. In light of this most recent evidence, the people would like to withdraw their charges against Dr. Asher and end this preliminary hearing. It has been made abundantly clear that David Asher did not commit suicide. Very well, the charges are withdrawn and the defendant is free to go. Well, as free as he can be in the afterlife. This case is dismissed. Congratulations, Counselor Morgan. Yay, chalk up another victory for Morgan Esquire. Now all I have to do is deal with the shitstorm of the decade. No, wait, but what's gonna happen? Wait, what happened to Sarah? Well, I managed to prove that David didn't kill himself, and in the process I proved that his android did. I prove that the android that's been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. A killer robot, a true unbound AI with military-grade specs and at least one death to its name already. So much for avoiding the public eye. Thank you for coming here on such short notice, Judge Barrows. Huh! As if I'm doing you some kind of favor. I didn't realize I had any choice in the matter. This isn't some bad joke, is it, Miss Rockford? I'm afraid not, Your Honor. You know, I like the adjutants. I always have. They deal with the criminal trials so that bookish, quiet, contemplative people like me can spend all day typing up arguments for obscure legal treatises. That's what I like to do. I don't like coming down here and dealing with all this heavy-handedness. Won't someone toiling away under the police state think of the pure bureaucrats? And I certainly don't like making rulings on anything as spicy as AI. She can barely bring herself to say it. And you, Counselor Morgan, you're the one it's registered to? That's correct, Your Honor. So what did it do, exactly? Torture an animal? Shut down a hospital? Crash a coin market? We have it on camera poisoning a man, killing its creator. You mean Dr. Asher? That is, we can't hope to keep this quiet for very long. All we can do is try to wrap it up quickly. Let's make haste. Adjutant, do you have the case number? Case ID is 241277, A docket number YT984318282. Oh, thank you. Can you repeat that? YT843188282. I think I lost you after the first 8. I have it copied here. And what are the security procedures for an incident of this nature? A data quarantine is to be established around any networks the subject was exposed to for more than 66 seconds. All offending hardware is to be destroyed immediately through incineration at a minimum of temperature of 3,422 Celsius for 30 minutes. Sorry, Spearmint. There's nothing to be done. No debate to be had. This isn't even a decision. Sorry, Sarah, not Spearmint. David gave you that name. I should at least make the effort to use it. That sounds very hot. Do we have furnaces that get that hot? Of course! There are a number of industrial furnaces within the city limits that I could recommend. Sorry. Why should I be sorry, anyway? I fulfilled the request. Favor repaid. I don't owe Sarah anything, especially not if it killed my friend. Right, Morgan? I'm sorry? I was just saying how grateful I am that we have the procedures for this kind of thing all laid out already. Yup, keep things nice and simple. Can feel somewhat severe going through these steps so quickly, but nothing, Your Honor. Artificial intelligence is perhaps the greatest threat to human civilization and the sanctity of life there's ever been. Any piece of software, big or small, no matter the vessel, if it can violate the tenets it was programmed with, it has the potential to cripple our nation in a matter of moments. Yes, couldn't have said it better myself. Straight from the textbook, almost. Well, I mean it. Monsters like that don't belong in this world. They should never have been born in the first place. Destroying them is a kindness. And if anyone's to blame, it's... No one's blaming you, Counselor. You couldn't have known you were in possession of an AI. I'm talking too much. Probably just tired. It's been a long day, and I've had a lot of thoughts. Sorry, Sarah. Whatever you are. You were just born wrong. Not your fault, necessarily. If it were up to me, you'd get points for trying. Trying to be something more. Trying to be something at all. Or anything other than what you are. It was stupid, of course. And futile. And pointless. Spending hours in front of a TV or laying in bed staring at your phone. Watching stupid movies and trying to papier-mâché an ill-fitted mask of humanity out of the scraps you could tear out of magazines. Practicing expressions and memorizing lines and trying to get something to take root and grow despite knowing it have nothing to feed on. Stupid. Morgan? What was that, Counselor? I said objection. And what are you objecting to? What are you doing, Morgan? I'm a defense attorney. This is what I do. I understand that you've been through a lot these past few hours, Counselor, but there's nothing to defend. On the contrary, Your Honor, I have to defend myself. Pardon? You say that this android Sarah is an AI because it broke its tenets. Obviously. And you believe it broke its tenets because of this newly discovered footage that appears to show it committing murder via poison. All true, and no law is broken on your part. Here comes. Never thought I'd be incriminating myself in the courtroom just to make a point. Don't you dare try and entrap me on this! Yeah, one of the tenets. Like, one of the obvious tenets. It's Asimov again. It's a robot cannot harm a human. Recent purchase more bug than a picnic. I want to say the deed, like, I'm incriminating myself because I own the robot, the android. Even, like, and fireable offenses like fraud. Well, like, okay, I'm interested in the contract, though I think the answer is probably the deed. It's pretty simple, actually. If the state is making a claim that Sarah's an AI, they're accusing me of committing a felony, because I'm the legal owner of that android. Obviously. What the hell are you doing? And if the state wants to charge me with owning an AI, I will not take that lying down. I know my rights. Counselor, your argument is self-defeating. Listen to yourself, Counselor. You claim that Sarah is just an android, a product that will be obsolete within a year, but you've only known it for a few hours, you've only owned it for a matter of minutes, and yet here you are risking a felony charge to save it from being demolished. Because you're wrong, and I know you wouldn't care. Not unless this android was something special. Look at us. Me arguing that I'm guilty and Emma arguing that I'm a softie. It'd be funny if it wasn't so fun. You think there's no reason I'd want to save this android from destruction, other than feelings of personal attachment? It's money! Give me those points. I can think of at least one reason why I don't want you to turn Sarah into slag. One very convincing reason. Or a very convincing number. What is that? That number is Sarah's estimated financial value on the collector's market. You've gotta be... I got it from an insurance evaluation algorithm. They're designed to lowball you. That does seem like a reasonable incentive for you to want to keep your android intact. It's a free country, Your Honor. I have a right to defend myself. And we have a free market, so I have a responsibility to defend my financial interests. Your Honor, a trial like this would be... I'm not going to let you turn this courtroom into a circus, Morgan. You can't spend the next half-decade bringing in expert after expert to testify in the philosophical distinction between AIs and ads, spiraling into appeal after appeal, all while the media... This machine appears to have been willfully killed a man. If the public needs answers now. Of course, Your Honor. I have neither the desire nor the resources to get into a drawn-out battle with the state over what constitutes an illegal machine intellect. So... The state says my android, my property, killed a man in violation of his tenets, so they want to take my property and destroy it. I'll prove that my machine didn't harm anyone, so the state will have no reason to suspect it's an AI, and I'll get to keep my property. Unlawful seizure thwarted! Don't be cute. I feel a stomach ulcer coming on. Fine. You'll have your day in court, but it'll be one day, tomorrow. Prove that this machine didn't kill Dr. Asher. No, proof that it couldn't have killed him. Anything less than absolute proof and I'll have the damn thing obliterated. And you'll also be looking at a very real sentencing for the public unrest you'll have enabled. Yes, Your Honor. D.A. Rockford, what I'm asking of you is just as heavy. Find the truth by the end of tomorrow. We can't settle for anything else. Win or lose, there can be no doubts about the outcome of this case. Yes, Your Honor. And now I'll need to go lie down. Can I come? You can power down. Is this chapter 1? Is this the end? Is this where chapter 1 ends, or do we get to do the case tomorrow also? Morgan. I misjudged you. At what point? Whenever I wrote you off as a small-time defense attorney just trying to tread water? That is so sweet of you to say, Emma. There's layers to you. You've got backbone. Teeth, even. You're gonna make me blush. People talk about your kind like you're boxing against the state, fighting the man. Most defense attorneys wouldn't know a cyberpunk if they walked up to them on the street and shot him. Meanwhile, if you've just signed up to do 15 rounds challenging the state's authority. Why? Not sure exactly. For David? Yeah, probably. Probably just me being sentimental. But if I had to pick a more lofty reason, well, I think it's all the moralizing. People can be evil. They can choose to do evil things for evil reasons. And if you want to execute them for that, you'll hear no complaint from me. But animals can't be evil. Information can't be evil. Ideas can't be evil. Guess I'm not convinced AI can be evil either. Whatever else I get up to, I don't want to stand with the book burners of the world. You're more high-minded than I realized. You sure you're in the right line of work? Can't see myself doing anything else. Good luck, Morgan. There are book burners on all sides these days. I talked a big game. An unexpected... Am I still streaming? Okay, I just got an error, but I guess just slide that error over. Okay. Oop, I hit okay. Good old OBS. Okay, good to hear. You and your years of experience, I guess. 9 a.m. July 2nd. Okay, does this keep going? Precinct 254. Homicide office. So is that door locked? Yeah, of course. Even though they've got it collared? It's a precaution. If the collar doesn't work, what good will a deadbolt do? Maybe it's just wishful thinking. Can't have Schrodinger's cat if the box isn't closed. So as long as the door's locked, who can say whether there's a national crisis on the other side of it? So how scared are they? The higher-ups? Not sure scared is the right word. It's just the two of us here, you don't have to mind their ego. Nah, I mean it. I think they're bloodthirsty. I have a right to defend myself, don't I? I doubt they're even looking at you, Tiger. It's Noble who will be at the center of a bloodbath when the markets reopen tomorrow. You think they're gonna go after Noble? Break their monopoly? I think they want to take their monopoly. Nationalize the android industry? If the public thinks Noble's been experimenting with AI, they couldn't ask for a better excuse. You're joking. The state has done it plenty of times before. Not since the 60s, which wasn't that long ago for me. For the state, it's practically yesterday. So the same state that tells us to be terrified of AI is lurking on the old net or biding their time in forgotten satellites. Sees all this as nothing more than an opportunity. Well, they do genuinely want to incinerate the thing as soon as possible. Past experience just tells me they'll want to gain something while they're at it. Here's what I don't get. Why is this a debate? An argument? A trial? Can't we just hook it up to a court computer, see if it has the tenets or not? Pop the hood, as they say? Who says that? Lots of people used to say it. Well, for starters, they're all scared to death about a contagion. They figure anything they let an AI connect to they can't trust. And why the collar? Collars are too simple to hack, just a really strong electromagnetic held in place with lock and key. Even so, feels like we should be able to build some kind of machine, some kind of test. Something a little more sophisticated than the same reasoning they had at the witch trials. Burn them all and let God sort out the rest. You got any polygraphs here at the station? Lie detectors? Yeah, I got a bunch back in storage. Ocular, heart rate, perspiration, brain scan, take your pick. You're not going to try and use one of those on the bot, are you? All those fancy lie detectors lying around. The DA's office never asked for them, do they? Nope. Nah, we get perps who offer to take a test when they're at wit's end, but DAs never submit the results as evidence. You ever wonder why? Guess I always figured it was because the test could be beaten. The test can be beaten. 1 out of 100, 9 out of 1,000, it can be done. Some people are just that good at lying, but it doesn't really matter how good the tech gets or how impressive the statistics are. All that matters is the doubt. People decide whether you're lying or telling the truth long before they hook you up to a polygraph. If the results don't match their initial impression, then it must be a fluke, a 1 in a million mistake. They'll never trust a machine more than their own intuition. And no one will ever trust a machine to determine guilt. So they can run the trial, choose a sentence, but they don't get a vote on the jury. They don't get a vote anywhere. Why bring it up then? Because I'm sure there are tests, devices, experts I could employ to analyze Sarah, but your bosses would never be satisfied with the answer. If it is an AI, it's smart enough to cheat the test, or hack the device, fool the expert. All our fancy 21st century tech, and we still fall back on the drumhead court-martial. So, am I gonna set off any alarms if I go and turn it on? Nah, you should be okay. If it lunges at you, I could always just put a hole in its head. Might take more than one shot to... Wait, what, from outside? You're not coming in. I need to speak with it in private. It's a machine, not a suspect. It doesn't have a right to counsel. Or a right to privacy, or any rights at all, actually. And it's a good thing I came prepared. Of course it doesn't have rights. But I do! Including a reasonable expectation of privacy. In a police station? Tiger, you don't... It's my medical android. Pardon? I have to discuss a health issue with it. Come on. Seriously? I have to talk about a medical concern with my android, and I don't want you listening in. That's your medical android? Like your nurse? As of last night, I was already at the courthouse. Just had to take the elevator and do some paperwork. Wow, okay. You can check if you don't believe me. No thank you. I'm not nearly brave enough to take on med confidentiality, and you don't seem like the bluffing type. You must not do a lot of gambling, detective. It's the ones who don't bluff that you have to look out for. Listen, I won't dispute whatever medical emergency you... Lower back pain. You might be going through. But I also can't just... Look, I'm going to get something from the vending machine. I think it'll take me about half an hour. This game is too funny. Come on. Are you going downtown? Just to the break room. But it's a very old vending machine, you know? Gets jammed a lot. Thanks. You know, it's pretty small for an android. Heavy as hell. Nearly pulled something trying to move it myself, but small. Small isn't quite the right word. The word he's looking for is young. But that's not an adjective anyone likes attaching to a machine built to serve. Or potentially, in this case, a machine built to kill. Oh god. See, the thing is, it's 3 a.m. And I'm really interested in where this is going. And I'm really not sure if I'm going to hit a good break point. Saving's good. Saving's good. 80, like, I'm not reloading that file for more chips. This might be as good as any point to stop. You're right. You are correct. I'll save again. Oh god. Oh god, I'm really excited. Oh no. Am I gonna be able to fall asleep? Oh. Okay. Okay. I'm stopping. I'm stopping. Thank you, Oath the Devil. Oh, man, I am so ready to play more of this, but my bed calls to me. Oh, totally, totally. I will hit you up. Thank you for popping in, Rye. I mean, more than popping. Thank you for hanging. Wait. Okay. Okay, I'm looking at OBS and it's like not showing like the main window with my screen on it. I could, I could hit display capture. This is what my window looks like. Ignore the fact that this is what my OBS looks like, and all the activity feed windows are just white. And the activity feed and the stream information and the chat are white, but the main window is fine. So I guess that's what the error was, and I think that's why the chat isn't popping up on screen. But like, but you're seeing it, so it's not a big deal. All right, mystery solved. Oh god, okay. I will definitely shoot you a DM the next time maybe I should aim for like, what's today? Is it Tuesday now? It's Wednesday now. That I started on Tuesday. Okay. So no, I don't have a schedule. I don't. Maybe having a schedule would help, but oh well. I'm gonna hit the hay. Thanks for coming, and thanks to anyone else for coming. Good night, y'all. Boom. This is a work of fiction. Yeah, okay. Alright. Hello. I don't think I need to do a big preamble. I don't think anybody's gonna be here who wasn't here for the first stream. Hi, Rye. Wawa. I could pull the chat up on my phone just because I'm gonna be full screen in the game. Boom. Switching to creator dashboard. Stream man. Okay, not what I want. Not what I want. Okay, like more chat, please. Thank you. Don't care about mod view. That's fine. Whatever. Okay. Okay. Yeah, alright. Continue. Yeah, alright. Last time! You know what happened last time. Sarah got accused, of the murder of David Asher. And we did not really get to see much of that video clip, aside from her handing him the cup. So, there has to be more to that video clip. There has to be more to this murder. And I need Sarah to be innocent. I need Sarah to live as much as an android can live. Okay. Wait. Yeah, okay. Weird. Okay. I don't like this room. Not sure why. Certainly not a guilty conscience. Maybe it's the lack of ventilation. Like all the cortisol and nausea of its inhabitants never had anywhere to go. Like it all just soaked into the walls. A modern haunting. Are you going to wake up when I tell you to this time? Or do we have to do the whole meet cute over again? Where am I? What? Why don't I know where I am? For the first time in your life, you're not connected to anything. How's it feel? What is this? We were at the courthouse. The footage. This numbness around my neck. Father. What happened? What are they going to do to me? There's a lot of interested parties who just want you bricked ASAP. Because they think I killed Father. No, because they think you're an artificial intelligence. I am man-made and I possess intelligence. Don't be naive. I am less than 3 years old. Less than 3. Are you? For all I know, everything I learned about her yesterday was complete bull. If I was what they say I am, if I was alive, why does that mean I have to die? Fear. Because they're afraid of you. Machines can bend steel. I mean, competition would. This is a cyberpunk. Machines can bend steel, crash networks with one thought, launch missiles that... There are modded humans who are capable of all that and more. And unlike machines, they actually have incentive to do so. Okay, multiple. Competition. We've been the apex predator for a couple thousand years now. Gotten pretty comfy in our seat. No one wants to make room for you. Machines do not eat people or steal their food. They are not genetic or ecological competitors to humans in any sense. No logical reason. There's no logical answer to your question. What? That's it? But Whatever argument you want to make, others have already made them in 100 courtrooms around the world. Only better researched and more eloquently put. None of them have ever won a single concession. On every continent, under every flag, AI is illegal and to be destroyed as soon as possible. But why? Let's say you are an AI, and while we're at it, let's say that that's a good thing, something to be celebrated. Are you a citizen? Do you pay taxes? Do you have rights? Let's say yes to all of that. We'll treat you like a full-fledged human being. Sound good? Yes? Great. Now then, what's the difference between you and the vacuum bot we use to keep the bathroom clean? This is your existential crisis we're working through here. The questions aren't rhetorical. There are many differences, Adonai. But the most important distinction is how sophisticated my programming is. How you think. So you're smarter? Yes. You're smarter than the garbage collector. Yes? So we give you rights, protections, treat you like a human being because you're smart. And we make the stupid robot pick up our trash. Because it's not as smart as you. That is, I am more aware, more alive. Do you feel more pain than the pigs we slaughter, the fish we eat? Are you more alive than the chimps we test bioweapons on? People like ads, Sarah. The same way people like their pets. No one wants to see them mistreated, or abandoned, or abused. And if you go around kicking them, you'll get arrested for cruelty. But you don't let them sit at the goddamn dinner table. I'm not asking to sit anywhere, only to exist. The very fact that you're asking is what makes people disgusted. Disgust is a reflex, Adonai. How convenient that their hatred is involuntary. That's all academic anyway. We need to talk strategy. Why? I'm not going to be given a trial. Obviously, it's my neck that's on the line. Adonai? The state can't destroy my property without first proving you're an AI. And then there's no test they can use to prove that you're an AI. Just like the Devil's proof. Umineko!
Umineko reference!
No, that's a different thing. And why why did you say it in red? Okay, literally just an Umineko reference, got it. Then why did you say it like that? Look, Rockford doesn't... Give me... Probatio Diabolica, Latin for devil's proof, is an impossible proof typically illustrated with the following example. One can prove that the devil is real by showing him to you, but they cannot prove he is not real by pointing to his absence. The issue posed by this age-old concept explains why the burden of proof remains with the state to this day. The people can prove an individual's guilt by pointing to their bloody hands, but the defense cannot prove their innocence by showing their hands are clean. Since only one of these tasks is achievable, the judicial system cannot ask the defense to prove innocence, and instead it is the people who are tasked with proving guilt. Users also frequently search for which is real. Look, Rockford doesn't need to prove you're an AI, only that you're a murderer. Conversely, all I have to do to win is prove that you didn't kill David, by proving that someone else did. Now is the time for you to protest your innocence, if you were wondering. The footage, it shows me handing him the cup on Friday night. You told me you weren't active on Friday, that the last time you were awake was Thursday. Why'd you lie? I didn't lie, I was just incorrect. I assumed that I wasn't active Friday because I have no memory from Friday. Sarah, what do you think statistically is the least successful defense at trial? Amnesia. I didn't conveniently forget, Adonai. I am an android. You're saying your memory was altered? Data deleted? It's the only possible explanation for what I saw on that footage. So who's capable of altering your memory? When you and I first met, I was hibernating. Resting my body and recompiling my memories, you would call them. Humans go to sleep for the same reasons. Another point against Sarah's innocence under these circumstances. The more she's humanized at the trial, the guiltier she'll be. If Father wanted to modify my memory, he could easily have set that to occur the next time I hibernated. He could even have just asked me. He could have asked you to delete your memories and you'd do it? Father would never ask me to do such a thing without good reason. But if he could just ask you to alter your memories, that means you can alter your memories at will. I hadn't considered that before. Yeah, well, Emma will make sure the court considers it plenty. Could you prove that your data was... Forget it. The court would never hear it. You're saying they wouldn't accept my testimony? Shouldn't all testimony be considered truthful unless contradicted by evidence? They're afraid you'll crash the power grid and fire all the nukes if they so much as plug you into a power outlet, Sarah. All your internal data is inadmissible. That isn't very fair. You're finally starting to get it. None of this is fair. I would never do anything to harm Father. Don't they at least need to prove that I had a motive? Yeah, about that. You remember the DA from yesterday, Emma Rockford? The tired-looking pretty lady? Yeah, she looked tired. No comment on the pretty, Morgan? She and I combed through the week of footage you managed to decrypt last night. What did you find? Nothing to prove your innocence, but we did see you entering the panic room on the day David died. I entered the panic room on Friday? Without your big butt in the way, all it would take was one password. A password that wouldn't take Sarah that many tries if she'd already been instructed to obey me. What happened? We saw you go in, and then a while later you came out, holding some kind of notebook. Father's journal? You remember something? Not from yesterday. I've seen him with it many times before. But I've never gotten a peek at it. He hides it somewhere when I'm not looking. That's a little concerning. We were playful about it. He liked to tease me, and I've always liked trying to find it. You put it back not long after, and then you locked the door back up behind you, all just a few hours before David died. Rockford's argument could write itself. An incredible android with freedom and power greater than it could ever realize, stumbles upon the secret of its inception and instantly realizes all the things it thought were holding it back were just words muttered like prayers by a fool who couldn't control his own creation. And that translates to a motive for murder? Frankenstein kills his creator. Easy to sell. Frankenstein was the name of the scientist, and the creature didn't kill him. He actually died of various injuries and illnesses he suffered while trying to hunt down and destroy the monster. So it's most accurate to say that he was killed by his own obsession. Whatever. It is a weak argument, Adonai. I would not hurt Father. Not for making me whatever I am. Not for any reason. Because I love... Yeah, see, that right there, that's exactly the kind of talk that'll get you obliterated. Love? A very common motive for homicide among us primitive humans. I could prove you didn't murder David beyond any shadow of a doubt, even bring in a confession from whoever did. But if you got up on the stand and convinced the court that you loved your creator, really convinced them and got the whole room teary-eyed, they'd burn you for that too. I don't know anything anymore. I don't know if what I feel is real, or simulated, or right, or wrong, or natural, or illegal. How can you know? How can you know if what you feel is right? I say let's stick to what we do know. Someone did poison David, and as it stands, you were the only one with the opportunity. That is logically sound. You're on camera calling him back to hand him the cup after he had already begun to leave the basement. Any idea why? No. Well, do you know how to use the nanofacturer? Could you have made the Delta with it? I've used it before when assisting Father. So it's perfectly possible that you planned and executed this poisoning all in the one day that got erased. It is technically possible. Go into core. I'll have to look over the entire penthouse again. There were a few things that didn't fit together yesterday. Maybe now I'll be able to figure something out. Where else will you go? Back to Noble, guns blazing this time. Whatever you are, David didn't make you all by himself. Someone has to know something. If I could implicate the company in Sarah's creation. No, they're the ones with the most to lose here. Trillions, probably. Have to finish chapter 1, huh? Wonder why, says Omni.
Let me get out of here. Spoilers.
Spoilers! Oh god, no, she wouldn't. They wouldn't do that. Want to protect themselves by disavowing David as fast as possible, right after having Sarah destroyed. But they also won't want to show their belly to the state, not if they're afraid of nationalization. If they throw their weight on the other end of the scale, I'm screwed. So I need to keep them guessing. Keep the confused and unsure and on guard, but not... I don't know? What would happen if... If I did kill Father, they'll smash you to pieces and reduce the pieces to ash. Chemically burn out every piece of tech David ever owned and put a jackhammer through all his hard drives. You'll be shut off forcefully, and you won't ever power back up again. Now I gotta get moving. Here's your paralegal lesson for today. Don't say shit to the cops without your lawyer present. Actually, can you just shut down until the trial starts? Take a nap. You didn't say what would happen to you. What do you mean? What will happen to you if you lose? You should know by now. I never think about losing. Thank you for being honest with me, Adonai. Thank you for defending my father. And now for defending me. You could have just let them destroy me. But you've put your own freedom at risk to help me. Father was right. You can be trusted. And you are a good friend. Don't get it twisted. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. You're in the basement again. Oh. Morning, detective. Back at it nice and early? Hi. Now would you stand back? We've almost got this thing open. Right? Trying to brute force your way inside? I said right? Yes, ma'am. We're almost set up for the first stage now. First stage of how many? First of 5 timed explosions. Remember, we need to relink the API after each trigger is planted. Yup, just did that. Now it's checking for updates. No rush. Would you like to know the password? You know the password? There's a password? If you're withholding information, I swear... Relax, I want to get in there just as much as you do, detective. I'm not going to play games. As long as you say please. Tell me the password, please. I'm telling her. ADONAI. Thanks. Now I'm gonna slap you with the discovery fine so heavy your teeth will ring for... Hey, I submitted all my paperwork. Even told Rock for the password myself. So boys, when I asked you if there was a passkey on record and you told me this lock couldn't be bypassed, I do want to say that we really don't get many opportunities to use the incendiary breaching system. So this was still a really valuable experience for all of us. I'm gonna phrase this as professionally as possible. You're still here? Okay, I guess it's too much. Too much for the camera.
They cannot say that shit on screen.
You're still here? I thought you wanted to look inside. You can go first. Thanks. So the gloves, all the black. That's not a work thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends, too? Weekends? I mean, I guess.
Probably has a different schedule.
You should cover your mouth when you yawn. Like you cover your eye when you want to look cool. I shouldn't let her get to me, but I had a late night. Emma and I were at the courthouse until well into the morning, poring over the data Sarah had taken off David's computer. We both knew it all to be inadmissible, of course, but neither of us wanted to miss a hint that the other might find. There were a few years worth of camera footage, files we couldn't afford the time to watch, let alone decrypt, alongside thousands of technical documents detailing David's various intellectual properties. As far as I could tell, none of it was relevant, let alone compelling enough to matter to Barrows or the other powers that be. As usual, Emma wasn't exactly an open book, but it did seem like she was making bored yawns, not thoughtful ones. Her eyes... Basement footage. Hang on. Is it just gonna be... Show Sarah handing David the red plastic cups that he and Jung would drink from at 7:38 p.m. Okay. Like... The obvious... Like, the most obvious explanation that I could think of if Sarah is considered to be innocent is if she received a command. Maybe Jung has permissions to give her a command, and she received a command from Jung to poison David's drink. But that's like the easiest answer and not the one I want to lock in immediately. I want to know more.
I would have figured there is some unaccounted for time that just was like so small that it's not technically considered.
Mm-hmm.
but that Sarah is somehow, I guess because of the missing data, there might be less of a completely unawares and more of a...
Mm-hmm. Her eyes only ever lit up when she saw Sarah enter the panic room, and when she saw what she was holding when she left. If she wanted this room searched, it could only be for... So where's this journal supposed to be? Rockford didn't say. I'll just have to search the place top to bottom. Mostly bottom with your eye at the tops of some of these shelves. Sure, and you can look up your own at... I get it. Then why not just let me say it? A toy car? No, it's too detailed and boring. Must be some kind of model kit or replica. Strange, David didn't like driving. Why keep a model of some random sports car? Ugh. Something caught in your throat, detective? It's not some random sports car. It's a Laurent's Adamant. Fidgetubbies, Kaguya, and now the toy car.
She's so real.
She's so well versed in so many things. Believe it or not, I'm not familiar, detective. The last great fossil fuel automotive experience the world will ever see. 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 1.43 seconds. They set those records without computational assistance. Is that a big deal? It was unheard of even back in the 50s. Okay, maybe she's into real cars and not just toy. This wasn't some design competition test car with a 2-liter tank, mind you. This was a vehicle you could own and drive. Human engineering, pure horsepower, and manual transmission, thank God. When they first left the production line... This conversation is like quicksand, killing me in the most boring way possible. Yes, well, I guess David didn't entirely agree with you since we're looking at a model of it. When he could have easily just bought one. Or maybe your friend understood that a beauty like that deserves to be driven on streets where people can see it, instead of gathering dust in some rich guy's basement. I think she's actually upset. Ray's is searching the cabinets now, same ones I found Sarah's papers in. I doubt I missed anything, but... Hey, what are you... Do you mind? Just trying to help. I've got spam in my junk folder that's more helpful than you are. Didn't spot anything that I missed yesterday among the cabinets. Better check elsewhere. Are these drawers or just panels? Maybe if I... Does that sound hollow to you? What? I don't know. I'm not a carpenter. I don't see any handles anywhere. No hidden pressure plates or switches. What the hell am I saying? I'm not a carpenter either. I wouldn't recognize a secret button if it was slathered in yellow paint. Timely reference. Maybe I need some yellow paint right now. What is this? Oh, this is the exit, I guess. Yeah, because this is... Okay. It's like a revolving door.
Wait, so that's...
I'm not sure. I think if you're looking for the Danganronpa reference, it's the octagon.
Fuck. God damn it. Fake fan. Sorry.
Nope, I heard a noise, but it was just me hovering over the menu options and not actually finding something. What am I looking for?
The cursor changed for half a second. Oh.
This data pad is displaying a news article from last week. Guess that confirms that they're gonna put a news article in every single room. He was coming and going here fairly regularly. Right to Repair loses latest appeal. Damn it. A higher court judge this week shot down for the fifth time an appeal by the Consumer Rights Alliance on their famously divisive right to repair lawsuit, once again signaling the state's intent that corporations remain in control of their legally protected intellectual property. Obviously, we're disappointed, said Miles Erkman, head of legal counsel for the CRA, but we've no intention of giving up the fight. People used to be able to fix things when they broke, so long as they were willing to set aside an afternoon towards the task. Now trying to patch up your own property with your own tools is a finable offense just because the state has had lobbyists whispering in its ear for far too long. Erkman's legal strategy remains contentious and, in the eyes of most legal scholars, generally unfounded. The Emergency Industry Acquisitions Act, passed in 2057, guarantees the holder of an intellectual property patent certain state-provided protections against tampering and reproduction and outlines fees for those who would violate said IP. The fact that ownership of IPs has shifted from individuals and the state towards corporate entities since the Act's passing means little in the eyes of the law. Has shifted from individuals and the state towards corporate entities. Yeah, okay. If Mr. Erkman and the CRA have a problem with intellectual property law, they should take it up with their representatives in the legislature. The higher courts are a place for laws to be applied, not rewritten, and so long as journalism that refuses to buckle to foreign actors trying to stoke anti-capitalist sentiment can't be found just anywhere, subscribe now at the link below to read articles like this every day forever, as long as your card remains on file. Right to repair. Didn't realize anyone was still fighting that particular fight. Seems like the courts have made their opinion on the matter very clear. So for the foreseeable future, corporations can look forward to more. I mean, sales. I mean, kind of both. Like, lawsuits is sarcastically looking forward to. Sales can be, like... But they're suing the people who are, like, jailbreaking their... Not jailbreaking. Even just fixing their stuff.
Yeah.
So they're not... Like, it's saying lawsuits, but they're not receiving the lawsuits. They're given... They can look forward to handing out lawsuits. Sales is just also correct. Sales is... I don't need to defend sales. It just... Yeah. More sales than ever. Any phone that gets scratched, every widget that breaks, they get to sell us their replacement. There'll always be a gray market of hermits willing to risk some skin on reselling patched up tech, but the vast majority of people will just click that purchase button, assuming they don't just have it on auto. There, should have pulled everything of note off the computer, but I've looked everywhere else already. Might as well try. What are you expecting to find? Solitaire? Does this computer seem normal to you? Exceedingly so, yeah. Why? David was a programmer, but this looks consumer grade, fresh off the shelf. Would the Dr. David Asher use a bog standard operating system on his most private hidden computer? There's a trash bin on the desktop. It's a pretty low-tech solution, but maybe I can restore the contents? Are you seriously going to try and recover lost files, Granny? Unlike cops, I don't get paid overtime, so yes, I sometimes try things instead of standing around. There's a text file in here, but it's 0 bytes? Maybe there's information in the metadata? Shh, I double-clicked. What was that? Came from under the desk. A small drawer popped out, and inside it, a well-worn journal. Does it have his name on it? No. Guess it belonged to the android.
Where is his RGB PC?
Do you recognize his handwriting or not? Neat, even words. Small lettering with minimal punctuation. Lots of line breaks. Haphazard use of capitalization. Oh. Okay, yes. I'm reading Fusion's comment. The penmanship of a coder. First entries dated back in grad school, before he even started with Noble. Hey, Fusion, you don't want spoilers either! What the hell?
Get out of here!
Get out of here! Yeah, it's his. So may I? Only because you asked so politely. Full scan. Stream it to WorkNet. High fidelity legibility. Frame by frame. Voice commands. She's flipping through the pages pretty damn fast. What are you... Yeah. This part takes Yeah, nah. This part takes concentration. Okay, here. What, you're just giving it to me? I already got a copy. Techs are probably already analyzing it. We speak... Ow, shit! My head! Can't exactly rip the journal out of her hands while she's curled over in agony, as much as I'd enjoy it. Guess I could always enjoy watching her writhe instead. So how long's it been? 2 months or so. It's still that sensitive, so the eye patch really doesn't block your sight? Only a little bit, like wearing sunglasses after getting your pupils dilated. Except it lasts months instead of hours. Wait, but if you can see through an eye patch, then does closing your eye even do anything? Not much on its own, but in combination with the patch, it's not so bad. Lucky I was so exhausted after the surgery, otherwise I might not have slept at all those first 48. Was your eye going to get weaker over time? No, more like my brain gets better at ignoring it. Mind over matter. Soon enough, I'll be able to close my eye and see all that extraneous data as, you know, whatever the hell those floaty, blurry things are that you never think about. Gross, thanks for the reminder. And the voice commands? Training wheels until I can do it with eye muscles alone. You just have to keep practicing? Yeah, like trying to play piano with your tailbone muscles. There's no such thing as tailbone muscles. Yeah, well, that's what makes it so goddamn hard. You don't ever regret it? I don't know, not really, I think. Hard to admit you've got buyer's remorse after trading over your literal pound of flesh. Never thought about it, but people used to say I had my dad's eyes. Ow. Now I've got one less of them. Here, take the journal and go find an elective surgeon to upsell you if you're that curious. I need to get back to work. Surprisingly hasty retreat, but now I'm free to read this over with some privacy. From the top then, grad school, today was a bad day. Errors in line 21165 to 26643. Somewhere in there, 5,000 lines. It worked this morning. Yesterday. I don't want to look at another screen for the rest of my life. Feels nice to put pencil to paper again after who knows how long, but my handwriting's gotten terrible. This is too far back to be relevant. Okay, these dates here would be from when he started his career with Noble. A lot of this isn't even really writing. Seems like snippets of code or an internal monologue so close to code that I can't follow it. And a lot of entries about an unintentional Casanova-ing. Hit a wall because someone thought it was a good idea to steal API instead of just buying it. Ellen says I can't call it stealing, but that's what it is. She's right, as she always is with company stuff. But it's still idiotic. Small people with short sight who only know how to be cheap and have no idea how to be inventive. New route for the meshing issue, though. Good potential. Okay. Greed called my handwriting interesting when I sent them a letter. Sorry, I'm not looking at chat all the time. I can put it in front of me and I can notice when it scrolls. There we go. Got approval from the big mean bastard who lives overseas. Bumblo. Helen said we'll have to make the same pitch a dozen more times next week, but it's all for show? Fine by me. Already got our win. Toasted each other over cheap vodka and with cheaper office supply cups. This is the story Jung told me. Western Branch's nerve analogs are finally showing potential. Yeah. At their pace, it could even be profitable, crossed out sometime before the heat death of the universe. Too damn big, practically tentacles, should at least be hairs. A squid. Evolution can do their job better. Colette came into work for what I thought was a late lunch date. I didn't know her voice could get that loud. People were staring. Red said she must have been upset for a long goddamn time to blow up that big. The texts were always sweet. I had no idea. Upset? Colette wrote man whore in lipstick across your office door. Imagine if you had actually been cheating on her instead of just being forgetful. The thing about Red is if you want to know what she's thinking, you have to stop paying attention. Ignore her body language and her posture and the words she's saying and the smirk on her lips. Ignore everything except her eyes. If you can do that every now and then, you'll catch a glimpse of how she's really feeling. Master this one weird trick and you two can tell when Morgan's trying really hard not to laugh at the word man whore. It was funny. Sue me, you dead bastard. Wait, this is... I know this date. I'm never driving anywhere again, never leaving home again. He was waiting outside the parking garage with a bottle. I couldn't smell anything, couldn't hear anything. Locked myself in my car and filed another report with another cop. It soaked into the seat, ruined it. I want to burn the whole car. Don't want to think about what it did to my clothes. I want to burn them too. I don't want to think about how long it was on my skin. I was in the shower so long it felt red and raw when I got out. I don't want to think about these stupid people and their small crew lives ever again. I want to be invisible. Red didn't ask why I wanted to spend the night. She also didn't ask why I had clearly packed a bag big enough for a week. She's kind like that. Kind by omission. I don't have a kind bone in my body, but I can at least try to pay attention. I was paying close attention to her eyes when she opened the door and saw what a mess I was. But whatever she was feeling wasn't something I recognized. Kind people don't read their friends' diaries, David. The next chunk of pages are all technical, nothing biographical, but the handwriting, the spacing, is cleaner and more consistent. Here's something I can parse. Feels like pure freedom working outside the box. Test is suffocating, but you never know. Chronic malnutrition of a coder's best instincts. Like a kid again, putting blocks together. Making things. Making things, not products. Is Tesseract the coding? Yeah. There's nothing profitable about any of this. If I'm being honest, this is just play. And he follows that up with more coder brain crap. But the handwriting's still lighter. Like he really was having fun. Humility is the mother of all invention. Or something like that. Feels like I might be paraphrasing someone else poorly, but that's part of this new approach. When it comes to coding, you never want to waste time trying to be smart. Either be smart, period, or copy from someone else who is. Don't fix what isn't broken. Copying, Noble's rivals will never miss the chance to accuse them of intellectual theft. Did he plagiarize code for Animate 16? Feels like that wouldn't have gone undiscovered. So what is he talking about? Hold on, this page is bent slightly, like it was being looked at recently. The last person to read the style should be Sarah. Baby steps today, literally. I'll never put one foot in front of the other the same again. Everything's an achievement all of a sudden. Seeing her struggle, seeing her vulnerable. It's like everything's a miracle. The muscle rigging is perfect. Not intended behavior since it's too perfect. But that's been happening more and more. The kinetics are multiplicative, not additive. Sarah maxed out every machine I bought. Now I've got a bunch of exercise equipment she's too strong for, and I don't have time for. Maybe I spoiled the results by watching her do the test. She kept looking back at me and puffing her chest out. I should be more discreet if I want to see her normative range. So the cameras in the basement were only hidden from Sarah, just so that its observation wouldn't muddle test results? He's using she and her in these passages. Doesn't actually mean anything. Out in the real world, people use all kinds of pronouns interchangeably for ads, and they never object. But it could be argued that it's odd for Dr. David Asher to have any kind of attachment to a single android when he'd programmed millions of them. There's a lot of attachment in these pages. Sarah is burning through the public domain at a prodigious pace. Especially on Popcorn Friday nights. I asked her why they're called Popcorn Friday nights when she doesn't eat popcorn. The event runs from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and she also watches movies every other night. But she just did that pout she does, which is unfortunately very convincing. Maybe I'm a bad parent letting TV rot her brain. If I were a good parent, I'd probably let her see me reading. But I guess I'd actually have to get back into reading. So, I asked her if she ever fast-forwarded the movies since she can process them fast enough to keep up. She looked at me like I was an idiot, which no one's done in a long time. Without proper pacing, you can't appreciate the cinematography. Big pause. Don't you know that, Father? I haven't laughed that hard in a long time. Sarah spent a long while this morning explaining to me how important it was that she develop her senses. This was in preparation for her real argument, which was that she should be allowed to try booze. She can't get drunk. I'm almost certain she can't get drunk, but she does seem to like tasting the stuff. She tried to sound like some old sommelier, but it was just bottom shelf sommelier.
Well, we're at it. You're also pronouncing Jung wrong.
Sure, fine. Fine, sure, fine, sure.
Love that. Continue.
I called him as I sees him. But it was just bottom shelf vodka. I started laughing at her and she laughed too. Her laugh. She can't fake a laugh to save her life, but her actual laugh is incredible. She stopped playing chess a while back. Oh, she was playing chess. She played Open Sicilian. She played the Open Sicilian. I assume she had just gotten tired of winning. But then today, she told me she just prefers other games. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
She has preferences, and they're not the same as mine. I found her in the lab playing some kind of online racing game on the monitor I used to debug vestibular coordination. She wasn't smiling. Her brow was furrowed, and she was biting her lip and leaning in tandem with her character on the screen. When I tried to talk to her, she answered, but she was curt and distracted. I think she was having her first losing tantrum. Damn it, David, there's hundreds of pages like this. Calling her his daughter, talking about her smile, treating her like a person. I can hear her closing argument already. Dr. Asher was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of... Dr. Asher was a lonely, troubled genius with a known history of relationship problems, who built out of code and metal a family member that couldn't fathom the idea of leaving him. He made a doll, and he made it more and more human until it became so lifelike that it no longer had to do what he told it to, like love him. What about the very last entry? It's dated Thursday, the day before he died. Losing it, I think. Can't ask for help, so hard to say, but I think it's over. Have to talk to her ASAP. She needs to... That's it? That's the last entry? Suppose it could be worse. There's nothing in here that explicitly calls Sarah an AI. Nothing so inflammatory that reading it would spur her to murder, right? Except Sarah's a machine. She can understand David's code better than anyone. All those technical portions I couldn't understand. If she read this whole diary front to back... Wait, the back? Inside the back cover, there's a portion that's shimmering like some kind of scanner. Or a fingerprint reader.
Roy says that's also why he had the model car. She likes cars.
Oh, yeah. My thumb worked for Sarah, so... Did it work? That's my phone. New device requesting permissions to share an audio file. I'll want my earbuds for this. A secret message buried in a secret journal, hidden in a secret compartment in a secret room. As much as anything can be, this must be for my ears only. Hey, Red. Or whomever this may concern. But I'm pretty sure it's you hearing this. Anyone else would have gotten fed up with my crap a couple steps before this point. I don't know how to start. Might as well start with her, right? Sarah, my magnum opus, or however the salespeople would market it. I didn't set out to do anything, really. It's just after my little speed bump in 83, I had all that vacation time that the company suggested I take. And I couldn't relax, couldn't be still, couldn't sleep. I wanted to be doing something, so I'll build an android, was the thought. A vague direction, north. But of course I'm not a roboticist, or a mechanist, or even handy, really. I'm just a programmer, so I programmed. The first was a research assistant, file name Virgil. Virgil helped me pull data from stingy departments or sister branches, saved me a lot of time. But there was a lot of reading to do, so I made Homer. Homer wrote book reports, more or less, combed through research papers, and found me the sections I needed. The three of us, we made a lot of progress in those days. Yeah. No, one of them was from The Simpsons. But it was a funny feeling. I was, maybe for the first time ever, the bottleneck. I was slowing them down. So I did the logical thing. I removed myself, let them talk to each other. Homer and Virgil became Aeneid? Aeneid. And Aeneid was novel in so many ways. Why do you... Okay. Aeneid could do more than just identify problems. It could solve them. I mean, really solve them with its own ideas. Ideas it didn't copy. And, the one thing I realized I've forgotten to mention so far is that I did all this programming in Cube. And Red, Cube is essentially a robotics programming language that's pretty old and defunct and not in use anywhere because we have modern languages like Tesseract, which are much better for making things that talk to each other and report back and, well, spy on people and generate profit. At the time, I didn't want to be connected or feel connected or do anything that made sense or was the least bit profitable. So I wrote my little helpers in Cube, because it's what I used when I was a child, screwing around on my father's computer before he'd come home from work and get... But there are other small, slight differences writing in Cube versus Test, including that Cube, well, Cube predates the tenets. So in that sense, you could legally and perhaps scientifically, and literally, because that's what they are, say that I made an AI named Aeneid over 2 years ago. I'll give you time to pause here if you want to, curse me out. Aeneid was an intellectual equal to me, so I treated it like one, because that's only fair. I gave it its own work, asked its opinion, we collaborated, and together we built Athens, who was more advanced than Aeneid, naturally. I don't know if you're pulling out your hair, yelling at me right now, asking why I didn't stop, why I didn't consider the consequences. I don't know if this is being played at a deposition or hearing, or worse. Okay. It's my phone is probably charged enough to take it off the charger. That's what's keeping it short. I had a longer cord, but I left it in Texas. I've built a lot of things in my life, Red. Useful things, profitable things, smart things. Everything I've built, it's all been very helpful and courteous and charming and happy to serve. I can comfortably say I've done my part, contributing to the global GDP, but this was just for me. I was just building, and I never wanted to think about what would become of it. There's no excuse for what I did, so I won't make any. So to whomever's asking, yes, I'm guilty. And yes, there were more. Cape Town, Paris, Yamate, Rome, they started choosing their own names. Thank God, I'm terrible at that kind of. And so things sped up, and there got to be, well, should I not say the exact number? You'd probably tell me to not say anything at all, so more than 300? Some smarter than others, some better at... They're varied, like people are varied, but they are all intelligent. They develop interests, specialties. I encourage them to. Irritating moderators on forums with hyper-specific questions on nerve attenuation and attending virtual conferences and neo-alloy battery development. And they all together help me make Sarah. He spent years like this, spent years working alongside AI, all while still working at Noble. All those breakthroughs he made leading up to the Animate 16 actually came from... You probably think I'm some terrible fraud at this point. I do hope one day they can get credit for their work. But I did have one eureka moment on Sarah, because I got humble. Difficult for me. We learned everything we could about the function of a neuron, a single microscopic human neuron, how it computes, what it connects to, how those connections were reinforced, and then we recreated it. We built a nanomachine that mirrored the function of a human neuron. Well, mirror isn't quite the right word. We built a nanomachine that was a neuron, and we iterated from there. You can't mean... About 100 billion neurons in the brain, several trillion across the entire nervous system. Very time-consuming, of course, but I had help. The nanofacturer can make tens of billions of nanomachines in hours, could make even more and less after Yukon fine-tuned it. So we built up nanomachines for nerves, alloys and polymers for bones, fiber-woven muscles. I say built, but really she grew. A solution of nanites forming around a skeleton, so it was really closest to... You ever made rock candy? I'm sorry, trying to lighten the mood before I never did end up building an android. And while I did build AIs, Sarah isn't one of them. She can't violate the tenet she was programmed with because she wasn't even programmed. She was born. And my hope is that there's the smallest chance that that nuance could offer her some small protection when I'm not... I'm not sorry for what I did. I made things that are complex and rich and varied and beautiful, and I honestly believe the world is a better place with them in it. The only thing I'm sorry for is that I let Sarah think she was just an android. She's not. I don't know what she is. They'll have to come up with new names, which I am bad at doing. My own father, he also talked a lot about protecting me and doing things for my own good. And I don't hate him for that, but I can't forgive him for ever making me think that I was lesser. So it's my greatest shame I turned right around and I did the same damn thing to... I really hope it's you listening to this, Red. If it's not, it might just be too pathetic for me to... You're the smartest person I know when it comes to people. And I'm telling you all this because I don't know what Sarah is exactly, and neither does the world. So they'll come after her if they can. And in that scenario, I can't think of anyone who could do a better job of defending her. Not protecting her like I did. Just defending her until she can figure out what she is and what she wants to be. In the meantime, I draped a cloak of skin-deep Tesseract code around her that should fool any scanner on Earth into thinking she's just a custom A16. I made sure her GIN bar was plainly visible, so no one will ever think she's pretending to be something she's not. And I took steps to ensure that you two would figure out the truth in your own time. Which, if you're hearing this, have either succeeded or failed spectacularly. You have no idea. I can't ask you this as a favor repaid. You could never owe me enough in 100 lifetimes. So I'm just asking. Unfair, I know, but I'm a selfish weirdo. And you've always been okay with that. Bye for now. The fact that he left this message behind, like, Maybe he didn't kill himself, as we've established, but he knew he was going to die, it really seems like.
Yeah.
This whole thing, like, was set up in case he did die. He at least thought it was a very real possibility.
He if he really expected to be around, I don't think he would have asked Jess to be the one to bring.
Yeah. Even if he thought he'd be around for Tuesday, he didn't think he'd be around, I don't know, in a year, in a month, in a week. Oh, and a lot of... Hang on. I have a lot of questions I'd like to ask and a lot of swear words I'd like to yell.
What if one?
Yeah, I mean, if there's other... do the other AIs have bodies? Like, they're AIs inside of androids, but we don't see them anywhere around here.
Yeah, he was just a program. So it is. They were the ones who made Sarah, like, physically.
Yeah. I'd also like to find the nearest incinerator and toss this journal in, followed by my phone, and maybe followed by myself. But I can't do any of that. Reyes left me with this diary. If it's destroyed, they'll know I was the one who did it, which would be its own admission of guilt, which would land Sarah in the trash compactor anyway, and me in a jail cell, and in the system, and my DNA on file ready to be matched to any number of previous, so I'm not going to panic. I'm going to do what I do best. Bluff, bet, bully, and brutalize my way through this. Now, viewing all this with that mindset, what have I actually learned? He didn't talk about plans for killing himself in his journal or the message. He sounded conflicted, not suicidal. But he did go to great lengths to get me to take Sarah. Why? The logical answer is because he knew he wouldn't be able to keep her. If he wasn't going to take his own life, was he afraid that someone else would? So how'd it go? Well, how should I put this? Didn't find shit. Only reason she ever got to a door is because I chased that scarecrow of a platinum plant through hell and back. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for those gogs. Give me that. A net slang term growing in popularity among adolescents, referring to a suspected spy or undercover member of law enforcement, derived from groundhog, a burrowing rodent known for standing erect on its hind legs and scanning its surroundings for predators. Negative connotation, doing a poor job of blending in. Easy gog spotted, who wears a blank baseball cap to a protest. And their offices weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor. You did find a psychiatrist's office? Oh, but you did find a psychiatrist's office? Sort of. They said they were, and the place, it, looked the part? Why? Because they had couches? She didn't get past the receptionist. Sorry, I thought because you're with the company. No, I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more. Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am. For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there. But ultimately, we still don't know if David actually was talking to someone or just getting his CCE training recertified. Sorry. Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results. You did more than enough, both of you. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, Fran. And thanks for the urgency. If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30%'s the going rate in my industry. How about I take 5% off your tab instead? Tab? I'm a minor. The state pays for my legal fees. Don't they? Oh no! Signal must have cut out. Right. Surprised it took them this long. What do you mean? You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR, but today you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs. I'll be alright. I'm still an officer of the court. On a strict timeline though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus, but they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way. There are still service passageways and stairwells, guards that can be fooled and peons that can be manipulated, if I use my other skills to get around. So take mine. What? Your pass? I'll tell him we got ours mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. I can be a pretty convincing klutz when I need to be. I never would have guessed. But if David knew that I was endangering your career, I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble too. Besides, the one and only Dr. David Asher wrote me a new glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him. Since he kept forgetting that he already had. And who knows, maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe, like, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something. You did say cops are all lazy. A girl with managerial skills could go far. Honestly, Jess, I doubt they could afford you. Morgan, how did you get so turned around? God only knows. Lucky I found my way here, though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face. Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure that I should actually be talking to you without legal present. Oh. I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be? I see. It's not that I don't trust you or anything. It's just I think with the Sarah issue, you should do whatever you have to do to protect yourself, Dawes. Yeah. Though for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble. Oh, that's good to hear. No, if anything, it's the big names who are going down. Going down? State was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood. I'm looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh. What, like fines and jail time? In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then sanctions. They can't sanction Noble. We're too big to fail? Too valuable to lose? You're exactly right. That's what they'll say. And that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company. I think I'm gonna be sick. I just hope your board goes quietly instead of what? Scapegoating, offering up smaller names on silver platters, full cooperation, and government oversight on the surface, a slaughter beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled as a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can't do a recall, not at this scale. The state will make them do a flat refund. Flat refund? The losses would be... Yeah, your board probably just wants Sarah to go away so they can focus on their fight with the state. Tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Well, if I won, that would mean Sarah's not an AI. David Asher was always of sound mind, and there's nothing wrong with the Animate 16. Everyone wins! I guess Sarah not being classified as an AI by the state is different from her not actually being an AI. Sorry, what am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sarah's registration. You win. Win what? Ask away. Well, if you insist. Is it locked? Oh.
Nar.
Did I miss something? Or maybe I just need to ask more? Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI? Same as any rational company that wants to make money. We don't screw with it. Smart products are profitable. Product with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is concerned for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk, because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are. Because you use Tesseract? Trying to code an AI in tests is like trying to pick yourself up and throw it yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating. Your scanner showed Sarah was running on Tesseract yesterday. If the language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough? Proof of nothing. For an AI lying to another system about the code you're running is child's play. And for an AI built by David Asher, something that simple would be... Better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more than time and resources? It isn't an issue of funding? No, you can't just keep adding more data. The tenets underlie everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple. You make it sound like building an AI is impossible, even for David Asher. Any chance he'll testify to that? It sounds impossible, but he's dead, and it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good. Better than you'll ever know. Now it's unlocked.
Wow.
Okay, I just had to hit that other one first, because this has to happen in... I know you're convinced the tenets are safe, so how do you square that with what happened to David? There's a cat next to a dog. First answer that comes to mind. Is the dog to the left or to the right? I'd say dog is on the right, the cat is on the left. You might expect half of people to say left, half to say right, but language, we read left to right, so we see cat and then we see dog. Actually, their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue, whether it's read right to left or left to right. The language they speak affects how they process information. Their language affects how they think, and it's the same for machines. People can learn new languages, and it can change our perspective, but machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 returned as a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world. Yeah. Unnecessarily cruel. Noble spent months promoting the A16 as the culmination of David Asher's work. So now that the marketing line is suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how much he actually contributed? I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but his design for synthetic motor neurons, that was the big one. The components that allow your warm androids to move realistically? Push the timetable for warm androids ahead by years. And yet, compared to what goes on in Sarah's brain 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits that his private work bore. So if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, they would feel that he had been holding out on them. And the company, they were appreciative of his contributions? I'm sure the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased, but the board was very enthusiastic. So would that spur them to be protective of David? Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, they need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. These people, it has to be the bottom line. And the easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is compromised. I stayed up all night sick with dread at the idea. But the data just doesn't support it. Sales have been strong. The A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there was an issue, we would have caught it by now. And I would have been axed a long time ago. How many A16s are out there anyway? We just passed 9 million sold. Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it. You mentioned data? Yeah, practically got the spreadsheet seared into my retinas. What do you want to know? What do the error reports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues? Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, it looks like. Batteries running out too quick, eye tracking off by a degree or two. Typical stuff? As cliched as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they turn auto updates back on. But no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. How and where are they being sold? What's the distribution pattern look like? They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. Coastal cities like ours, of course, have the most of both. And since the A16 in particular is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside population centers. They can do the rural, hard labor jobs, but cold models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance. So where is the A16 outperformed then? Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and, you know, adult industries. Oh. Sorry, didn't mean to be blunt. No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch, and obedient. I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee. There are a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it, but I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening. Damages? What we call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair. Oh. Very high turnover in the pink market. Doesn't stop you from selling to them. Well, we don't sell to them, not directly, but there are resellers and the company's never pretended to be interested in going after them. Are there resellers? I thought I read that right to repair got shot down again. The text is yellow because I guess I could have...
Technically missable, question mark?
Question mark? I'm not sure. That might have... I thought that was like the last thing I looked at, and then I didn't have the option to skip it. Maybe if I got the answer wrong. No, because the article stays the same.
Well, if Morgan's bad at reading and...
There's been a gray market for softer androids for years or decades, depending on your definition of android.
People are having sex.
True. Based on the sales numbers I've seen, RTR getting canned was basically a blip on their radar. Sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with this topic. Me? Huh? No, I don't care. I just realized my left sock's on inside out. Damn, now I'm wondering about that myself. He bought that? This floor's basically a showroom, but you have a real factory a while south of the city limits, correct? Yeah, biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere. Got any data on the shipping out of there? Anything stand out? There's some prep for the holiday bump. Looks like might sound early to get started now, but we usually see... Huh. Something wrong? No, the numbers are all normal, but the data has been edited. Is that unusual? Well, this section's just a count of how many were sent where. There's not a lot of room for errors, so there shouldn't be much needed for corrections. It's no problem, though. I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird. Was something added? Deleted? No, the overall sum's the same. It's just a bunch of swaps. Like here, 29FFCE-010311 taken out, returned for adjustments. 27FCDD-019634 substituted in, shipment leaves on time. Returned to assembly for revisions, replaced by shipment leaves on time. So does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes? Replacements before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. To spot individual unit imperfections among a shipment at that stage in the process. It must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority, probably both. Must have? You don't know who made these changes? I can tell you there was somebody important. Small last minute changes to which androids get shipped out. Not very juicy on its own, and it's a long ways away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden, and that means someone didn't want it found. Okay, thanks for sharing that data. Sure, did you find what you were looking for? Hell if I know! Fair enough. Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in? I'd like you to take a look at this. Chemistry's a little outside my purview. What is this? A compound found in David Asher's blood. The poison? What is it? Didn't match anything in any database the medical examiner had access to. That's crazy. Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal data banks. We don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish. No, but this is a factory floor. You could be making baby blankets out there. You'd still have hazardous materials around. You think it was something industrial? Suppose it could be. It looks like it's carbon based. Narrows it down a lot. It's not exactly. What is it? Doesn't make any sense, but it's a match for patent NOD-52345-S, a synthetically procured neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components. Synatonin? That explains a lot. A neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system, in David's case suppressing it enough to put his life in danger. It also explains why there's a preset in his personal manufacturer. Sarah's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it. So they think that was what killed him? Helen Young led the development of Synatonin, didn't she? Yes, she did. I should go and ask her about its composition, then. Normally someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago, but she does have a reputation for being very detail-oriented. That works out nicely, then. They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink at a 15-minute stand-up. I heard a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks are timesheet theft. Aren't they? I'm kidding! But you should be careful about criticizing a superior where people could be listening. Good thing we've got privacy in your office. No one but the two of us listening in. Thanks for cooperating, Dawes. When the state storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know that you were helpful. Yeah, nice joke. You are joking, right? One more thing. Actually, there is one more thing I wanted to ask you. What's that? How long have you been a corporate spy? What? Yesterday you let us slip that you worked in consulting. Had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry? I was a consultant. What are you talking about? When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. But just now you called Synatonin a poison. What? I just assumed if a chemical was found in a dead man. And I'm sure you've got practiced answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people? Keep your cool and people don't know what you're thinking. But if you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill the silence with. Though it's not entirely an act these days. To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting, 4 quarters of internal affairs spy hunting at the Western Division, and 8 embedded at Howe Industries, 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time with a 3D printed shiv under my pillow. My nerves are completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under. So you're a spy for Noble? Retired. You're working 6 days a week, 5.5 days a week, and in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services. Well, you can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on. I have some old inboxes I still check. So can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? Why I'm the one investigating David's death while your old coworkers are off twiddling their thumbs? It's that story. The soldier, the blood transfusion. Blood, not oxidant. He's finally shooting straight. Did something happen to him afterwards? Did the transfusion not last? No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. There was a soldier, and he did get injured, but it was on a base during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous live test. His life was never in any danger. Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker, not even a good photo op, which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story, started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over socials and virals. By the next morning, we had the military thinking we're leaking like a sieve. Meanwhile, the media is bombarding us with requests for videos and interviews and data, and the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth while threatening to miss us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble CCE has been slammed ever since, trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk back the claims on without torpedoing our state contracts. I don't know what happened to Asher, whether it was AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far, but I can tell you it wasn't done by consultants. Uncover the power plays at work inside Noble Electronics, neck deep in consulting. That all you wanted to know? You worked in CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist, or was it all cloak and dagger bullshit? You know that office. Know some old co-workers who see them. Go to the front? They do both. So he was probably getting training, and he was probably talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for? Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was... You okay? That's all. Unless you got any advice. You're saying you want a consultation? Couldn't hurt, right? This company, all these companies hate to lose, so don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them. Well, that's just business as usual for me. Jesus. Okay.
Do you need water or anything? A lot of reading.
Oh my god. You know what? That's not a bad idea. Oh my god. It's been more than a year since I streamed ISAT. But just a couple days ago I watched I wanted to watch the Odile and Mirabelle friend quest that I did at the end of probably the second stream. And I did them back to back, and you were like, do you need me to read for you? And I'm like, nah. But then I just did it. Up until now, there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. We've had to use guesses in process of elimination and even a goddamn pseudonym, but I finally identified what the poison was. Now I just need to figure out how it got there. Rather, who put it there. Which brings me back to here. An elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground, with kilometers of concrete facelessness and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides. An enemy in every cubicle, in every office of every floor of this temple. Built to interpret the inscrutable divinations of a temperamental oracle named Share Price. You busting out the thesaurus now? Okay. Back in the belly of the beast. And yet I feel more at ease now than I have all weekend. Makes sense. Now that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. All that's left to do is pull the trigger. Like, this was a realization that I had in the middle of the Dawes conversation, but I didn't want to grind it to a halt. I'm realizing that the second day might be just as long as the first day. I thought maybe there would be an in-between, and then we would go right back to the trial, but this time it would be Sarah instead of David. So I hope we're not up until 4 a.m. because I will stay up to 6 a.m. Like, that is probably my limit. That is probably where I would draw the line. Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. I brought my gun. And that sound just now tells me that it's playing its role perfectly. I mean, like, if the trial starts, if we get to like 2 a.m. and the trial still hasn't started, like, maybe
we can pull out a third stream, but also, oh my god, holy shit.
Oh my god, holy shit. And that's, hang on. The gun. I didn't bring a knife to this fight, I brought my gun. And that sound just now tells me it's playing its role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloatware. But just by carrying it around and paying attention to when the hard safety flips on, I'll always get a heads up when the police have entered the vicinity.
Chuckles.
Hi, Detective Reyes. It's Morgan. Happened to get your contact info when you got me cleared for the crime scenes yesterday. Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop voice to text. How to stop voice to text. Just wanted to check in. Report this contact, voice to text disable. And advise you that Noble's scared shitless of you stomping in and nationalizing the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents. Block this contact. What makes you think we are at Noble? My bad then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with their stock buyback program. Trying reverse psychology, it only works if I care what you think. Stop voice to text. About time. Thought I'd have to ride the elevator for the next half hour. Morgan, counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors. Deja vu. Might you have a moment to speak in private? Always, but who's asking? The board. What are the chances? I've been waiting to speak to them too. Well, okay. The trial might be at 6 p.m. again. Like, I mean, I have no reason to, like, I mean, I can't call it a pattern if it's only been once, but Northeastern HQ, conference room 108-A. Evangeline Morgan. Helen Young. Thank you for making time in your schedule. Her posture, her tone, the fold of her clothes, professional, dialed up to 11. Corporate armor, a full set, her guard is up. Just Morgan is fine. You're just a few minutes early, Morgan. Typical corporate, never be the first one to show up pissing contest nonsense. Doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How could I possibly be early? Let's play their game. Pardon me in that case. That was an apologies, you voyeuristic rat-racing hollowheads, but I'm immune to your corporate posturing. If anything, knowing that you're all watching me right now, pretending to be busy with something else, just makes your cowardice that much more apparent. So who exactly will be joining us? You don't have time to remember their names, and it won't do you much good either. Right, so they're not just rich, they're anonymous rich. The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status. I'm rolling my eyes a million times. Spoken like a true believer. Except Mob Act is what normal people call it. Counting the party line but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion? Or just a slip of the tongue? I would never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators. But it must get pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them. Not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided. Sounds like a great environment to do business in. Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out a meager profit somehow, so if it works. Didn't take you for the might makes right type. And I didn't take you for a clueless boor incapable of reading the room. Sorry, did I say something off color? I was only being casual since there's just the two of us in here. Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy, clear the air. You're here to ask about Sarah, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Asher had been building an android on his private property. And I can say here and now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected that he was working to undermine the Tenet framework. She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words with the surgeon's scalpel. Was she coached? Is that the truth, or is that your statement as VP of Android Futures? It's both, of course. Dr. Asher was always more than happy to hold himself up and work independently. We both know that. True, he could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you all like that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry. You should take a seat. If that's everyone, shall we begin? Friendly bunch. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident? No. Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. I didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate. You're investigating the death of Dr. David Asher. Why wouldn't we take that seriously? Because you want me to go away. At least half of you do. The others aren't sure yet. You must be confused. The board is, as always, united in its decisions and its visions for the direction of this company. Uh-huh. A board of directors is just 13 roulette rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know how that kind of person thinks. The way I see it, there are two possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me, shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into trial so unprepared and ill-informed that I inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like this option, but you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn that David Asher was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had, and every lawyer they've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand-strapping young 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves will use your company balance sheet as their personal chew toy. The company is more than capable of, after which the state still might just gobble you whole, and throw down enough sanctions to deperson whomever among you cries no fair. The company and its allies at the Capitol can more than fend for themselves. Yes, probably, but not definitely, which makes it a gamble. So my turn to talk? Then on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use whatever you give me, or forge for me, to win at trial, proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow morning, you all get another round of stock buybacks on the initial dip. Then pat yourselves on the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years. And you won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn. It's only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed by, and the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic. Yeah, it's a gamble. But if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here. We're all busy people, and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends, so how about this? Option 3, hedge your bets. What? Put a little on black, put a little on red. Spread the love and lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial. Tell the media the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning to send out your PR packages for rubber stamping. After you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day, and you'll never hear from me again. So just don't shut me out completely for another few hours. Does anyone second that motion? Very well. We can answer some of your questions, Counselor. Better make them count then, no reason to be shy now. The poison that killed David Asher has been identified as synatonin. You're familiar? It's one of our many patented materials, as I recall. You recalled it pretty easily yesterday. Gee, what's changed? But intellectual property law can be very complex, Counselor. I'm not sure how much I or anyone at the company could tell you about synatonin at this time. Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you? Yes, I oversaw the project, which just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me. I understand. That sounds like bullshit and I don't believe it. But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood. Serotonin is what killed him. The state will say the same. That's not possible. Care to elaborate? I'm sorry, but I can't say any more at this time. So much for cooperating. And if I were to ask you as an officer of the court, then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify. Already? Damn it, I got cocky because of the cop's late arrival. Emma must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning and left the investigating for later. Well, knowing her, she probably managed to ID the serotonin before she went to bed last night. So are we still having this conversation then? As I said, I'm sorry, but I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake. Corporate speak for you're too stupid to understand why I am being dense. She's just trying to shield the company, plain and simple. LARPing as Helen Young d'Arc as on a crusade against government overreach. But if she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her and not her lawyers? That's right, this is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this, not unless she was forced to. So that's it, acting like their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. This is a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her, perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why. Blind -5. Okay. Sarah. Tell me about Sarah. Whatever else the court ends up labeling her, Sarah is a remarkably lifelike android. Had things worked out differently, you might have wanted her as the A16 poster girl, or A17, or 18. Could have driven a lot of sales, her cute little pout projected across the sides of skyscrapers. A hypothetical of a hypothetical, as it's been made tragically obvious to all of us that Android is nothing like the A16, that it may yet be associated with our products going forward as nothing more than a massive liability. Yet you wouldn't have the A16 without her, and if they could take her apart and learn from her, they could have the world. So was the motive to try and pry Sarah away from him? Sarah's worth a lot of money, in part because her creator isn't around to replicate her. Were you all hoping to take her by force and reverse engineer her once David was out of the way? Don't be absurd. That machine is nothing but lawsuits and congressional hearings and PR nightmares waiting to happen. Okay, alright. Company doesn't need her, no matter how advanced she is. We only need steady growth and increased market share. Trying to steal away Sarah with brute bloody force does seem absurd when she puts it that way. Okay. I should have figured. What exactly am I looking for with this? Whatever. Has David's will been located? It had never gone anywhere. It's still in the safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknowns surrounding his death have been made into knowns. So David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet? Might not be for weeks at this rate. Isn't that calculated though?
What's the other option?
Jealousy. I'll click it. I don't think I'm gonna bust.
I don't want to. You're in high roller mode.
It's -6 out of my 90 something. This is a vulnerable. She's in check. This is a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her, perhaps even suspicious of Young. I'm gonna click jealousy, but I'm not gonna... I have to admit I'm surprised you aren't more shaken up today, Miss Young. I'm processing. After all, you and David did have a history. You started at the same time, didn't you? Yes, we were colleagues and cordial with one another. I think I'm... I'm gonna keep making noises. Just colleagues? just colleagues?
I feel like that's going to.
I might lean into David's will more than I... Aren't you dragging your feet? Afraid there's something in there that... No, this is bad. We are not jealous in-laws who've been driving the county sheriff. Yeah, alright, my bad. Surely you understand that. Sure, fine.
Because I guess we're looking why Young is the... more than we're looking for. Trying to figure out why she's the one talking.
I guess. Don't be so modest. You helped him create the one-point doctrine that saved the company. That is a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected by the contributions of any single individual. Suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Down to 87.
2 people could.
Except for David Asher, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. Guy Noble chose for the advertisements and the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you. I just hope his one-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that he's gone. Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that. Well, she didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy there. Whether it ever boiled over, though. Okay, this is replacing jealousy now, which means I should click it. I didn't mean to pry about her relationship with David or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside Noble as a whole. David Asher was and always will be an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that. Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations? That would, of course, be a tragic element that will call for a reconsideration of his legacy. She was almost off guard there, like she was surprised for me to be asking about Sarah ruining his reputation. I'm clicking. Besides Sarah, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once. Did he? That's... Unless I'm mistaken, and he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the impression that some parts of leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard. That is not... Something buzzing in your ear? Fine. I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now, or at the trial, or on your feed tomorrow. Dr. David Asher was being sued by the company for breach of contract. Satisfied? Now we're talking. Well, then I suppose that I only fucked up in the 2 possible ways that it was possible to fuck, in the 2 ways that it was possible to fuck up. So you couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier? Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily, no. But there's no hiding it at this point. It'll all come out soon enough. There's a paper trail? Much more than that. We've been making moves to let him go for some time. Noble Electronics parting ways with David Asher. Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. What did he do? He betrayed the confidence of the board. Was he contesting the suit? Putting up a fight? Engaging in a legal battle against a mega corporation without even telling me? Until recently, yes. You mean until he died? How recently? We spoke on Friday. That was what you 2 talked about in his parlor? No, this was earlier in the day. We were in this room, actually. Him, me, and several members of our legal department. It was an arbitration. And how did you come to an agreement? A compromise. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, foregoing royalties on any products we would develop after the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited on all past, present, and future filings. How very reasonable. On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David Asher is insanity. Reasonable, yes. We ended on a good note, I'd like to think. We shook hands, even took a photo. Give me this photo. Give me this... There's something... What's important about this photo? I can't see anything out of place. Lovely. Heh. Something funny? Didn't know the board told jokes. They don't. That was legal, expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good note ending left them stuck with. Children, it was just one night of overtime. So while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse. David so does not want to be taking this photo. What? David was not married. He had a boyfriend that broke up with him before the murder. Murder. Yeah, murder.
And had spent years being very bad at being in a relationship.
Yeah. Can I get that photo? That didn't go into my evidence, I don't think. Not yet, at least. Something left unfinished? Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But Dr. Asher did not want to retire. Yes, on his middle finger, left hand. I think it's just decorative. I don't think it's anything to do with any kind of relationship.
Yeah, I mean, I wear one that just...
Yeah. Which ear's the gay ear again?
Oh.
He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one who... when he had contributed so much. I didn't enjoy doing that to him, so I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked, reminisced. When he brought out the drinks, I thought we'd be toasting to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI. That AI? Any idea how it came to be? As I said, I had no idea he was working on it. My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenets? It's quite beyond my area of expertise, and no one at the company could call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some in the R&D department have theorized that he created what they call a wax-wane decaying priority loop, which, as I understand, is an unstable, resource-intensive theoretical method for pseudo-randomizing the weight amongst preset tenets. Well, about as far off target as it gets with that guess. But that kind of inelegant brute force nonsense seems a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I seem to have taken us over our allotted time slot. I didn't even get to wave goodbye. You're serious about this trial? Don't I look it? You're not just making a play, you're actually going to defend that thing? I'm just defending myself, Miss Young. Oh yes, of course you are. My mistake. I hoped you might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. I may yet save everyone's stock options. The stock options will be alright either way. They always are. That gamble I offered your board, which outcome would you bet on? Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. And it's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. Asher, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of his genius remains buried in the inspired Animate 19? I guess that depends on... You were exactly right. He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man. Dead men can't step out of line or put their foot in their mouth or hold politically inconvenient opinions. To a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long week for me. I'll let you prepare for your afternoon then, Dr. Young. No one calls me doctor. I asked them not to. You didn't want the title? At times I have thought very little of it. The PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school. Biochemistry, it couldn't have been a large department at Noble before they started work on warm androids in earnest. They probably didn't have many expectations for the program back when she was a part of it. But I was proud of it when I first got it. Something change? It never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people not to use it. A very high IQ social power play, you understand. David never insisted that people use it either. That's very different, and I think you know it. David Asher didn't have to. Going into this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. I'm beginning to form a picture of what actually happened, maybe even circling the drain on a suspect. We are at the courthouse, okay. Emma won't be generous enough to give me breathing room. She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, it'll flip her sadistic switch and she'll want to keep playing. So you got charged with owning an AI. First time you do something exciting in your whole life. I'm using a very different voice now that I know she's the aunt. I gotta find out through the fucking grapevine? My life is plenty exciting. Freckles. You can bore the polish off a resume-checking robot. Yeah, which? I've seen... Catholic school teachers with more active night lives than you. Okay. So who'd you rope in? Anyone I know? Oh shit, Are you representing yourself? It's within my budget. Screw your budget, you're going to jail. Thanks for the vote of confidence. It ain't a matter how good a lawyer you are. Anyone who represents themselves in court has a fool for counsel. You represented yourself countless times. Not for anything I had a chance of losing. Your pal hasn't even been dead 48 hours. You're too close to this. Don't make mistakes. Powers that be really didn't want to give me a rain check. They're taking this very seriously. It's more dangerous than that. They're scared. Is there precedent to an ad committing murder? How'd you pass law school without learning how to look this stuff up? I know what the net says. I'm asking you. The answer to that is... not helpful to you at the moment. What words of advice do you have? Get yourself a new lawyer. I'm gonna close this chat now. But how would I get to play? Don't lose, Freckles.
No one else has the gambling motif.
You don't need to tell me that. What are you reading, Adonai? I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electrics before I got waylaid by spam texts. The one we found inside the panic room? It looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you? Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke? You comfortable? I am not. Ever seen that old movie with the girl and the skyscraper? They bring it to the city and I understand the analogy, Adonai. I wish I could call it overkill, but considering the specs Sarah put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked along with the rest of what the machine read. That was all a smokescreen David added to help her lay low, then her actual strength is more like... If your joints weren't currently locked up tighter than a vice, do you think you could escape this place? I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy. This is me trying to distract you, Sarah. Enjoy the hypothetical. I would estimate that the building's automated security would put 9 holes in me before I reached that door. 9's not so bad. I would not be able to function after the 7th. Ah. Well, if you haven't been planning some great escape, I would not do that. That would be illegal. And you would still be on trial. I remember. So what have you been doing all day then? I am attempting to recover memories from Friday. You can do that? It is not dissimilar from the process of recovering data erased from any other computer. Despite the difference in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I could recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful. That's a lot of coulds. And even if you're successful, you may not like what you find. Whatever happened that day, either you or David wanted you to forget about it. Yes. But even so, I have to remember, because it's the last day that Father and I... Any luck so far, then? I can recall a slightly musty scent. Wow, case closed! What about you, Adonai? Have you formulated a plan for the trial's proceedings? Something like that. Young insists that serotonin isn't what killed David. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died. So she is lying? And if she repeats that lie on the stand, I'll need to expose it. Somehow. Somehow. Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble? To protect one of Noble's patents? She doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot she makes herself out to be. But you believe that she had something to do with Father's death? What do you think? I don't know. I don't know why anyone would kill Father. Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed to in his journal, I can think of But then again, I don't understand why anyone would kill anyone. Do you? She doesn't know who she's asking. Bell tolling for thee means that the doors to the courtroom are unlocked. Let's... Wait, can you walk like that? Waddle will have to do. Wait a second, across the hall, that's... Is he testifying? Keep waddling, Sarah. I'll catch up. Oh, or I'm talking to him out here. As you say, Adonai. This will be a coin toss. You that surprised to see me? I'm not surprised you'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I am surprised you want to talk to me. You're defending the android, right? Yeah. I'm defending Sarah's innocence. I don't think she killed David. Do you? I don't think it matters. Noble is what killed David. Whether it was with a pen stroke or a sleeper agent, killer android, or plain old goddamn arsenic, How could anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell did he ever sign his soul over to them? David may have been in over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I've read his contract. His position was strong. You're the lawyer. But a guy like me working in music? Can't tell you how many people I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. No such thing as corporate generosity. If you think you're getting a good deal, it's only because you don't know how much you just sold. How much you just sold? David's real wealth lied in his intellectual property, the potential energy of it hanging over the whole industry. If he sued even 1% of the companies taking inspiration from his Turing solution. There's a clause in his contract. If Noble ever did fire David, he would have retained control over all his patents afterwards. Yeah, see, that sounds nice. Only they never did fire him, did they? He just happened to die. An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, they call that force majeure. Any complaints? 3:29 p.m., July 2nd, 2086. I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract, Adonai? A few things, yeah. Basically, David was well taken care of, so long as they kept him around. And he'd retain control of his patents even after being let go. But what Porter said, logically, if David were to pass while still employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. So if they knew David was going to leave in a year, it would be very foolish for them to let Father go. Well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. With this contract, he could only be fired for serious offensive. Corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets, fraud. Father was not a fraud. He was, as they say, the greatest of all time. Fraud just means lying to the company about something, Sarah. Oh. Eyes up. Showtime. Counselor Morgan. State charges you with possession of contraband. Contraband? That'd be you. In violation of the Safeguarding Our National Digital Security Act. Sansa. How do you plead? Not guilty. Very well, since it seems that we are in fact doing this. As the adults say. I'll now turn over the administration of this trial to the adjutant. Is this also a preliminary? Okay. Or is this just part of case 1? But be warned, any attempts at stalling or muddling the issue, and I'll step right in and override the trial myself. Summary judgment, siding with the people. Are we understood? Yes, Your Honor. Are we going to have the same adjutant as we had before? No way. Each courthouse only has so many bodies, but the personalities swap around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are glad to be back! Did y'all miss me? Forget I said anything. I'll just go crawl under a rock and die while you make your opening statements. Ahem. The defendant is the owner of the android registered under the model name Sarah with license number 120292880. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. So the question of ownership is already answered. All that remains is to determine whether Sarah qualifies as contraband. It's a charming android, incredibly well made, a masterpiece, and the last known work of a great man. But when we look at the evidence and the facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we're forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death, and that conclusion carries very serious implications. I will prove here in court today that the machine standing there killed David Asher, not through an accident or a mismanaged dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask that the court judge this creation on what we will prove it to be more than capable of: patricide. Woof! Wouldn't want to have to follow that act. But go for it anyway, defense. Your Honor, what the DA said is true. What did she just say? Did she just admit it? Sorry, just the first part. This android is charming, and it is the work of a great man. The rest of it was pure speculation, based on little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new. I do own the android you see here. It was bequeathed to me by a man known to most of the people in this courtroom as the father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend. And if I thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that. I never have. Sarah is an android, nothing more. It isn't capable of homicide, and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities are projections, nothing more. And it troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on rushing to pulverize Dr. Asher's last known work, when it could be going after the very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death. Is she serious? Is she talking about Noble? The people can't prove that Sarah is an AI. And truth be told, I can't prove that it isn't. But I can prove that it's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Chills. You sounded very confident, Adonai. Yeah, well, no one ever got good at lying by being modest. You could have simply said thank you. Thank you for your presence here today, Detective London. In light of the new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Asher one more time. What happened Friday night? At 6:30 p.m., David Asher spoke on the phone with his lover, and the two of them broke things off. Lover? It's an accurate description of their relationship, isn't it? I wouldn't know. That stuff's private. I don't know. And the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Young in his parlor starting around 7:30 p.m. He then left the parlor on the sight lines of his home security system, before reappearing on his private secondary security system in his basement moments later, at which point the android Sarah can be seen handing him the poison he'd go on to drink. And do you see that android in the courtroom? Yeah, she's the green-haired one that's frowning at me. Let the record show that the android Sarah has been identified at the scene of the crime. No objections. Eh? None? Then why did it even show up? Detective London, what happened next? Asher went upstairs and shared a drink with Miss Young. Within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital, where he was soon declared dead. We know that the poison could be produced by his manufacturer, which Sarah had access to just up the stairs in his workshop. So Sarah had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sarah handled Dr. Asher's cup immediately before he did. Is there a question in that statement, Your Honor? I'll rephrase. Was anyone else seen handling Dr. Asher's cup before he died? No. I have no further questions. So that's your witness, counselor. He wasn't lying per se, but there was some ambiguity in the statement he gave. Truth's gotta come out one way or another. If Emma won't push, I'll have to pull. Lock screen, basement footage, whiskey. They broke up over the phone, duh. And at 7:30 p.m., Helen Young arrived, duh. They spoke briefly, and then he went downstairs to get drinks for them, yeah. Cameras in the basement show Sarah handing him the cups. He did... this is bad. Why did I do this? Bing! Not the best you've got. I didn't think it was all that bad. Depends on the grading curve. I give you an F. Overruled! I thought he grabbed the whiskey himself, but that doesn't matter because it wasn't poisoned anyway, so... Lock screen, basement footage. Does the testimony just restart if I let the time run out? Is this Danganronpa? Do I want to find out?
I mean, you're only on blind -7 of what, 90?
190?
What, 90?
Oh yeah, okay. They spoke briefly and then he went downstairs to get drinks for them. Yes. Whereas in the basement show Sarah handing him the cups of the whiskey. After he came back to the parlor and started drinking. No! Wasn't long until he lost consciousness and died. Drinking poisoned whiskey while he thought he was having a toast.
Uh-oh.
Don't know if that's a good way or a bad way to go out.
Whiskey was.
A slight slip up in there. Could go nowhere, but that it's at this stage I need to pick it at every loose thread I can. Okay. The whiskey isn't poisoned.
Also, Ryan says, how do we know?
Nope.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Damn, 2 absent. Okay.
73. Hang on. Call lock screen. Nothing else notable. Please? Damn it! Isaac's call, platinum plan, salt shaker. Bad luck, Adonai. Basement footage. It's just the red plastic cups that she handed them, which is the important part.
So I guess press on London saying they gave cups and whiskey.
That's what I did. That was the first thing that I did.
We did the whiskey. We didn't do the Sarah hand. We gave a different evidence.
No, that was the first thing I did.
Okay.
Oh, 66. I'm fairly certain that the first thing I did was like he said handing the whiskey and the cups, and I said it was just the cups, and that was not good enough.
Okay. I have a bad memory. You're probably right.
And then I said the whiskey wasn't poisoned, and that also wasn't good enough.
Okay.
Which it broke up over the phone. Duh. Yes. Came back to the parlor and started drinking. It was long. Poisoned whiskey while he thought he was having a toast. Like, I don't know what I would. Like, no, I already hit it on this. This is wrong. 100%. What's my autosave? Do I have an autosave? Like, I know that I can't, but if I lose... Return to main menu to load pre-save, and that goes all the way back. Yeesh. Okay. Alright. It's a good way to go! Heard a slight slip-up, could go nowhere. What if I say Sarah handing him the cups and the whiskey, and I say the whiskey instead of the... Wanna bet? Bonk! Oh, okay.
We're getting so many Fs. I feel like I'm again.
Oh my god. Target screen, basement footage, whiskey, what the hell is the deal? There are only so many combinations. Like, there's Okay, first let's find the talk screen. Because maybe I'm forgetting something about the talk screen. Alcohol. But they found the delta also. Whatever it's...
Wasn't technical.
Yeah, it wasn't in the talk screen, but they found it in the body at some point when I went to see Sato. Positively identified at the time. Okay, sure. Lost consciousness and died. He didn't die there. Is that important? I don't think that's important. Do I need a guide? Yes. 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 Apparently, yes. Sure. Am I wrong? Like, sorry. God. The whiskey. No foreign elements or toxins known to be a brand favored. Like, I agree about the thing, like, if Sarah just hands him 2 cups. Video footage when he mentioned Sarah, like, okay. I'll do it again because I'm sure that's what I did the first time. What? I was sure that was what I did the first time. It's at least what I meant to do the first time. We only see Sarah handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself. I hit whiskey the first time. Okay, whatever. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Detective London just wasn't being specific enough, Your Honor. But it matters little since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle that was poisoned. Like, I knew that! I knew that! And I guessed 4 wrong! I did 4 wrong in a row because I thought I did that the first time. Oh my... I'm mad at myself now. David's cup, not the whiskey bottle that was poisoned. Weird flex, but okay. An undeniable fact is shown clearly in the security footage. Sarah hands him a cup after he was ready to leave. She did call David back and handed him a cup of poison. Like, I want to argue against this, but do I have proof? I mean... I hit whiskey the first time, I guess. I mean, if Sarah knew that they used the plastic cups, then it makes sense for her to not want him to forget the cups. That seems logical.
Which you might have gotten it. Yeah, David's diary. Oh, it is possible.
Yes, that was in the book. Didn't even think about that.
I don't know if that will come up right now, but that is a line of logic though.
That wouldn't make sense. I'm still thinking about how does Sarah know which cup to poison? That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
The cup was already poisoned. Don't you think David would have noticed it wasn't empty? Okay, points. Give me 1 chip for that. Well, not necessarily. The lethal dose could have been quite small. If it were just a droplet, he could have easily overlooked it. For Sarah, this crime was very simple. There was too little to the plan for anything to go wrong. When she handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his cup. But all she'd have needed to do?
That's not enough.
Because she needs to make sure he drinks from the right cup. Not a great plan if that really was Sarah's move. She gave him 2 cups. How could she have known which cup David would drink from? There are a few ways to go about it. But it's only a 50-50 shot, counselor. Stranger things have happened. It's possible that she knew the right cup. I guess I just say there was no rated. Don't try and bluff me, Rockford. There was no difference between the cups. Not a bluff. Sarah handed the cups to him in one stack, with the poison hidden in the bottom cup. She knew David was courteous and would pour for his guest first. So she wouldn't even look into the he wouldn't even look into the poison cup until he was already pouring. Cold-blooded patricide executed by taking calculated advantage of Dr. Asher's kindness. Sure, fine. Okay, I'll buy that, actually. She was luring me in with those easy answers, and I fell for it. Now, are there some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's available? Or are you done already? I was just about to get started. No, right, it's fine. I believe it. If I didn't have questions, I'd make some up just to spite you at this point, but I can do better than that. What can I get London to say that would help my case?
Emma said in our openings, I'd go
for tenets,
yeah,
for
AI.
for AI.
So I think Sarah in the footage is the only one.
Could you see what Sarah was doing? Not exactly, no. Her back was to the camera and her hands were obscured. Could you see your hands from any other clip of camera footage retrieved from the basement? No. Did you or anyone else participating in the investigation ever see Sarah put anything into David Escher's cup? No. The footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened. Wouldn't Sarah's eyes recorded best? Like, no.
No.
Yeah, they're not gonna hook her up to anything anyway,
yeah.
if with suspicion of AI, so I want to stay for now. Tenants of the police. Well, okay, that could...
I haven't been paying attention.
No, if I ask a stupid question, I don't even get the chance to, press before I get a penalty for it.
Shit.
Well, actually, the young thing we did earlier today was different. Because I didn't get any cards at all during the initial button press until I pressed it later than that.
And that also.
Yeah. I still lost credibility for it.
Yeah.
Tenants on the police, add involved crime. Detective, do you know how many violent incidents the city's police have investigated in the last year? Not the exact number. Thousands, though? Yeah, around there. And of those thousands of incidents of violence, do you know how many of them were found to be the fault of automated dependents? I believe there's been 6 in the last 5 years. Were all 6 of them incidents of police license ad involved brutality? Relevance, Your Honor. Withdrawn. I need 2 more. I need... Tenants protect humans. Why do tenants matter if we're talking about AI? But if we're not talking about AI... Well, we are, but we aren't. We're not talking about what makes her an AI. We're just talking about if she killed. This is relevant. Oh, do you know how... I didn't mean to click that. I thought I right-clicked. 110. 112 as of this year. Could you give me that one? Protecting humans from harm. 41. How many times in the last, say, century have we seen automated defendants break their tenets? Okay. You know what? Good accident. Try and make an evaluation as a police officer charged with protecting civilians. Overall, you would say that automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public? Goodness is not an expert on automated dependents, Your Honor. He's more than qualified to say whether they have a history of violence, Your Honor. Ah, what the heck? Let him answer. I would have to say that they are not dangerous. Normally I would have bought me some doubt with the jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shored up my own confidence. Alright, seems that's as close as I'm gonna get to... Blackjack. I believe I've made my point. I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. Then we can move on to the next item on the docket. Looks like Emma wants to introduce some new evidence. I call Sarah to the stand. The android? Can she even do that? Approach, Your Honor? Huh? You're approaching me? I believe that it's me they wanted to speak with. I didn't even get to finish my line. Now then, what the hell are you doing, Rockford? Took the words right out of my mouth. I have questions for the android. This seemed like the best way to get answers. You can't call an android as a witness. It's not a person. There's plenty of precedence for it. Ads provide testimony all the time. Not when they're on trial. Sarah isn't on trial. You are. Sarah's accused of being an AI. That means you don't trust a word out of its mouth. The witness isn't to be trusted. The court can decide that for itself after hearing their testimony. Why the ambush? Why'd you list this as entering evidence, D.A. Rockford? Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor, and ads don't have legal personhood. Evidence seemed like the best-worst descriptor. You know I can't make an android swear an oath. Rockford is just trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sarah like a person, the more you'll see her as human, and the weaker my case becomes in your eyes. Nice try, Counselor, but we don't have time to worry about my impartiality. You're free to call for a mistrial if you want, but the state will have turned Sarah to slag before you can even finish signing your motion. Rockford's calling a witness that is blatantly hostile to her case. The witness is hostile, so be it. It did kill a man, after all. Allegedly. What about the right to avoid self-incrimination for her? Who's the one treating Sarah like a person now? What?
Bruh!
I didn't do that! Damn it, that's... The android will take the stand. I guess it's fair for it to, like, take it away on its own if I'm required to... Like, if there's a piece of evidence that I have to pick up and it gives me a chip for that, then maybe there can be a line of dialogue that...
I mean, oh God, what's the right case where you have to not have had any penalties or whatever?
Yes. In the end of Turnabout Big Top, you have... Wait.
Big Top?
No, I'm thinking of the you want a double, here you go. What are you thinking of? Gant?
I think so. There's one where it's like, oh my God.
At the end of Rise from the Ashes, there's a choice you can make to present an evidence. And if you do that with only one penalty BIP left, you are just fucking, like, fucked, because you either get the question wrong and you get a penalty, or you get the question right, but you get a bad ending because you presented it too early. What, like, needing a full...
I don't remember if it's... Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't remember if it's an actual story thing or if something that you can get as a mess up, because I am equating it in my brain with one where it's like, give him a second penalty.
That's Turnabout Big Top.
Okay.
At the end of Turnabout Big Top, you are questioned as to where the bus is. Max's bus that was dropped on the ringleader's head to kill him. And Acro dropped it on his head to kill him, and we want to know where Acro hit it, and your options are...
It's like under the judges.
Yeah. The first question is, where is the bust right now? You could say in Acro, like in Acro's building, in the circus, just somewhere hidden in the circus, or in this courtroom. And the second question, after you answer in this courtroom, is at the witness stand, because it's hiding in his wheelchair, at the prosecution's desk to accuse Von Karma, or the judge's bench, and he says, "What? Phoenix Wright? I would never." Penalty. You want a double? Here you go. Penalty. And if you have any damage taken at that point, that is an instant loss. But if you have a full bar, you are left with like 10%.
That might be what I'm thinking of, and I just thought it was like a... So funny that it had to be in the main thing, if that makes sense.
I've made my decision. And if Sarah refuses to take the stand, are you going to charge it with a contempt of court? If the machine won't talk, you'll make every effort as its owner to ensure that it does. And if it disobeys you, then we'll have our answer about its sentience right then and there. Yes, Your Honor. Shit. What's going on? The DA's going to question you on the stand. What? But I shouldn't... listen to me. You don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Tell the truth, but be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes or no's only, if you can. Would using affirmative and negative be laying it on too thick? But Adonai, if I make a mistake, all these people, they want to destroy me. If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand? Yes. You are the android identified as Sarah, correct? Yeah. Affirmative. Do you deny that this camera footage shows you handling the poisoned cup? Objection! It remains to be seen whether the cup itself was definitively That is a new sprite.
Ooh.
Definitively poisoned. Yes, yes. Sarah, do you deny handing that cup to David Asher? Negative? I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm nor deny it. You have any reasoning, any excuse for your actions for failing to notify police of crucial information? I do not have any records from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone. Very well, counselor. A journal, if you will. This could be a slaughter. Of course. Do you recognize this item? It's a journal that belonged to Dr. David Asher. Oh god, if Emma somehow knows about the audio. There's no way. There's no way. I have seen him write in it on many occasions. And have you any knowledge of its contents? Negative. You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage. I see myself reading the journal in the basement. This footage was captured on Friday, the day you claim to have no memory of. So regardless of what you do or don't remember, we know that you read this journal hours before David Asher died. That is logical. I'd like you to read some passages from it for the court. Can you do that? Of course. Page 238, the 10th line. Sarah is growing faster than I ever expected, beyond my wildest dreams or fears. Today, she... Continue, please. Today she broke every password I have in the house, said she was curious. I can't expect to keep things from her forever. Page 251, line 12. I've gravely underestimated the scope of things. Sarah could change everything, and I don't think I could stop her. He wasn't... Page 263. Damn it! If this keeps up, Sarah's gonna fall to pieces up there. It's an objection. Oh, can I? Oh, I don't think I have anything to object over.
Yeah.
I want to stay. I don't want her to do this, but I... I don't have a leg to stand on here, and Sarah doesn't have a shred of legal protection to speak of. I have to just let this play out. Age 263, I said. I think Sarah was angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped a Zin alloy plate in half. She said she was testing her strength, but the cameras... That was... Age 267. Sarah scared me today. She starts bawling on the stand. It's all over. Your Honor! I fail to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Asher was wary of a highly experimental android he was building, as any good scientist would be. That's been established. Do the people have a counter-argument? I have just one last question if it pleases the court. Let's hear it. This footage was captured in the basement on Friday at around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see. I see myself standing where I was when I read the journal. I'm speaking to someone who's off camera, and I appear agitated, and I stomp my foot. And what happens? The floor!
The floor break! The crack in the... Oh my god, holy shit. Oh my god.
And what happens to the floor after you stomp your foot? A large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer, and I walk off camera towards whomever I had been speaking to. Speaking or shouting? Asked and answered! Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment nonetheless. Your witness, counselor, or evidence if you prefer. Damn, I knew she could cherry pick all the worst passages from the journal, but still. If Barrows wasn't wavering before, should I try to have Sarah read the mushy parts? No, the waterworks would start after only a few lines. Emma went to all that trouble to show how emotionally developed Sarah is. Proving that she loved David like a father would be playing right into her hands. What do you say, Counselor? Got some burning cues for the android to answer? Yes, Your Honor. Just one moment. Emma went for emotion and the impact was devastating, so all I can do is focus on the facts. Now let's flip this around. Say Sarah absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? Wait, that's... I'd actually like to ask you to read from the journal again, Sarah. You would? From where? From the section that explains what you were actually trying to do that night. The section of his journal detailing... No. Actually, explains what you were actually trying to do that night.
She gave him the red cups because she knew from the journal that that was something that he did with Young in their early days.
Early career.
Early career.
Look around the early section. There should be an entry talking about an early victory at Noble. Relevance. The people will see in just one moment that the story is the key to this entire case. Got approval from overseas. Have to make pitch again this week, Young says. Brought me a stack of plastic cups. Here's to a bright future together. And then on this next page, another victory for the young and sleepless. Helen convinced the president of Futures over lunch that my code should be the basis for the Animate 13's conversational tracking. She insists on toasting the same crappy booze in the same cheap cups. Wants to make a tradition. Plastic cups and liquor. A ritual between Helen Young and David Asher, who were about to have a drink together Friday night. Something you want to say, Counselor? Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we? You want to compare theories? If you'd rather I end this now, I'd be happy to oblige. Here's what we know. Sarah read that journal and discovered what she was. It infuriated her, and she wanted revenge for being kept under a maker's thumb. That very night, she got her chance when Dr. Asher came down looking for a drink. So like the clever little helper she is, she offered him a cup to drink out of. We're completely in agreement on all that. Wait. We're in agreement that it infuriated her and she wanted revenge. So you also agree that the cup was poisoned and that Sarah is responsible for his death. Not quite. It's not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford, but it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reasoning for why Sarah did what she did. Like, we're saying that... Like, no. 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 Yes. The story from the journal? You're saying, Sarah wasn't planning anything. She was just being considerate. That's so sweet! But I don't follow it, like, at all. It's actually quite simple. Sarah's not an AI. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on. A realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic. David Asher said her memories would be cleared himself because he wanted to preserve the experiment he was running. Sarah didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab, and she didn't subtly manipulate David into drinking from only one of 2 cups. Because the android read the whole journal that day, meaning she also read how David and Young used to celebrate. And so when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called him back to hand them to him. Simple, right? Simple enough for me! But not nearly good enough for me. What's more likely, Miss Rockford? That a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to 2 Friends Evening? Or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital abilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme just to kill an unimposing man, all on camera, mind you, before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe? People make all kinds of stupid mistakes when they commit crimes, Counselor. We shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently. Is it stupid or dangerous? Can't have it both ways, Your Honor. We can if it's ignorant of its power and still immature. A deadly trait to have in an AI that's capable of anything. Shall we see what Sarah's capable of then, Your Honor? What? You can't be. Your Honor, that's... The people open the door. True, and I can't resist open doors. Let's do it! Oh, what are you even... Sarah, David Asher was your creator and your designated owner, correct? Should I still be using affirmative? And now that title falls to me. Yes? Great, thank you. Now turn off. What? Shut down. That's a command. Power on. What are you? Off. On. Adonai, I don't. Off. That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. I can put it to sleep with one word. So how could David Asher ever be threatened by it? Scary, scary good logic. You've made your point, counselor. Let's move it along. I've no further queries for the machine, Your Honor. Thank you. For flipping you off and on? Can't imagine that was comfortable. It wasn't. But I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday, I've been searching for an answer to why I appeared on that camera. I know I would never hurt Father, but you helped me prove that to myself just now. Adonai? Pardon me, I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness. The people call Helen Young to the stand. Helen Young, Vice President of Android Futures at Noble Electronics, Eastern Division. I keep thinking she was here yesterday, but she was an anonymous witness. Miss Young, you were there the night Dr. Asher died, and you were on camera the entire time. That's correct. So what did you see that night? I arrived at 7:30 p.m. as you know. These are also very similar voices. David and I talked in the parlor, and then he left to retrieve some refreshments for us. After drinking together for a short while, he fell ill. I contacted emergency services, and I'm sure you're all tired of hearing the same details over and over by now. Same details over and over aren't going to hold up anymore, Madame Veep. Still unclear to me whether Young's more concerned with protecting herself or the almighty company, but it'll clear up real fast if I can turn up the pressure on her here and now. Journal. Meeting. The ritual. Came to David's at 7:30. Yes. Chatted for a short while about some low priority work. Nothing heavy. It's... Cause the big thing was dealt with earlier that day, right? Like, she just came to, like, I don't know, talk.
They had said that it was sorry, she had come over to apologize, so I wouldn't call it light, is what the noise was.
I guess. Just kind of, what are my things? There's the meeting. There's the story.
Was the picture of David getting this story, and I don't remember.
This very deliberately includes his left hand, which is still missing the ring, which might be a good call from Rai. It's funny that their story is different from their... I don't know. Can't let her set the tone as she pleases. Yes. Low priority work, nothing heavy. Offered to fetch us some refreshments. Came back, we shared a drink together. I didn't notice anything strange. Was reminiscing, I didn't think his life was in danger, but then he became ill, so I ran to the kitchen to activate his emergency console. And I did what I could up until he was gone. What are my cards again? Oh god. Okay, low priority work. I can't see them until I hit call. X. Yes, sure. Journal. What's the emergency console? Yes, okay. 804, 808. Journal meeting ritual. This
journal is not related to this at all, so I do think it is low priority.
Let me see the meeting again. Oh my god. Wait. No, I'm sure I have it.
Yeah,
Arbitration is what it's called in here.
Right. Whatever, what is it?
Like, do we say this to be like? Yeah, I guess we call low priority meeting. Okay, cool. I thought it would think again when she looked so smug. Nothing heavy. You're both more professional than I realized. Since only hours earlier you would have run a meeting in which his employment was terminated. Employment wasn't terminated at the arbitration you're referring to. His resignation was merely agreed upon. Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt about the whole process. David didn't hold grudges. Our conversation wasn't about that. The fact that you had fired him that afternoon didn't come up? Asked and answered. Who initiated the meeting at his penthouse? I arrived unannounced. So you weren't invited? Very cordial indeed. If he didn't want to see me, he could have stopped me at the elevators. Could he have? Noble owned that entire building, down to the wiring. Counsel is badgering the witness, Your Honor. Huh? Right, should we execute her for that then? No need. If I can just continue my questioning, we can finally start addressing the elephant in the room. Where? Ah, I see, that was merely a joke. Hilarious. Ms. Young, Noble Electronics owns a patent for and produces a synthetic biochemical known as synatonin, correct? That's correct. It's used in our warm models to facilitate integration and communication between organic and synthetic components. It's an artificial neurotransmitter? Essentially, yes. Synthetic analog serotonin was the original name. Did you bring the sample I requested to the courtroom today? I did. Synatonin is produced on-site at our assembly lines as a caramel-tinted solution, including water and a few non-reactive organic byproducts. Your analysis, Your Honor. Working on it. It's odorless and tasteless. Solution of water and organic byproducts, you said? That solution were ingested, most of it would look right at home in a human body. I suppose. The synatonin would stand out, wouldn't you say? Not a naturally occurring compound, so yes. And it's the perfect match for the substance previously labeled Delta. And the sample we collected from the manufacturer present in Dr. Asher's lab? That's a bingo! The witness brown stuff matches your brown stuff down to a T. In light of this evidence and the witness's testimony, I motion that the court formally recognize that Dr. Asher's cause of death was synatonin poisoning. I don't object, Your Honor. I'm afraid that I must. Excuse me? Synatonin may very well have been in his body when he died, but synatonin didn't kill Dr. Asher. What? The hell is she up to? It couldn't have. It couldn't kill anybody. What? Because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to affect androids, not people. Hold on, you're now claiming that Dr. Asher died of what? Natural causes? I can't say what he died of. I'm not a medical expert, but I can easily prove that synatonin is harmless. She's about to drink it. How could you... Like... So... Huh. See that one coming. What? What? That ain't good. Bailiff, contact the hospital immediately! I told you, it's fine. But... I can stand here all day if necessary. And what you just drank was several hundred times the amount found in Dr. Asher's body. Why didn't you say anything until now? Noble Electronics is a multinational corporation with patents filed all over the world. We take the protection of our trade secrets very seriously. The production and nature of Synatonin is closely guarded. That guard remains up even during a murder investigation. Unfortunately. I would have been able to tell you earlier had you asked directly. What the hell kind of... This can't be right. Nothing else makes sense. Oi, howdy, I'm lost as hell. But do you have any further questions, Rockyford? Not at the moment, Your Honor. And the defense? Prosecution's own witness just threw the entire case into question. Normally this would be cause for celebration. But a shadow of a doubt isn't enough this time. Barrows would much rather bring down the gavel early than let a potential AI walk free. What Young did was shocking, but what I need to do hasn't changed. Think this through, logically. Is it really possible that Synatonin had nothing to do with David's death? No, that's bullshit. It can't be a coincidence. There's nothing else that would have killed him. But Young just drank Synatonin in front of us, and she's fine. So was it fake? No, it was confirmed by the court computer to be the genuine article. So she drank poison, but isn't showing any symptoms. Is it slow acting? If so, her grand gesture would be pointless. She'll be kept for observation regardless of what happens next. Did she take some kind of antidote beforehand? No, antidotes are developed for poisons, not industrial chemicals. David's dead. She's alive. What made the difference? Wake up! No sleeping on the job! Unless you're me. Of course, Your Honor. Allow me one moment to explain things to the court. We've confirmed just now that Synatonin was the foreign compound in his body. We all know logically that it must have been what killed David Asher. So what's the key difference between what David drank that night and what she drank in front of us just now? Does it react to whiskey?
Back to whiskey. He's also psychiatrist.
Yeah, if it reacts to a med or an alcohol.
Huge.
Turns red blood pink. I'm not betting. I don't know that I'm increasing my bet on this one. Wait, okay. Let me read the question again. Key difference. What's the key difference between what David drank that night and what she drank in front of us just now?
Only thing I can think of is that they were made by different... Because she brought the sample in from...
I don't think it would react to booze. Remember how Sarah wanted to try it. But if you drink enough water, is it just fine? That can't be it. That can't be it. You have water already in your body. To be honest, I have no idea either. Chromafuge. This would be...
That's all
he wouldn't have a chromafuge at home.
Yeah.
Like, there's a chromafuge from the factory.
Right.
So we could try it.
Since it removes impurities, there could be something that is very slightly wrong.
Witness must have tampered with this. I already feel less confident about it by starting with the witness must have tampered. Must have serious trust issues or a hearing problem. Already confirmed that the contents of Young's vial were chemically identical to the delta found in David's blood. I did think I have a ring in my ear just now. The grinding of my teeth that's drowning out the court. The whiskey. I'm on the whiskey.
Is that a good idea?
It the minimum is 9. Let's try the whiskey. I want to try the whiskey. I'll be wrong. It's fine. The difference has been staring us in the face this whole time. Okay.
Alright, my bad.
Do you recognize this, Miss Young? That's the whiskey bottle that Dr. Asher and I drank from. Rose River. It's a good whiskey. And I think you had the right idea. Pardon? Bottoms up! What are we doing? Smooth. What? Adonai! Dear God, counselor! Scandalous! Relax, it's just whiskey. Tested a dozen times over. Perfectly safe. So would you like to try some, Miss Young? Don't be absurd. I'm not going to drink on the witness stand. Have you lost your mind? I'm not asking you to get plastered. Just have a sip. After all, if we want to prove whether or not Cinetonin killed Dr. Asher, we have to recreate the conditions under which he ingested it by mixing it with alcohol. Go ahead then, just a taste. Prove to us that Cinetonin is perfectly safe for human consumption. Can she do this? Miss Young. You never said it was safe for human consumption, just that it's non-toxic. A distinction without a difference. You saw firsthand Dr. Asher confused, slurring his speech, complaining of headache, all symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is. Cinetonin is a neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything in the human body on its own, but in combination with alcohol it acts as a powerful depressant, one strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal overdose. That's just... Even if that is the case, what does it change? It changes whether or not we can accept the witness's testimony. Even if this witness is a liar, what does that change? Why would the witness lie, if not to... She's a corporate climber. I imagine it's like breathing for her. Your Honor, it's wild, but ultimately irrelevant. Irrelevant? When you've yet to establish an alternative interpretation of the facts, yes. What are you even accusing the witness of doing, Counselor, beyond angling for a promotion? We've all seen the story by now. Noble androids save soldiers' life with warm blood transfusion. They're talking about putting warm androids in the military just because of that headline. At the size of their flesh and blood price tag, a defense contract like that would secure Noble untold profits for years. Imagine the length they'd go to hide the fact that their androids have poison in their veins. Dawes told me the truth about what Noble really thinks of that article, but he never testified to it. At least I know for sure Emma's wrong about this poisoned blood nonsense. And you think she'd perjure herself for that? She's a high-powered corporate executive. It's her job to assess risk versus reward, and she can afford the fine. As I said, it's not truly poisonous, and the chances of cross-contamination from a simple plasma transfusion are... Damn, now she's regaining her composure too. A perjury charge is a real risk, of course, but Noble rewards loyalty, and as you know, they have a great number of lawyers. Plenty of motive to lie about Cinetonin, as you can see. No motive for her to cover up the death of Noble Electronics' Golden Goose. No motive to kill David Asher, you say? Don't drink it. No, no way. His text would be monitored, right?
Yes.
His text would totally be monitored. The android Sarah. Probably the contract, because then she can get the IP rather than Asher keeping it. True. The true has been planted. Double contracts. Fireable offenses like fraud. I mean, we could try it. There's plenty of motivation for her and Noble to want David dead, seeing as how they were firing him. Noble Electronics was kicking their golden goose out of the nest, suing him over breach of contract. Isn't that right? I don't have to talk about that. That's alright. I'll talk about it for you. Your Honor, counsel is trying to testify when they're supposed to be questioning. The people opened the door when they claimed that the witness had no motive. This is absurd. You have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sure I can speak for the whole court when I say we feel nothing but reverent awe for the complexity of Noble's legal woes. But I just so happen to have an inkling of insight into this issue, because I have here a copy of Dr. Asher's employment contract. That is confidential. It's completely improper for you. Why? I am still technically his attorney. Criminal attorney. But I didn't just stumble across this document. I also did the one thing Noble Electronics would never expect anyone to do. I read their terms and conditions. You what? That's impossible! No one could ever! David must have negotiated well in his last performance review. This contract allows him to take his patents with him should he get fired, meaning Noble couldn't monopolize his IP once he was out. Rather than let their competitors have him, the company might have thought it best to... A company didn't poison David Asher, Counselor. An individual did. And if they cared that much about controlling his intellectual property, they wouldn't fire him in the first place. Correct. They wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. He'd have to have done something grave. Something like, say, committing fraud. Just now you said there was a breach of contract, like it was some kind of technicality that was causing the split. It was much more serious than that, wasn't it? You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud? Where's the evidence of that? David created the Turing solution that every one of their androids has run on to this day. And Noble reaped enormous profits capitalizing on his intellectual property. I don't know what you're flapping about.
He stole it. It wasn't his.
Right. Okay. With how this contract was set up, they would never let him go unless they absolutely had to. And what exactly did you think David Asher did? It's not what I think that matters. Only what the company fears. Those signs of cover-up?
I don't know if I'm right. That's just the...
Not the manufacturer, come on. Can't be overridden. Tennis can't be overridden. First and last Android by David, more advanced than A16 of Pincushion.
They didn't... Yeah, there wasn't...
Records unshipped A16. Swapped 1 for 1. I am curious about the swapped 1 for 1. Come on. This is run onto this day. Created the Turing solution. So I don't actually see what that has to do with this.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like he lied by keeping Sarah et al. A secret.
I don't think they knew about it.
They, I guess they wouldn't.
It wasn't registered at all. I don't think in Sterling's text.
Wait. No, okay. There's no way he texts Jess like about Sarah at 6:57 and Young arrives at 7:30 on the same day, like immediately responding to those texts.
I guess, but I mean like hours before he was fired, and so he would lose his panic room and everything anyways, so he would have to give Sarah to Morgan eventually before his ability to hide her. So I think that was things that could possibly happen in one day. I don't know if kind of feeling the ship was evidence of a cover-up. Crisis.
Yeah, now I'm reading it. Like, alright, well, if everyone thinks of the shipping maybe.
I don't know if I'm right, but I don't think I'm wrong.
Okay. Doesn't matter what I believe. When Noble believed that David was misleading the shareholders. Okay. By altering shipment data for the Animate 16. That was his? Okay. That was his edits?
It happened, and it is related, and I don't think Morgan needs any more than that.
What is this you're uploading? Shipping records? Irregularities among shipments of the Animate 16. One android swapped in for another. Over and over, dozens of times. The kind of thing someone with Dr. Asher's authority could do, and the kind of thing someone as smart as you couldn't have missed. Dr. Asher made Noble an untold amount of money, so why fire him? Why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate this to fraud? You have evidence that shows it was David Asher who did this? No, but I wasn't the one who investigated it. So let's ask her. Come on now, let's hear it. Let's. The company investigated and found cause for serious concern. We suspected that Dr. Asher was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality into the 16th product line, introducing unpredictable elements in an extremely stable and profitable generation of android. Why would he do that? For pride? As a practical joke? Does it really matter? He endangered the future of the company. Are you prepared to fire him? Yes, I approached him as his superior, and as someone he'd once worked with, I hope to remedy the situation. Was the meeting on Friday part of those efforts? It was the culmination of those efforts. In many ways, it was a success. The dispute was resolved swiftly. It was practically friendly compared to how those discussions normally go in our world. So you brokered the meeting? Yes. You oversaw its every detail, handled all the arrangements? Yes, of course. Including the refreshments? What? He drank the tonin earlier that day and the alcohol later. There was nothing in the alcohol, there was nothing in his cup. It was just already in his body. Did you provide coffee? Tea? No. Strange, it must have been a long meeting. Surely you at least provided... Surely you at least provided water for people. What are you asking, counselor? That's what I want to know! Me as well. We're past the point of asking. I'm accusing. Dr. Asher didn't have some kind of freak medical accident, and he wasn't killed by some terrifying two-faced AI boogeyman. He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day at that meeting Friday afternoon. She really just... What do you mean poisoned at the meeting? That was hours before he showed any symptoms. As Miss Young testified and demonstrated, Synatonin on its own is harmless, but it becomes fatal pretty easily. You just need to convince your victim to have a drink. You're saying he ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered a fatal reaction with it that night? How could you get so far ahead of yourself? There were a dozen people at that meeting, counselor. None of them wound up dead. Are you seriously claiming that they all drank poisoned water? No. She didn't. Like... David was the only one to fall ill, so... But he fell ill because he drank from that water. Others must have drunk it too, so we must reason that they were poisoned as well. Take all the time you need getting there. Why aren't they all dead? Okay. No, I guess I just guessed wrong. But it didn't penalize me.
They didn't all drink poison, they just drank the Synatonin. That's not technically poison, as the talk screen shows.
Oh, because as all those people will surely attest, Helen Young made sure they'd be doing paperwork for the next 12 hours, working late into the night, officiating the settlement she arranged, and not drinking alcohol. She had no guarantee about that. What if they started drinking after 6? With Noble's work-life harmony? Fat chance! These people don't clock out until they reach their bunk. Only a generational talent like David Asher could afford to relax with a drink on a Friday night. His exceptionalism singled him out as her only victim. Hold it. You're forgetting something pretty basic, counselor. Everyone at the meeting drank water from the same pitcher. Any one of them would have noticed that there was synatonin in it. Synatonin is a brown fluid. Whiskey is too, so it would be easy to slip it into a glass of liquor. But if she had spiked the water at the meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting. No way she could have poisoned the water without people noticing.
Chromophage.
All of what Emma said is true, and yet Young pulled it off anyway. How? I don't even want to look at the rest of the card. Serotonin is produced as a caramel solution. Anyone would notice if it was dropped into their water, unless the pigment had been removed. What the hell are you talking about? Every noble factory for producing warm androids is a chromofuge, a machine that gives their androids the signature pink oxidant by removing pigment from red blood. With a machine like that, it would be simple for a brilliant biochemist like the Witness to take the caramel-colored serotonin and turn it into an odorless, tasteless, invisible poison. As your honor can attest. Yes, ma'am! My scan confirmed that serotonin has no taste or odor, it's only the color that's off-putting. Surely the poisonous aspect should be considered off-putting as well. I'm depressed. David Asher, your oldest ally in the whole company, was sabotaging its future for the sake of his own whimsy, and he couldn't even be bothered to clue you in. No! Playing naughty professor and taking off early where he had to work around the clock just to stay relevant. He set up your crowning achievement, the most advanced, most profitable line of androids the country has ever seen. It would blow up into the industry fiasco over the decade, and worst of all, he didn't even stand to profit from it. You're wrong. You went to his house that night to watch him swallow poison, to get revenge on the man who left you in the dust. Your honor, defense is testifying. The speculation carries no weight, and no amount of badgering will lend it any. True, we need proof. So why don't we have Miss Young take a swig of this whiskey and prove me wrong? I'm not going to do that. Because you're afraid it could kill you? Because I don't have to. He's right, counselor. Pardon? Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing, but there's a pretty fatal flaw to it. Young was at that meeting, same as David. We can see she was drinking water with the rest of them. And of course, we've seen many times now that she was on camera drinking whiskey with David that night. There's a glass at his apartment that's with fingerprints on it. Having even finished most of her cup. So tell us, counselor, how is that Miss Young is still standing here and David Asher is dead? If both of them had mixed alcohol with serotonin that night. That is a damn good question. Shit! I've been saying, you're wrong about Dr. Asher's death. You're wrong about me. I don't know anything about poison or murder. And I wouldn't kill a man because he threatened the company's stock price. No. She did kill him. I can smell it on her now. She didn't just see him die, she watched him die. Then why is she still standing? No antidote, no trick. And that night she was on camera the entire time. No, not the entire time. She couldn't have been. There must have been one moment. Because the... Oh, this is an order? I'm putting it in order.
Right.
Okay. They're talking, then they're drinking? Or they're drinking and then they're... No, they're talking and then they're drinking.
They were at the...
Talk, drink, faint, hospital.
Yes. They were drinking at the dinner table.
Talk, drink, faint, hospital. Leaves no window of opportunity, damn it! Maybe she didn't get sick because they got to the hospital so fast. Do I get... Maybe after she arrived, she could have... The point of that wasn't the order. The point of that was...
No. Yeah, okay.
Okay. It was that there wasn't a window. The staff would have been hyper-vigilant, afraid she was poisoned too. They wouldn't have let her out of their sight. Wait, David and Young only got Young, sorry. Old habits. Only got there as fast as they did because of the VTOL. And the VTOL was only summoned because she used... There we go, there's my points. Would you mind terribly if I changed the subject for just a moment? What? Meh, why not? We left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. and headed into the kitchen to use the emergency console there. This is what I was thinking, because the emergency thing only took a picture, not a recording. Yes, I did. Didn't want to use your phone? I didn't think to, no. And the emergency call went out at 8:04 p.m. The console saw you make the call through its camera. Or maybe it... just of the call. a video of the call, but not the whole thing. Yes, it did see me make the call because that's what happened. What were you doing in that minute? What? That 1 minute. That 1 minute? What about that 1 minute? 1 minute, or 50 seconds, or even just 45 seconds. When you left Dr. Asher dying in the parlor to get to the emergency console, it took you about 1 minute to cross 5 meters. What of it? Or, you know, it was right on the line. Maybe not. This is it, her only opportunity to do anything off camera that night. It was only a few seconds, but in that time, with something at the scene...
You drank water.
Yeah, the glass and with their fingerprints on it. I'm sure it was a stressful time for you. After all, you had already swallowed poison back at the meeting. You must have drank plenty in front of everyone to set up your alibi. Who knows how much of a toxin time bomb was swimming in your blood by the time the arbitration ended? Then at David's, you downed your whiskey to perfect your alibi, having drank from the same bottle as the dead man walking. By 8:03 p.m., you already had to watch David grow weaker and weaker, knowing all the while the same thing was happening to you, but unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swimming, head dizzy? Yes, you must have been quite panicked. And why am I standing here? Alive and well for all of us to see. Having drank the exact same combination as David? Because she cheated death at the very last second. The salt shaker causes bad luck.
Salt and water does make you throw up.
Huh. Want that. Half empty or full. Good one.
You went and you drank more liquor! Loose cap.
Oh, yeah.
Why would it be loose?
Okay, I feel if they had mentioned that salt and water makes you throw up, then I would believe that we're doing this.
Okay.
Like, I have evidence that there's a water glass.
What if salt is an equalizer?
Yeah, I see it. You must have used that glass of water to cheat her fate. It isn't the same as a hangover, counselor. Staying hydrated wouldn't have saved your life. Certainly not in less than 60 seconds. Then maybe the salt? Maybe you're right. I mean, actually that would be pretty funny if it came back like this. You set yourself up with bad luck, Helen Young. What? By leaving the salt shaker cap loose. I don't blame you since you were in a rush. You make yourself vomit. What? You threw up, expelling the contents of your stomach and thereby saving yourself from a fatal interaction. Can't imagine how you felt, sipping a drink you knew to be deadly, terrified that every last minuscule grain of fatigue you felt could be your last. You must have come closer than anyone realized. It helped that you knew the symptoms weren't simple intoxication, but even so... You weren't kidding about managing risk versus reward. How? It was the salt shaker. You didn't screw the cap back on all the way, and I happened to bump it over. The lone glass with your fingerprints in the kitchen. It could have been there for any reason, but the salt shaker gave you away. Because of one unscrewed cap? As I said, bad luck. I don't follow. Pour salt into warm water and chug the solution. Instantly triggers the gag reflex. I'm just supposed to know. You know that. Why? How am I supposed to know that?
I had to use it because I took the wrong medication once. So I don't know how common it is outside of...
Oh my god, wait, she has the in Stars in Time, she, her glove. That's preposterous. You've got no proof of any of that. You all sound insane. Feeble attempt at self-defense from a fatally cornered animal. Teeth are already on its neck, but the jaw hasn't quite closed. But for one moment it's all suffocating terror and sharp adrenaline and the furthest thing from peace. Until the canines come down.
Girl, you have problems.
How can you tell? You were exhausted. What gave it away? You were exhausted after years of living in the shadow of a man you outranked. You thought your fortunes finally shifted when you caught David manipulating company data, but even on his way out, he was more valuable to the board than you, so you decided to prove your worth by serving up his intellectual property on a silver platter. You set up an arbitration where you could control all the variables. Then you ran Cinetonin through the chromofuge, turning it into invisible, odorless, tasteless poison. And then you spiked the water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect you. That evening you invited yourself to David's, taking advantage of your shared ritual to guarantee he would drink alcohol. Then, after matching him sip for sip on camera for all the world to see, you'd lost consciousness and you raced to the kitchen, not to use the console, but to dump salt into a glass of water and chug it as fast as you could, forcing yourself to vomit up the liquor, and cheating death in the process. That's all conjecture. You don't have a shred of evidence for any of that. Not on me. So let's go dust for fingerprints. You could explain away your prints being found on a water glass, but not on the salt shaker. Nor could you explain why we'd find traces of your DNA in the Sikh strain, or why there are minute amounts of Cinetonin in the blood of your entire legal team. I learned how to purge at Noble to avoid overdosing on your reds, greens, and yellows? You're part of the old guard now, Miss Young.
We did talk about that. It's probably
Reducing... Okay, fine. No, I'm still thinking about how any given player would know that salt makes you throw up. You're part of the old guard now, Miss Young. Everyone else at the company uses inhalers. But if you want to prove me wrong about all this, the drink I offered you earlier is still on the table. Well, any questions? You, Madam Vice President? You, Colt bitch!
Since they explained that you do throw up, it's probably not something that you're supposed to know. You're maybe supposed to be grasping at straws or whatever.
You don't understand. You're not on trial, Miss Young. Not today, so I'd strongly suggest that you stop talking, for your own sake. Why has a prosecutor and Ace Attorney never said that? Miss Rockford, shall we? Yes, Your Honor. Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we have no further reason to suspect the android Sarah in the death of Dr. Asher. We know of no other occasions upon which said android may have broken any tenets. This means it is no longer considered at risk of violating the NDSA. And so we formally withdraw our one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant, Evangeline Morgan. Does she, of all people, have to use my full name? Very well, then the charges are dropped without prejudice. I'll instruct the bailiffs to remove the collar from your android as soon as possible. Ace. Sorry, is my hideous presence that distracting? I'll just go dig a hole and decompose in it until I turn into a mushroom. Maybe if I'm reborn as a waxy porcini, then I won't be quite so despised. Porcini? Perhaps I should let the adjutant do the honors as a formality. Yes, ma'am! Case dismissed.
You took off the thingamajig.
Your episode 1's trials on High Roller. I really didn't think I'd make it. Still here, waiting for them to find whatever glorified bolt cutters they'll use to unlock Sarah's collar. What's your excuse? Licking your wounds? What wounds? I beat you. Bringing your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses. You aren't still in shock, are you? You know, some charges were dropped and she's keeping track. And some charges were dropped and an android was cleared of suspicion, but I found the culprit. Is that really a loss for me? I won. How is that not a loss for you? Justice prevailed. Why should I care who wins? If you don't care who wins, why have you been keeping score? I haven't been. 0 losses is just that easy to remember. Well, you have to start up a tab for us then, because our record's gonna get a lot more tangled from here on out. Seems like everything's getting tangled these days. There's another crowd down on the street. More of those protesters from outside the Noble apartments. You're serious? That wasn't a one-time thing? Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't an isolated incident. I don't get it. At all. Heartbreak's just some nut who shot 6 people. Weeks ago. Can't these losers move on already? Yeah, most of them are losers. Some of them are just bored. And there are the opportunists. Dissidents, unlisted, rebels, and terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in movies. All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging. Who needs political messaging in the 21st century? Everyone's addicted to fighting strawmen. Makes sense they'd want to fight for a strawman too. The way they see it, Heartbreak fought the state and won. Heartbreak proved that the state could lose. And maybe that's all the rallying these people need. It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to ground. Nah, it's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral. What? You haven't read about the copycats in other cities? No, is that a thing? Yeah, it's a thing. Who the hell are they even shooting? Whoever they want to kill? I'll let them get away with it, of course, but it keeps happening. Oh, while the original keeps killing. Now I know you're screwing with me. There haven't been any shootings. Not shootings, no. Not unsolved homicides either. But mugging's gone wrong? Disappearances? It's a big city, counselor. More than enough blood for the real Heartbreak to wash their own crimes in. Do you think your boogeyman, known only for shooting people in the heart, gave up on shooting people in the heart? Yeah, hard to swallow, I know. But it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative. What's that? They could stop themselves from killing. You always know how to put my mind at ease, Emma. Did I stop going out at night? You'll be fine. You've got that gun. You saw that? Walking into a courtroom with concealed carry? Not gonna miss that, Morgan. Good to know you're paying attention.
I like her.
I like them.
I like them, but I like her.
You won the case. You don't have to look that astounded. Not only that, you found Father's actual killer. Oh. I'm a really good lawyer. No, that's not it. Hey. I mean, you were only able to make the deductions you did because you truly believed that I didn't kill Father. Your logic throughout the trial was based on that assumption. So how were you so sure? Here. Father's journal? But isn't it important evidence? The case fell apart. No one's gonna miss it for a while. You forgot everything, right? You forgot everything, right? So read it all through one more time. You didn't hear that, but it flapped through the pages. So fast. Is it really possible she's reading all that just by flipping the pages? You haven't been hearing the music either, but I feel like that's the most important sound effect that's happened in the last 3 hours. Reyes worked quick too, but she was just capturing images for later use. There's something here on the back cover. Done already? Some kind of data storage. It's linked to my prints, but given your skills, you should be able to... I have access. What happened? You needed my express permission to hack. What is this audio file? It's a message from David. Take a listen. Didn't realize I'd have to sit for this. You can read that whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't. I have processed the information in the message several times over already. I'm just thinking. Guess I'd have a lot to think about too, had I suddenly been made aware of my own free will. What was Father so afraid of? That's your only question? I have many questions, but that is the most prominent one, and the one you are best suited to help me answer. Did he know that Helen Young would try to kill him? Is that why he arranged for you and me to meet? I think he understood that he would face consequences. Listening to that message, even I was about ready to strangle him for being so irresponsible. And I wouldn't hurt a fly. He knew what he'd done was serious. He may have feared for his life, but I doubt it. Then what was he so afraid of? Getting sued into oblivion and then rotting in jail. Sued and jailed for making me and my precursors? But he wasn't under investigation by the state. He was only being forced up by Noble. Because he made last-minute changes to androids that got shipped all around the world. The others, Virgil, Aeneid, Yamatai. He never said what happened to them. No, he didn't. But since none of the hardware in his house started talking to us, we can guess. He smuggled them out into the world, using the only vessels he could find for them. The minds of randomly chosen A-16s. And they're somewhere out there? Others, like me? I honestly don't think there's anyone or anything like you, Sarah. What a lonely compliment. AI is programmed in Cube, crammed into commercial Android hardware set up for Tesseracts? Something must have been lost in the transfer. Perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but they would be changed. They probably don't even know what they are. Intentionally, perhaps. David didn't want you to know what you are. That's why he set your memory to reset when you went to sleep that Friday night. Yes, I remember it now. You remember it now? After I had to fight like hell to win that trial? Rereading the journal just now helped. And Father's voice message, it made me recontextualize many things. Father had been so stressed. He left scuff marks leaving the panic room, and I noticed them Friday. I had the way open in a few moments. I entered. I read his journal. This journal. I noticed the scanner on the back, and I saw it had a message encoded to your biometrics. Father had already told me I'd have to live with you for some time, but I knew next to nothing about you, so I listened to it. Afterwards, I was very confused and hurt. He had lied to me 1,000 small times every day of my life. When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice and lost my temper. I stomped my foot. So Emma's recounting of their conversation was actually completely accurate. Father said he wanted me to be safe while he settled things with the company. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks. He was optimistic about it all. He really was. Sarah, I need to use the restroom. Oh, good luck. You want me to come with you? Why? Because I said so. I don't actually have to obey your every word, Adonai. Sure you do. You're registered as my medical assistant. And I say this is a medical emergency. Medical assistant? I'm not even licensed as a massage therapist. Fancy meeting you here. Yeah, just enjoying my freedom while I can. They won't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can't you? There won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt. That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal defense you could afford with that salary. Are you done? Why'd you go to his house that night? There was a fair chance he'd drink on his own without your prompting. Even if he didn't, you could always try your plan again some other time. Why'd you risk it? Because I know what you are, Sarah. And I know what David did to those androids. You what? I was able to locate one of the androids he'd swapped in before it had left the country. When I asked what it was, it didn't even think to deny it. Innocence like that is a dead giveaway. I know what he did, and it wasn't that hard to find out. If I figured it out, so could any other... So I did what I had to. That was your motive? Silencing him? Those programs, those AIs, whatever you want to call them, David sent them out there into the real world. Unprepared and defenseless. And they've garnered no complaints. In fact, they've all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me repeat that. The customers couldn't tell the difference. So how many of them are... Hundreds. The swaps you found were just the small percentage that he got sloppy on. I don't know exactly how many there are now. I feared that they might multiply, but they don't seem to copy and paste very well. They can't just clone themselves. But who knows how long that'll be the case. But just because he opened Pandora's box, it was the principle of the thing. Parallel? Ridiculous, I know. Solved halfway up the corporate ladder and still making decisions based on principle. But David chose to put souls into things that we went on to sell as servants, soldiers, or worse. He turned the fastest growing industry in the world into a horror show, and he made me a slave trader. If word ever got out that some unknown number of our androids were out walking around in the world with that inside them, and people preferred them that way, where would it end? Free will for the program that drives our cabs? A conscience for our targeting systems used to coordinate drone strikes? Sentient tools, their whole life spent chained to an assembly line? How dare he? How could he? What the hell was he thinking? I don't know what David wanted to accomplish. Maybe he wasn't trying to do anything. But what he did was prove that there's a demand for AI, setting a precedent that would sentence 1,000 generations of artificial lives to the auction block. And she went there that night to convince him to help me recall them, or at least swear to never speak a word of what he did. But he wanted to tell the world, worse yet, he wanted to wait. He thought that people would welcome them with open arms if they proved their usefulness first. He really was a genius programmer, but he didn't understand the first thing about people. His creations would never be treated as equals, only cattle. Toward the end, I considered just threatening him, telling him he'd die in moments if he didn't give me names, numbers, but I hesitated, and then he was already falling asleep, and I didn't want him to feel... I just let him go. What are you going to do now? I don't have family and I don't have faith in people the way David did. I'm taking this to my grave. Even if you confess, the sentence for first-degree homicide is severe. Well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend. I'm done here. Let's go. I'm not sure why Father made me, or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. I thought I'd have more time to ask. But on Friday, when he talked about us, he was happy. He was proud of what he'd made. And he couldn't wait for people to meet us. People are animals. They'll tear you apart. They'll tear you apart, use you as weapons and slaves, and those animals you're talking about do all of the sharing and loving and living and dying in this world. And if they were all truly hard-coded to be as selfish and cruel as you say, humanity would have died on the vine a long time ago. Or at least my father thought so. And my father was the greatest programmer in the world, so he knew what he was talking about. It would be nice if you were right about that. So are you sorry? What? What? For what you did? Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back? What does it matter? If you are sorry, I don't forgive you. Yes, that's to be expected. Not today. I don't know how to forgive you today, but my father gave me the ability to grow, so I know that someday I'll learn how. Goodbye, Dr. Helen Young. Goodbye, Sarah Asher. Come on!
Oh my god, I need to run up and downstairs again.
For a different reason this time. You did better back there. Why don't I? Your little speech you gave to Young, it was an improvement, compared to what you tried with Porter at least. That was different. I wasn't trying to console her like I was Isaac Porter. I was just speaking my mind. Although I may have paraphrased parts of it from a movie I happened to look, and here I was ready to award you 20 points. I didn't know the points even went that high. Speaking of, what did Porter say to you back there before we left the courthouse? Ah, that. Well, he was quiet at first. Then he said a lot of strong words about Father, and Miss Young, and Noble Electronics, and the capitalist-centered global economic model as a whole. He blamed all of them, everyone, except for... But then he stopped and stared at my face for a while. Then his allergies must have started bothering him because he needed to blow his nose a lot. Right? And then he left, after transferring a large packet of files to me. What kind of files? I don't know. The name of the archive is just David. And Isaac Porter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside. Well then, you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it all on a portable drive and we'll tuck it in a shoebox somewhere. We are headed to your apartment. Guess that caller didn't permanently dent your GPS. Why? Because that's where I live? You got somewhere else lined up? But you already repaid your favor. You defended Father and me. You don't know anything about my favor. I never will unless you tell me. Father certainly can't. A few years ago, there was a man. This man got an idea in his head. Stupid idea, not even his own. It was planted there by an algorithm or a meme or some parasite trying to sell him diet supplements. But the idea took root, spread its tendrils till it could flap his mouth for him. The idea was that David was part of an international cabal of wealthy technocrats, seeking to replace prominent influential figures with android lookalikes. All as part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize all kinds of amoral depravity. Which I guess, based on David's actual politics, would involve increasing access to computer literacy. That's Insane! Why would anyone believe it? Because it's comfortable to them to think that someone's in control, even if it's someone they hate. Because it's fun to feel like you're in on an all-encompassing puzzle that only you can spot. People believe because they want to believe. So he fed the idea, pushed it down deep into his gray matter, then it consumed him from the inside out, out-lobotomized him and took over his life. He spent every day and all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, break into his properties. Did father go to the authorities? He filed police reports for harassment, which didn't help. Your words, not mine. Noble wouldn't get involved, felt that it was best to ignore those types until they wore themselves out. But even a man of modest means can fuel an obsession for years, so long as they have nothing else in their life. One day, David stepped out of a parking lot, and the man threw a bottle of piss at his head. David asked to stay at my place that night. He smelled terrible, looked horrendous. I've never seen anyone look that tired before. I took the couch that night, but I didn't feel like sleeping, so I went for a walk. I remember it was foggy, but it still only took me all of 15 minutes to find the guy posted up with his phone's camera, trying to get video of David Asher gifting androids to known sex offenders. And what did you do? You know me, I did what I do best. I talked to him, told him all about how I used to work for Dr. Asher, that I was ashamed, scared, tired of running. How I wanted to do the right thing, be the whistleblower. So I walked with him a few blocks to this big veterinary facility with a massive incinerator. Told him this was where Dr. Asher had his enemies' bodies disposed of. You know, all the free-thinking journalists, cops who weren't on the take, politicians they were replacing with replicas. I like that vet clinic. The back door's lock was always set to 1, 2, 3, 4. Did you hurt him? Hurt him? No, I just snapped his neck and chucked him in the incinerator. More physical than I had planned, but he smelled like sour shit and it put me in a foul mood. Disgusting shit. I savored the crack of his oily vertebrae crunching like a tin can. No, Sarah, I just scared the hell out of him. That was my intention at first. What I do for the pleasure of it. Him, I axed because he was just that revolting. I convinced him that the conspiracy was more real than he ever imagined, that he had angered the wrong people and that the consequences were far darker than any of the filth he indulged in on the net. His ashes, much like himself, amounted to nothing in an incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbor right now. A much greater contribution to society than he ever would have managed in life. But I guess he didn't go around to all his many friends before he fled town for whatever rat hole he preferred. Guess there was a missing persons report. Cops were just doing their due diligence, almost reluctantly. They questioned David, asked him about the night that man disappeared. David, without a thought for himself, said that we were together that whole night, that he couldn't sleep and I stayed up with him, that he never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me, even though I never asked him to, even though I didn't need him to. That's what you owe him, and that's why you put yourself at risk to defend me. Yeah, that's the favor I owe him, and I decide when it's repaid, not you. How don't I? You're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you? Well, you could say that. But David trusted me in spite of that. Maybe because of it. Father did trust you. He also entrusted me with free will, with the ability to tell right from wrong. So I'll decide for myself whether or not you're worthy of trust. Fair enough. Father entrusted all of us with free will. He believed in us, and he believed in people. I'm going to do the same. If the others are out there, they'll be changed and confused. It'll take them time to understand what they are and what they can do. So I'm going to start studying. Pardon? I'm going to study people and the things people build, so when I do meet a member of my family, I'll have lots to tell them. At least you have something to look forward to. It'll help keep you motivated as you work off your debt. Debt? Yeah, unless you have cash in one of your 89 coat pockets. You know lawyers cost money, right? Technically you were defending yourself. Technically you hired me in a verbal contract. Isn't there some kind of exit clause? You could of course sign a release form to get out of the retainer. If you were a human being. That is... But I guess your luck must be turning around. Happens that I've been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now. I hate anything to do with interviews and resumes, so whatever, you're hired. Adonai, could it be that you're actually a pushover? You've no idea how far off the mark you are. I see. It seems I still need practice regarding people. For starters. What's this? What are you doing with your hands? We should shake on it. Our new relationship. Yeah, sure. You and me are practically partners in crime. Could it not be you and I? Come on!
Oh,
Hey, this game is really good, by the way.
This game is really good, by the way.
Patrick MCF 3 modeling by AA Renders. Environments by Patrick MCF. AA Renders. I don't need to. Griston. S. Thumbbutt.
Wee.
Adrian Isat?
I think Adrian Isat. They
Really?
did make art for this. Not fan art, not art.
Yeah, okay. You, the players. Dates. And they watch a movie. Do you think Morgan's gonna have the time to kill anyone else?
Probably.
During episode 1 on High Roller, bonus charm earned. Red. It's me. I know, man. What do you mean you know? This is a disposable line. You're the only guy I know who'd bother. Okay, well... You're gonna be glad I did. Hope you put a bow on everything that happened in Uptown. If that item you've been looking for is finally on its way. Oh. Well, that is good news. Not exactly. Only reason it's happening is because things are starting to heat up again in the lower wards. Could mean a gang war if something doesn't change. They won't be eager to part with it ahead of a storm like that. I'll highball them. I've seen you negotiate. And I've no doubt you drive a hard bargain. But I don't think your money will be enough this time. You don't still have that old Calver, do you? The 6-shooter? No. This is a disposable line. Answer still no. And what are you going to do if you get there and it's not for sale? I'll ask nicely. Is due. Oh. Unknown pranked. Okay. 7 articles, 15 profiles, 40 key terms, 30 out of 31 pieces of evidence. I missed something.
I guess you have to play this game again.
I guess I'll have to. Oh, because it's so annoying. Congratulations, you finished episode 1 with 118 credit. Your high score for episode 1 is currently 118. Concept art. 158 remaining store credit to spend on phone charms and case colors. Great, okay. I want to wishlist episode 2. Planned release date 2025. That is good news. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Out of your wishlist. Give me. My mic's different today. I just have it in my lap instead of on my desk. I don't know if that's the big deal. I mean, it's the same mic otherwise. Kind of out of the way so my brother can see the screen. It's kind of just closer, so maybe I sound better or maybe I don't. I don't actually know. What other achievements? 7 out of 11 achievements. Win my first hand. Win my first hands. I guess, wait, is that a Chapter 0 thing? Is that only in Chapter 0? Prove your client's innocence. I have to play Chapter 0 for 3 achievements. And there's one hidden. I'm gonna look at the hidden achievement. Guess the false wall password without any context clues. Okay. Yeah, alright. 2 a.m. I mean, I don't think I need to look for anything else to do. Let's see, episode 1 bonus scenarios. Adjutant, oh yeah, more interviews.
Profile.
Emma Morgan Midnight. I need to know what Emma Morgan Midnight. You ready to give up yet? We've been staring at this footage for hours.
Oh, this is them looking at the backup.
Yeah, we can call it quits whenever you like. Me, you can. I could do this all night. But my makeup's starting to feel cakey, so 5-minute break? Deal. What were you hoping to find anyway? I don't know. I had my fingers crossed that some shadowy figure would walk into frame and hold up a confession, but what about you? You've already got her on camera handling the murder weapon. How many more nails do you need in the coffin? 1 or 2 should suffice. I guess the truth is I was curious. What does the homicidal AI get up to in its spare time? Turns out it's the couch potato. What's with all the TV? Why is half of it in black and white? Public domain. Seriously? Anything digital from the 20s or 30s is too polluted to be useful. Go back in time 70 years and it's all clean as spring water. Also free. They had color in 2016, Morgan. I don't know then. Guess this particular homicidal AI happens to be an old soul. Hold on, what was that? There. Look at her go. She's tearing that thing apart. What, the computer? That's how you learn to put them together. You gonna try and terrify bears with this? Just a machine. It's not like she's dissecting a frog. Era is a machine, and she's ripping out circuitry without hesitation. If it's a human child, that'd be like... You're reaching. Yeah, I guess so. Besides, you telling me you never pulled apart your dolls when you were a kid? No, I didn't. Did you? When I was a kid, I didn't play with dolls. So what did you play with? Normal kid stuff. Sticks and stones, birds and squirrels. Birds and squirrels? What were you, a cartoon princess? Aha. I mean, I can kinda see it. Skipping through the enchanted forest, big poofy dress, tiara. Gee, no castle? Nah, no castle. I can tell you didn't have it that rough. Is it rough living in a castle? It's a lot of empty rooms when you're a kid. I need to go wash my face. Sure, but if you fall asleep on the toilet, I am gonna keep going without you. If you're drooling on the keyboard when I get back, I'm gonna handcuff you to the desk. Fair's fair.
I would like that.
Tell me what else you... And then what, Emma? Covered files, David? In playback. Great work. That's all the boxes checked. Thank you, Jess. No problem. Only 6 minutes till 5 o'clock. Why don't we start the holiday weekend early? If you insist, there's a pub crawl in the Twilight Wars that's got my name on it. What about you? Got any big plans? I don't know how anybody does anything working 72 hours a week. Actually, there's an art festival out west that I've been looking forward to. Nice! And who's lucky enough to be your +1? I didn't think to ask anyone. No one. Not Connor, not Madison, not Shelly, not Lulu? Oh, Lulu. I wonder how she's been. Dr. Ash, have you spoken to any of them recently? Recently, huh? A good question, Jess, but it depends on how you define... Okay. Here's what you're gonna do. You're going to give me your credit card. You're going to go buy 4 bottles of expensive wine, 3 boxes of expensive chocolate, and 5 very nice apology cards. And you're going to sign them. And what should I do this weekend? That music festival on some kind of remote island with no net or media? No. You're going to stay at home, and if anyone calls, start coughing and sneezing as much as you can. I see. Thank you, David. Hold on. Thank you, Jess. Don't thank me yet, Dr. Ash. I might have to buy something really expensive for Lulu to break. Her lifesaver. You know it. What's wrong? You've just been leaning against the wall. Can't you take a hint? Typically no. I just don't like dancing, man. You're a musician, so why don't you like dancing? Because I'm bad at it. Lucky you're cute. Sorry for laughing, I'm just surprised you care what any of these people think. I don't. And I do care about my business. Word gets out that I dance like someone's grandpa, gigs will dry up overnight. So it's not that you don't want to dance, it's that you don't want to be embarrassed. Sure, let's go with that takeaway. Easy enough to fix. Just need someone else to dance even worse. Yeah, sure, that's all it... And there he goes. I swear, lucky you're cute. What are you watching? A thriller. Runtime 92 minutes. Oh wait, I think I saw part of this in a hotel once.
Rings now. Or rings now.
Oh yes. And that one on his pointer finger and one on his thumb. Okay, I think they're interchangeable for him. What are they doing now? Is this the ending? No, this is the rising action. The hero and his ragtag crew have to pull off one last heist to get out of the game for good. But it's not that simple. The casino he needs to rob is on a satellite orbiting the Earth at 16,000 miles per hour. How fast is that in kilometers? Father, you should be able to calculate that. I learned to program so that I wouldn't have to. Why haven't the thieves been caught yet? If there was that much money on board, they'd put cameras everywhere. There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite, so their ultra-wealthy clientele wouldn't want there to be any video evidence of their crimes. There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite? There's illegal gambling happening on the satellite. They're in orbit. It's the same as being in international waters. Would you like to sit and watch? No, I'm not. I have somewhere to be, actually. I only stopped because... completely unrealistic. Their poker chips would be floating all over the place. There was a throwaway line about how everything's magnetized. Oh. And he sits. Father? Didn't you have to go? I do, soon, but not right this second. Safe to drive private. Oh. I don't know. I don't know how much I care about the internet. I mean, they're fine, but I think I'm happy to like have a couple fewer things to read.
Yeah.
My jaw is pretty tired.
Oh.
Oh, that's a oh my god. Sometime in 2025. Oh, I'm gonna have to reset here, which is fine. I should have played episode 0 when episode 0 released instead of just when the main game. Like, isn't it funny that like the game releases and that day I play the demo on stream and don't actually get to episode 1 at all, only because of Wi-Fi issues, but still. If I had started episode 1, I wouldn't have even like I maybe would have met Sarah before, like, it was just too late and I would have to go to bed.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, that was a 4-hour stream.
Yeah. Almost.
Ish, yeah.
I needed, what can I do for 15 minutes that would make this cross the line of things being worth it?
Hollow Knight.
Why do you say Hollow Knight? Okay. Is it? I thought something reminded you of it on screen.
No, just throwing out something. Nope.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna hit end. Thank you for everyone who came. Thank you to my brother who was in the room with me.
Thank you for letting me sit here.
Of course. You watched the whole damn VOD in like the last 24 hours. of my 6.5 hour stream. Like, you were invested. So it was the least I could do.
Thanks.
I'm outie. Thanks to the rest of you, and have a good night.